What's going on, everybody? Happy Saturday to you all. If it can be a happy Saturday with everything that's going on with our team here. But hopefully everybody's okay. Hopefully you woke up this morning and are here to be able to enjoy this day. No matter what life throws in front of you, you got to make the best of it and continue to go on. So shout out to everybody. Wishing you guys the best. Let's see what we got going on. Today's forecast, it's New York area. It is currently 41 degrees, going up to a high of 48. And the next 5 days look pretty nice. Not for nothing. And tomorrow 50, Monday 57, Tuesday 61. Wednesday 59, and then Thursday 56. Wow. And it even goes further, 59, 60 on Saturday, 58 on Sunday. What's happening, people? Sounds like we're getting into spring weather. I mean, I don't know if it's real. Not yet. I don't know. Maybe it's a little glimpse, or maybe it's really here. We'll see. All right, man. Well, listen, that's time to start enjoying life again, guys. You know, go outside, get some fresh air in the mornings, get a jog, a morning run, a walk, go get some coffee and sit on a bench. You know what I mean? Just whatever. Just enjoy life because, man, there's so much going on. Health-wise, there's all these different illnesses and viruses out there. So, every other day there's something. You know what's out there, and bird flu stuff, and then now measles stuff. Like, what's going on, man? We can't just live. We can't just chill. I don't know what's happening. So just enjoy your life, take it easy, and try to take it one day at a time. Now, outside of that, oh boy, it's a tough time. The New York Knicks are still, a very good team in the Eastern Conference, right? They are still in a situation that other teams would give anything to be in. I mean, they're in third place in the East. They have a 40-23 record. But that being said, things don't look great at the moment because we know how stuff can spiral. Losing to the Lakers was a tough one. The Knicks had every chance to win that basketball game. They had a lead for a good amount of the second half. And even when things started to get a little wild and Lakers made their run, the Knicks didn't just fall down on the sword and just take the L. They tried to fight back with the help of Jalen Brunson, and they forced an overtime, which, unfortunately, I don't know who you want to blame for that, but, you can say that Tom Thibodeau didn't draw up a good play for the last possession of the game, which maybe he didn't. He didn't have there wasn't a good secondary plan, right? Because the ball is going to go to Jalen Brunson, but you also know they're going to try to get the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands, which they did. And then he had no choice but to give it to Josh Hart, who was the closest person to him. And Josh Hart is not used to being in those type of situations, making that type of shot. And he's also not a good shooter from the perimeter, which means he has to drive, which is going to take time off the clock. It was just all a bad scenario, right? It was just bad. It's a shame because really when you think about it, it could have been a storybook ending because Josh Hart had a good game, right? It was his birthday. If he would have hit the last shot to win the game, you talk about a birthday present. So in essence, it could have been a Cinderella type story. It would have been beautiful. But really, Josh Hart is not the guy you want in that position with the ball at that time, that far away from the basket. So yeah, it was just wasn't great execution there as far as knowing what the defense was going to do to you. And so yeah, it sucks because not only did the Knicks lose a chance to possibly win the game, they went into overtime, which they inevitably lost the game to the Lakers, and they lost the captain, Jalen Brunson. So, what I don't want people to do is blame Josh Hart for all of that. Josh Hart was just put in a position that he wasn't quite ready for. He had to make the best of it. He just ran out of time. Because technically, if he had a couple more seconds, the Knicks win, right? But that's not what happened. So, yeah, it is what it is, and it sucks, man. And now that we went into that overtime, Jalen wound up hurting his ankle, and looks like he's going to be out for a while. So I thought initially that it was a 2-week time frame, but now I realize it's a 2-week assessment. So they're going to reevaluate him in 2 weeks and see where he's at, to see if he's been healing quickly or not. And then they'll know better as to when he can come back. He's not going to need surgery, but he does need time to heal, and he could miss, apparently, the regular season. That's devastating in a way. That's crazy. Like, he could miss the regular season, or should I say the rest of it, but he would be available for the playoffs. That's worst case scenario. Best case scenario is that he gets reevaluated in 2 weeks and he's a quick healer, and then he's ready to go maybe a week or two before the regular season ends. Either way, this is bad. That's a lot of time to not only be without your captain, your leader, but that's a lot of time to be. And yes, I'm going to say it. I know some people don't want to hear it. It's a lot of time to be without your best player, because Jalen Brunson is the best player on the Knicks. I don't care how much you like Cat. It doesn't matter. Cat has shown that there's certain things about his game that are not as dependable as Jalen Brunson's game day in and day out, right? Cat is phenomenal. Cat can do some special things. But when the defense buckles down on Cat, I don't know. He doesn't know exactly how to get out of that sometimes. And so you can't always depend on him. Jalen Brunson, even when the defense is got him stifled throughout a whole first half, he can turn it on in the third quarter. He can turn it on in the fourth quarter, or he can hit a clutch shot down the stretch in the final minutes of a game. Like, he has that ability to just keep going. You know what I mean? Eventually he'll find his way out. So I don't think you can discount that. I don't think you can take that for granted. Jalen Brunson is a beast. Okay. And, this sucks, but maybe this is a good thing for 2 reasons. I'm sorry to say it that way, but maybe it is a good thing for 2 reasons. For one, the fans who get a little caught up in the Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately, who forgot what Jalen Brunson means to the Knicks, who forgot how important he is as a player, who forgot how impactful he is, will start to see it now. You're going to see how much you miss Jalen Brunson. That's one. 2, this is in essence a good thing for the Knicks, because this is going to force them to learn how to play without him, so that maybe some of these other guys can step up. Because not for nothing, the Knicks ain't going to be able to win a championship with just Jalen Brunson and just Cat. Other guys have to step up and be contributors. And so hopefully this will force some of these guys to start stepping up and playing better, and figuring out how, what they can do to add to this team, because we need it. So, I mean, that's the only good thing, like from this player standpoint of him not being there. Maybe this forces guys to step up and get, and also forces the Knicks to play better basketball, to learn how to move the ball and create shots. Forces the coaching staff to come up with better plays to create shots for these guys, so they're not so dependent on Jalen Brunson and his ball handling and whatever playmaking he does do. And in the end, maybe we become a better team because of it. Because when you think about it, guys, last year we were in a similar situation, whereas when Julius Randle went down and then, we lost OG, guys had to step up, and it forced us to win games without them, and it helped them play better. So you could imagine if we would have had everybody healthy at the end of last season, with what they learned from having to pick up the slack and do what they had to do, the sky's the limit, man. We could have did anything. Who knows? Because they had so much that they had to fight through. You don't know what that team would have done healthy. So I'm hoping the same thing can happen with this team right now. I'm hoping that Cat will take more of a leadership role. Role, should I say. I'm hoping that Macau will become more consistent and step up. I'm hoping that Josh just continues to do what he does, but just try to make sound decisions, because I think Josh is a great player in what he does and how he helps the team. He's just not used to being in certain situations, and maybe now he'll be put in those situations more, because last time around it was him and Dante did a lot of the heavy lifting when it came to the scoring. We don't have a Dante here, so somebody's got to step up. I don't know what the answer is, but I know they need to step up. And another thing I wanted to say is, at what point do guys say, you know what, I'm overreacting, I said too much, this guy is impactful, he does do a lot for us, he's not a bum, he is good offensively, he just was going through something. And I'm talking about OG Anunoby. OG has been playing great basketball, guys, on both ends of the court. He's hit some big shots. He's stepped up. He's done some stuff that he's not necessarily that good at doing, and he's made it work. Got to give OG some love, man. Stop trying to say it's a waste of money that he's making $200 million. OG's been playing great basketball lately. These last 4 games, whatever it's been. And like I said, prior to him getting hurt, he had his shot going. He was cooking. Like, y'all got to stop looking at OG as if he's more than what he is, but also got to appreciate him for what he actually is. He's a guy who can do a lot on the court. He's not Jaylen Brown. He's OG Anunoby. So, and he's been a big help. And those games that we won close while Jalen Brunson was out there, OG had a lot to do with it. So, just saying. But now other guys have to step up. Now guys like the bench, Deuce has to step up. Shamet has to do something for this team. Or maybe Thibodeau has to look to somebody else to help. Some of these other signings or acquisitions. I don't know what they're going to do. I doubt it, but whatever. Somebody's got to step up. That's all I know. Maybe this is a time that we get to see Tyler Kolek. He's been basically relegated to the bench, exiled on the bench for no reason. He's not even playing in garbage time, really. Like, I don't understand that. Tibbs is really frustrating. I will say Tibbs is very frustrating as a coach. And this is where it comes to bite him in the butt, right? Because Tyler Kolek should be fresh. He should be getting reps. So that way, in a situation like this where Jalen Brunson is not available, maybe Tyler Kolek can do something to help this team. Now, he might still have to be in that position, but he's going to look rusty. He's going to look a little out of it. His shot probably won't be falling. I hope it will be if they use him, but you never know. So you can blame Tibbs for that. Yeah, man. So, as I pointed to earlier in the season, one of my biggest concerns about this Knicks team was, could they win without Jalen Brunson? Could they win consistently? Could they win consistently without Karl-Anthony Towns? And they haven't proven that they can do either of those yet. Like, we've only missed Karl-Anthony Towns for a game or maybe 2 games at a stretch. We've never, missed him for more than that. So, it's tough to know if we can win consistently without Cat. And now we're about to find out if we can win consistently without Jalen. Of course, this is a tough time because they're on a West Coast trip playing some good basketball teams. So I don't feel good about this stretch, guys. I don't feel good that the Knicks will be able to do, because they still have to figure out what they're doing out there, and it's tough to do that against good basketball teams. They're not going to give you any leeway. But that Laker game was one of those that we should have won, and then we would have been at least in better spirits and felt a little better about the rest of this going forward. But now, I don't know. We'll see what happens, guys. It's not the end of the world, because like I said, they have a chance to step up and do some great stuff. I just don't know. I just don't know. Don't mind me. Sorry, I'm just sending a quick text. Okay. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Hopefully it's not doom and gloom, guys. I got my morning cup of Joe or Joanne. You know what I mean? Morning cup of congestion. That's what I like to call it. Let's see what's going on. Please smash that like button if you're here. Subscribe if you haven't already. And thank you for always showing love to the show. This is Know the Ledge, because today we're all going to be teeter-tottering on the edge. But hopefully I can bring you guys back into the house. We'll see, man. Let me get the scroll up to the top here. Ooh, a lot of messages, man. All right. Shout out to M. Gene in the building. Salute. What's going on? Appreciate you as always. Said still shouldn't lose by 10. Yeah, that's a tough one. Shout out to Crim's dad in the building. Said, where is that ledge? Yeah, I don't know. We're about to look for it now. Every people searching. What's going on, man? Thank you for being here and being a member of the SKF Army. Shout out to Walter Blackman in the building. Walter, what's going on? Says, good morning, Ron. Our Knicks are going through some tough times right now, especially being without Brunson for 2 weeks. Yeah, it looks like it's more than that, Walter. Now the time for Bridges to step up. Agreed. Shout out to JJ in the building. What up, JJ? Says, salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, bro. Nobody had it going last night. Deuce continues to be unreliable, nothing but inconsistent. Bridges only one that hit shots, and I feel he could have been more aggressive. Mm-hmm. I hear you. Shout out to Lena Franklin in the building. Let's go, Lena. Said, good morning, guys. We lose 2 nights, and I also feel sad that my boo Jacob Toppin got traded for the Knicks. Well, yeah, they released him, but I still love him forever. I hear you, Lena. Hope you're doing well. Andios is in the building. Shout out to you. Wow, hold on. Okay, now I'm better. Jeez. All right, I'm done. You know what? I'm just putting the coffee down, man. Whatever. This is crazy, man. Stupid stuff. Getting all congested because of coffee creamer. It's ridiculous. You guys might have noticed the last couple of weeks I haven't been as congested because I drink the coffee before the show, so I'm not having to talk through it. It's just the stupidest thing ever. It makes no sense whatsoever. The coffee creamer is not even real milk. It doesn't even have, it's like made from vegetable base or whatever the hell they do to make it. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. Like what? Whatever. I moved on. Anyway, shout out to Andios in the building. Knicks Nation, if you're enjoying the content, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, sit back and enjoy the show. Appreciate you, Andios, as always. And as I always say, guys, please show Andios some love, man. Subscribe. Follow him on Instagram. and show him some love. It's definitely appreciated. Yuri is in the building. What up, Yuri? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome. He said, "Still here, supporting in tough times." Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. We got to deal with some stuff right now. Thank you, Crims. Thank you. Yes, I was late because I was actually reading some stuff about Jalen Brunson because I didn't know that he was going to be out for possibly more than 2 weeks. So I was kind of shocked by that. So I had to read before I started talking to y'all. Sorry. Okay. Let me breeze through. Gideon Amanqua is in the building. What up, G Money? Hope you're doing well. Says salute everyone. Double D is in the building. Double D said, FYI, being without Brunson is going to be tough times for the Knicks. If we lose to the Kings and the Blazers, we can very well be headed to a 5-game losing streak because we can't beat Steph and Curry. Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. Shout out to Kareem Grant in the building. Salute, my brother. Oh, and thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Appreciate you. Hey, shout out to Sam Grandison, the Grandy Man can in the building. What up, Sam? Good to see you, my guy. Appreciate you. Walter said we need more McBride and Bridges, and why didn't Mitchell play? Because they still have him on a little bit of a restriction, and it was a back-to-back game. So back-to-back games for somebody coming off of an injury that you're trying to preserve and rev up slowly just doesn't make sense. So I'm not mad at the fact that he didn't play in that game. It actually makes sense. Of course, could we have used him? Yes, to help us with our defense against the Clips, but it is what it is. Where was I? Shout out to Wiz BKLA in the building. What up, Wiz? Appreciate you. Said rough couple of days as a Knicks fan here in Los Angeles. I feel almost as bad as your dancing looks. Oh man. Notice how I couldn't dance today because I'm just not in the mood to be dancing, knowing that our captain is out. It's not feeling great. It's not the greatest. Shout out to Sha Powers in the building. What up, Sha? Hope you're doing well. Shout out to Knicks Real Talk. Please go subscribe if you haven't already. Show them some love. With my guys Sha and Divine. Nostalgic Nick is in the building. Says blessing SKF. Salute to you, my guy. Margaret Edwards is in the building. Let's go, Margaret. Said Knicks are not staying at third. Yeah, the way it looks, that's how it looks, right? But hopefully, like I said, hopefully these guys wake up and do some stuff and show us something. Show us some grit. You know what I mean? Show us some fight. We see. Hey, 713 Gamer is in the building, a member of the SKF Army. He says, we back. Yes, we are. Kerry Cox is in the building. What up, Kerry? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Says salute. All right. Brooklyn Knicks fan is in the building. He said, no point in playing in the playoffs. Knicks don't stand a chance in a 7-game series. I mean, I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, Jalen Brunson is coming back, guys. Like I said, if anything, by the time Jalen Brunson comes back, the Knicks should probably be a better team. I know that sounds crazy right now because they might take some L's, right? But they will learn something about themselves. They will learn how to do certain things without Jalen so that when Jalen comes back, they should be able to help him even more. That's my assumption. I'm just saying it's going to be a rough road. And hopefully we don't drop too much in the standings as far as playoff positioning. But yeah, we'll see. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports is in the building. See, we are a second round team with Tank Tank B without forget about it. Second round team. Basically, you're trying to say we're a second round team right now. I got you. Yeah. I mean, right now that's the way it looks. I still feel that the Knicks are better than what we saw prior to Jalen Brunson getting hurt. I mean, let's not forget the Knicks were up 8 to 10 points for a lot of that second half. The Lakers made their run, and the Knicks could have folded, but then they made the game, close enough that they tied it, and then they had a shot to win it going into overtime. And the Lakers are a good team, guys. Lakers aren't the same team they were before, so they're better now. So I think we kind of not understanding that the Knicks are probably on their way to becoming not a lot, but a little better, right, overall than what we've already seen. But now with Jalen Brunson being out, yes, that's going to mess everything up. Because Mitchell Robinson is going to continue to get better as he gets more stamina under him. His timing is still off, even on defensively. Like, now I did see in the Laker game, there was some defense that I saw him playing where he was moving his feet. He looked pretty good. He looked like he's getting there. His timing is still off. His block timing, his positioning, like as far as getting to shots, still a little slow. But, give it time. And his rebounding, he looked a little slow rebounding too. He's not the offensive rebound demon yet. So, I mean, it matters. Give him some time. Okay, hold on. Let's go. D. Grant is in the building. Said Tibbs played an 8-man rotation on a back-to-back in overtime game. He is a madman. He is crazy. Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna. You say what you will about Tibbs. I'm not gonna fault you for that because I don't know what the hell he was doing in that one. It's as much as I liked some of the stuff I saw from Tibbs in that Lakers game, and I know some people were not happy with some stuff down the stretch. I get it. But I was happy with the rotations early in the game and in the second half. I was happy with seeing the big lineup with Cat and Mitch out there. I think that looked good. I think it was working. So I was kind of confident that he was making the right moves until we got to like the final couple minutes and, not drawing up a play, not having a contingency plan for when they doubled Brunson. Yeah, I didn't love that. But for the most part, I thought he was doing a decent job in that game. But yeah, the Clipper game is, I don't know. JJ47K in the building. Where are the few fans who said Cat should be the number one Brunson because of a few games? That's why, I just say, like, we should stop trying to point fingers and put people at each other and say, well, this is the best player on the team, or this is there's no need to do it. Just enjoy our team. We got 2 really good players on the team and some very good other, pieces that complement these guys when they play to that standard. But yeah, I mean, that's why I even took it one further, and I didn't even say Brunson was the best guy. I started to say 1A and 1B. You know what I mean? Like, they're both right there with each other. So, but I think people, like I said, the fans are going to start to see how important Jalen Brunson is. If you didn't know now, I mean, before, you're going to know now. So you're going to see. And it doesn't hurt that Brunson was playing great lately. Even the opposing players, they can't stop him. They couldn't do nothing with him. The Lakers tried everything against Brunson. Brunson still had 39 points and 10 assists. And it wasn't like he just went, called his number. He had 10 assists. So, yeah, whatever. It is what it is, man. Teron Mosley in the building said, man, Tibbs needs to go. He don't play any of the young boys. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's looking rough. MC Sports says last year's team had more fight. I agree with that. I've been saying that all year. They had heart, like that was a different level of heart that they had last year. Yeah, man. I hope this team learns, how to get some of that, but it's different, man. It's different. Leon Mitchell in the building. Said first round exit and possibly play-in team. Dolan will clean house because everything he gave Leon Rose to get back to. No, well, they're not going to be a play-in team. They're not going to be that bad. I mean, there's 17 games over 500. You got to do some hell of a losing to go that far down. So no, first round exit. That only depends on how far down the Knicks, move in standings. If they go down and then they have to play Cleveland or Boston in the first round, yeah, it could happen. I still don't think that if the Knicks play, I still think if this Knicks team without Jalen Brunson had to play Detroit, I still think this Knicks team could beat Detroit. So that's just me. I'm just telling y'all. In a 7-game series, I still think this Knicks team could beat Detroit without Jalen Brunson. Shout out to D Coolis, 718 in the building. Says salute, Ron. What's good? No, yeah, D Grant, I'm with you. I just said I'm with you. I got nothing to say about that. What do you want me to say? I got nothing to say about it. Tibbs is doing some Tibbs stuff. If he starts to fall back into his plans of playing guys 40 minutes, that definitely won't be good. Definitely won't be good. What? Come on, Siri. Siri's trying to tell me some stuff here. Jeez Louise, I'm gonna cut Siri off. Sorry, guys. My watchman be going crazy sometimes, be doing some wild stuff. Oh my God, Siri. She's still going. All right. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Okay. So, where were we? Listen, this is something that we can't forget. All right. The same thing that people say about Jalen Brunson, that he's more of a off guard, shooting guard, but he has, point guard style, point guard tendencies, but he's more of an off guard. It's really the same thing for Deuce. Deuce is not, we had this conversation 4 years ago, should I say, that Deuce is not your traditional point guard. So the fact that Brunson is going to be out for an extended period of time, do I think that Tibbs should be running this offense through Deuce day in and day out? No, I don't. I think that he is going to have to let Tyler Kolek do it, or he is going to have to let Cam Payne do it. Cam Payne should be the person in the starting lineup instead of Deuce for those reasons. And then I don't feel like Deuce should be the guy to be the primary ball handler off the bench. If that's the case, then it should be Kolek, and Deuce should be out there with him, because I just think he'll make better decisions, and he's more of a pass first type of point guard, which should help the bench unit get going. But I'm not the coach, so we'll see what happens, guys. Juan Rivera in the building. What up, Juan? He said people are too sick to jump at players when they're suffering from injuries. He said, I'm starting to get off the Macau train and looking for a way to get Dante back. Oof. Well, good luck. That's a tough one. L, damn it, is in the building. A member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, L. Says, salute SKF. Smash the like button and share the live for the best Saturday morning show covering the Knicks. Pew, pew. Let's go, L. That's what I'm talking about. Pew, 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 pew. Appreciate you, L. The Ron Wayne is in the building. What's going on? He said, Goodwill Day, Ron. What's going on, brother? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army as well. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Ron Mills is in the building. What up, Ron? He says, salute, Ron. I'm fed up with the Knicks, with Tibbs, sorry. Kolek on any other team would be utilized. Watching this coach with this talented team is truly depressing. I get it. I get it. I mean, he's got to make some changes. If you don't make some changes, he might be signing his ticket. I don't know. He might be signing his ticket up out of here if he don't make some changes, especially not having Brunson for an extended period of time. Yeah, it's not good. Stacks, different timing in the building. You're Ron. Salute everyone. What's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Prezi the boss is in the building. What up, Prezi? Said fans are on the fire escape as always. No, don't say that. Guys, please. I don't want y'all to do anything crazy. Don't be Let's see if I know the ledge. Don't be jumping out the window. Take it easy. We're gonna be all right. I hope. Let me see. RD Barn is in the building. Hey, what's going on, man? Haven't seen you in the chat in a minute. Hope you're doing well. He says, I'm just holding my breath when Cat goes down for a long period of time. Oh man, I hope not, bro. But if that happens, we are truly in trouble. I still feel like once the Knicks find somebody who can handle the ball, who can help play make to get these guys opportunities, the Knicks will be okay in the interim. They'll start to get better looks. The guy is on the bench. His name is Tyler Kolek, but whatever. Just saying. Yes. Are we going to lose some defense? Yeah, it is what it is. Shout out to my guy, D-Block in the building. He says, we are paying Cat over $50 million to do what? Shoot threes? This dude has zero IQ or awareness to get himself in position to want the ball at crucial times. I don't want to hear about 23 non-impactful. Wow. Okay. Hey, man, listen, Cat's got to step up. He's hasn't looked great in certain moments. This is true. Westchester Lester is in the building. What up, Westchester Lester? And thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. He said, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning to you. Just Knicks is here. Salute. What's going on? Randu's in the building. What up, Randu? Salute, Ron. Salute to you. El Nevcino is in the building. Okay, I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before. Appreciate you. Maybe I have, but if I have, thanks you for coming back. 6 picks for Mikal Bridges. My God, Knicks always make bad moves. I mean, guys, just say that you're not happy or comfortable with Mikal Bridges' inconsistency. As far as when Mikal Bridges is on offensively and his defense is there, he is a player who is impactful. But we got to stop with the 6 picks, man. We know, and we knew we were going to overpay. It is what it is. Just like you guys, the only thing I'm trying to explain and express to everybody is stop worrying about how you think we might have got fleeced for one player. Think about how we might have fleeced in other situations. It all evens out. We didn't have to give up. Like, I know people are upset right now because Cat hasn't been the best in certain situations. But a month ago, y'all were all singing Cat's praises and saying how good he is, how aggressive he is, how strong he is, how he doesn't look like Meow Meow Mix. He looks like he has some dog in him. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, it looked like we got the better of the deal, right? Because Julius Randle is still struggling for the most part over there in Minnesota. He's playing better, but he's been struggling and he's been hurt. Dante was struggling to find himself. Take a look at that, by the way. Sorry, give me a second as I go on my little rant. Dante DiVincenzo is averaging 11.5 points in 26 minutes, He's shooting 39% from three. That's great. He's shooting 40% from the field. That's 4 percentage points below average. That's not good. 3.8 rebounds, 3.7 assists, 1.3 steals. Not too bad. And his 3-point shooting definitely has picked up. So Dante is starting to get into Dante form. That's good. He last 5 games, 12, 24, 12, 16, 15. I mean, it's not bad. That's complimentary. It helps. It's not what he was doing with the Knicks, but it's not bad, right? Let's just take a look at the Julius he was hurt. He just got back. Last 4 games, 13, 25, and 13 and 10. Oh, 13, 10, and 9, almost a triple dubs. Against the Hornets, he had 24, 25, 10, and 9, almost a triple dub. That was a nice one. 76ers, he had 16, 8, and 5. And then the Suns, 26 and 3. Man, his offense has taken a back seat. And he's averaging 18 points a game, guys. 18.8 for Julius Randle. He's shooting 31% from 3. That's about right. He's anywhere from 31 to 33. He's shooting 47% from the field. He's averaging 7 rebounds, averaging 4 assists, but that's about right. But 7 rebounds and averaging 18 point, just under 19 points per game. That's not the Julius Randle we were used to at all. So yeah, guys, I mean, in the end, I think the Knicks still got the better of the trade with Cat, right? And in the end, when you look at the OG Anunoby trade for Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett, like both those guys are playing well for Toronto, but they're not winning anything really. They're playing a little better lately, but but OG's been way more impactful. He helps the Knicks way more than those two guys did. So, not everything is something that we have to get over on. Sometimes we're gonna get, we're gonna lose out. And I don't mean lose out like we got Mikal Bridges, and if Mikal Bridges is on, he looks great. Is when he's not on that he looks bad, and we're like, what the hell did we do? But we hopefully he gets more consistent. But the bottom line is we knew we were going to overpay. You were at least in real time, you're going to give up 3 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges, maybe 4. I'm not saying definitely 4, but you're definitely giving up 3, maybe 4. But we had to give up what we had to give up because it was the homeboy surtax. You know what I mean? The Nets don't want to give the Knicks anything. They share our backyard. They're our little brother. You knew that was going to happen. What are you going to do? All right, let me move on from that. But I hear you. I'm just like, we got to move on, man. Let's stop looking at what we gave up for him and just say what we really should be doing is stop talking about what we gave up to get him here. We should be talking about, is he going to be the right fit for us going forward? Because the Knicks have a decision to make. Don't get it twisted, guys. The Knicks are going to have to figure out what they're going to do with Mikal. Because if Mikal stays terribly inconsistent, if Mikal can't step up during these times where Jalen Brunson isn't here, and if he doesn't help the Knicks do something during this time, the front office is going to look at this like, should we give him an extension or should we try to move him? They're going to have to look at that. It's the same thing I said about OG Anunoby. Remember when I said earlier in the season that OG was struggling with his shot? He looked terrible. And people kept talking about trading him. And I'm like, look, you got to give him a chance because something's not right. Let's see if he can fix it. And I said, if he continues to shoot poorly like this for the rest of the season, like bad, like this, the way he was shooting, the Knicks might have to make a move for OG too. Might have to say, listen, I mean, you're not what we thought. Like, you're not even giving us nothing on the offensive end. But I said, if he starts getting his shot back together, then there's no reason to move him because defensively, OG makes a difference. And when he's going good offensively, he's great for this team. And guess what? He figured out his shot. He got it together. He had a good 3 weeks, and then he got hurt. Now he's come back from being hurt, and he's been good. He hasn't really missed a beat. He only played 2 games, and he was kind of figuring out his shot. And then the 3rd game, he's got it together. And from then on, it's been like 4 games that he's had his shot going. OGs look good. Yet everybody still wants to trade him. Not everybody, but there's some people out there that still acting like OG's not doing anything. Let me tell you something. If it wasn't for OG Anunoby, I don't know how many of these games, these close games, we would have won. Yes, Jalen Brunson hit the big shots, but we had to be close enough for him to hit the big shot. And OG was giving us points when nobody else was doing it. Like it was, Brunson doing his thing, Cat here and there. Macau was struggling, but OG came to play. Like, what are we doing here, man? Why are we always hating on our team, on our players? Let's stop doing that. Let's just hope that they get it together so we can win some basketball games. That's all I'm saying. And this is not towards you, El Nev Sino or anybody else here. I'm talking about the stuff I see, like, in the ethos. Shout out to my guy Double A in the building. What up, Double A? Said I'm gonna behave myself. I heard that before. No. Yeah, no. I think you're overreacting a little bit, buddy. The worst move in Knick history was the Andre Boggiani move. That was horrible. Really bad. Oh, or even giving Jerome James or whatever his name was that contract after a playoff series with another team, and he came over here and sucked. That was bad. But anyway. All right, I'm breezing through. Okay. Okay. Oh, shout out to Annie K in the building. What up, Annie? Let's go. Happy Saturday, all. I think the last 3 games were winnable, but poor fourth quarters cost us. The coach choice of Deuce at point guard was a mistake. Campaign should have been the starter. There you go, Annie. I agree with you. At least if you're not going to use Tyler Kolek, and maybe starting him is too much, but I think he should be a bench option. And I think Campaign should be elevated to the starting point guard. He just has more experience in that role. Makes sense. Aja Live is in the building. Yeah. How come I think I said AJ Live before and it's Aja? I'm wilding. Moses Brown won't join Knicks because Tibbs won't use him, and Leon tired of wasting money on Tibbs. I mean, who knows? You might be right. And let's go, Aja. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute everyone. Ron, the problem is coaching, and we have no bench. Yeah. Hey, you're not wrong. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just breezing through. Hey, a member for 10 months. Smash that like and join the fam. Shout out to you, 713 Gamer. Thank you, man. Thank you for being a member for that. Wow. 10 months. Nice. Time flies. Margaret says Detroit is really good. No, they are. Don't get me wrong. They're young. They're hungry. They're well coached. I'm not taking anything away from my Knicks, though. I'm not saying listen. It's we look at certain situations and we look at how the Knicks play and we judge them quickly, right? Because we expect more from them. But the flip side is it's a playoff series. And in a playoff series, you got to win 4 games. Just because the Detroit has shown that they can beat certain teams in the league, they played us tough, doesn't mean they're going to be able to knock off a team and win 4 games. So the Knicks at least are proven in that they've made it to the second round. They have players that understand what the playoff means. And if they're healthy, I'm putting my money on the Knicks. Because when it comes down to it, the Knicks are a much better team when they game plan for one team, right? It's when they go from one team to the next team that I worry more. But when they play in a playoff series and Tom Thibodeau can focus on just coming up with a game plan against one team, he does a better job. I'm not saying he makes proper in-game adjustments. I'm just saying from game to game, having to play the same team and know what they do, he does a better job. That's funny. I did not know that. Wait, is he an outfielder? Maybe I did know that. I don't know. Interesting. Shout out to Louisiana Knicks in the building. Salute, Ron. Chat. Hey, Ron, what will a successful season look like to you this season? And have your expectations changed after the start of this year, seeing how good Boston and Cleveland are? No, to me, a successful season is at least getting back to the second round. But really, my hope is that they get to the Eastern Conference Final. To me, like, all right, I don't want to say that, okay? Like the Knicks should at least get to the second round, right? But if they don't win in the second round, I'll be disappointed. So I think a successful season is if they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, because even if they lose in the Eastern Conference Finals to a good opponent and it's a good series, I'm not going to be happy, but I will say I understand because the Knicks are they're still lacking something. But I will appreciate what they did and understand that they went further than they went before, which is how I look at them. I think the Knicks can get to the East. I think a healthy New York Knicks team, coached right, playing smart basketball, can get to the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't care about anybody other. I'm not talking about anybody else's team. The Knicks, healthy, being coached correctly, and playing smart basketball can get to the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't care who they have to face in the first or second round. That type of team, healthy, can get to the East Finals. Can they win it? I'm not saying they can, but they can get there. But a lot of things have to fall into place. And this news about Jalen Brunson being hurt doesn't help. D Buckets in the building says, salute, Ron. We should give Marjon some burn during Jalen's absence. Let him play for Shamet. Brings more defense, size, and athleticism to the wing spot. You know, I'm not mad at it. It won't happen, but I'm not mad at it. I'm just saying. It won't happen, but I'm not mad at it. Hey, Glamour Knicks is in the building. Let's go, Glamour. Said catching these L's back to back is tough. No clipboard in hand, so all I can do is watch and see how it all plays out. I hear you. Hey, Luna Jean is in the building. Let's go. What up, Rhonda Don? Appreciate you. Anna Grill is in the building. Salute. Said this offense does not require a traditional PG player and ball movement. Start with Cat, run actions off him. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But if Cat, listen, I don't like what I've seen from Cat recently when it comes to driving to the hoop. Guys so remember in the beginning of the season, we saw Cat trying to run through people and he was getting to the lane and getting to the hoop. He was super aggressive. Here's the problem, guys. The NBA knows what Cat is trying to do now. He caught them off guard at first because he was doing it very aggressively. He was getting his lanes. He was running like a bull in a china shop. And he was being aggressive. Then he was finishing soft. Looked great. But now the defenses are waiting for that. So as soon as Cat drives, they know once it's almost like the Julius Randle thing. You know how back in the day when Julius was here, you didn't want Julius to have the ball for too much time on the shot clock or in clutch moment, like down the stretch, because the double team would come, he would lose the ball, right? With Cat, when he gets into the lane, when you congest him, when he has to go through one or two people, should I say two people, he loses the ball. And then he's complaining for a foul. And it's not necessarily a foul. He just lost the ball, but that's his out. Like, oh, man, I lost the ball. Foul! He can't keep doing it. He got to stop. Cat needs to pull up. Either shoot it from the pull-up spot or pass the ball because he can't run straight to the rim. They're waiting for you now. They're swiping at your hands. They're taking the ball from you, and you're not getting the call. So it's basically a loss of possession. It's a turnover. So he has to find better ways. And the Knicks actually have to help. What's the big deal? Why can't you? If you know Cat likes to drive and he runs to the hoop, give Cat a screen. You know what I mean? Set a pick for Cat. And not only helps him get a little bit of a head start because he has a little bit of an edge, it also might force whoever's making the pick for Cat to be facing against a smaller guy who can't stop him no matter what. Once Cat gets there, if the smaller guy's there, Cat's just going to shoot over him. We're not using our noggin here. That's a Tibbs issue. But whatever. Let me see. Lonnie Meeks is in the building. Says Precious is playing through an injury. Why aren't Tibbs bringing up Moses Brown? I don't know. Lonnie, I don't know. I really don't, bro. I don't know. Got no answers for that. D-Ras is in the building. Salute, salute. What's going on, D-Ras? Okay. Hey, Johnny Davis is in the building. We signed you to our G League, buddy. Oh, wait, it's a different Johnny Davis. But anyway, you get it. What's up? We're good for 3 quarters. Need a dominant player to help Brunson to close out. Backs. Coach Sire is in the building. What up, Coach? Said we might get Dante in the offseason and Bridges might end up back in Phoenix. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Anything can happen. At Still Knicks fans, don't give Tibbs credit for his system. How does a 3-time All-Star and a 2-time All-NBA player get traded and regress? No, I give Tibbs credit for his system, but his system is, you can't, no matter what your system is, it has to evolve. It can't stay stagnant. This is an ever evolving NBA. Things are changing. So as much as you get credit for something, you have to tweak it. You have to do different things as a part of it. Like you can't just stay doing what you've been doing all the time, because if people are changing around you and the talent is continuing to improve, what happens? Oh, Cleveland becomes the number 1 team in the East. Boston continues to do what they do. OKC looks like a monster. Detroit starts to get better and you struggle against them. That's what happens. Like, Tibbs has to evolve with his system, as good as it is, and how good it makes other guys. You know, at a certain point, you have to evolve and change. Like, has Tibbs' system made Jalen Brunson better? I think so. Has it made Cat look good initially? Yes. But once you run into the hurdles, now what do? McCall looks good at times, but he's inconsistent. So what do you do to help McCall become more consistent? Right? OG looks fine. For OG, it's just his shot was messed up, but his shot is fine. He looks great. That's it. I think actually OG is more consistent than McCall. Some people complaining about OG. OG's not the problem to me. As long as his shot is lined up and it looks good and he's getting it, like he's lining it up and it's going into the basket, I'm not worried about OG because I know he will eventually find ways to help the team. I'm more concerned about McCall because he's either on or he's off and it's bad. So that's what I'm worried about. All right, let me put this link out there. Let's get it cracking, y'all. I've been talking for a minute. I'm sorry, guys, but I just, I wanted to read through a lot of you guys in the chat. I wanted to get my little stuff out. All right. Boogie Down BX is in the building. What up, Boogie Down? Good to see you. Says salute, bro. I think the whole coaching staff will be gone. I wouldn't be surprised if they do hire a new coach. If they get rid of Tibbs, most likely everybody's going to be gone because they're going to want to hire their own people. NYC B-Ball 08 is in the building. McCall is not the only thing wrong with the team right now. Agreed. No, he's not. There's more than just McCall. Rigo and Dino in the building. What up, Rigo? Said Bridges has been turned into RJ. Blame the player, not the system. I mean, him being inconsistent is on him. I agree with that. To Cowboys in the building. And thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. And let's go. Prezi the Boss by Exact Package 2. Hey, nice. J. Terrence Ridge in the building. No disrespect, but Randall was a double-double guy with us, and he played bully ball. Yeah, no, Randall definitely looked better under Tom Thibodeau's system. Once again, guys, Tom Thibodeau's system is a good system. He just doesn't evolve. It's limited because he's so set in his ways. And because of that, think about it like this, guys. As good as that system makes players, when he doesn't have proven solid players that he knows what to expect from them, they don't do well in his system. So he doesn't feel comfortable using them. So therefore, you have to evolve. You have to change. You have to tweak your system. That's what a good coach does. I'm not saying he's not a good coach. He's actually a great coach. But I'm just saying that's the type of stuff that good coaches do. Okay. Almost at the bottom here. Hey, Paris Doug is in the building. The ever-changing name. P. Doug or Paris Doug are always changing. He said, we can't win with this coach. He's too limited to trying new things, and we need a new approach, including tryouts with in all of our available players. Yeah. Okay. I hear what you're saying. Shout out to you. I got a super chat, but first let me just Prezi says Boston, Cleveland, OKC, Denver for the most part have played the same team with the same team for years. As soon as we go through some inconsistency, trade everyone. Give Cats a chance to play together for a few years. No, I agree with that. That's fair. Shout out to Westchester Lester. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said trade McCall and get Randall back. Yeah, I mean, I think the Randall ship has sailed, man, because Randall is going to want a lot of money still because he's put in a lot of time. He's going to feel he deserves it, even if his game is taking a back seat to what it was with the Knicks. And so I don't think the Knicks will be doing that. D-Rex is in the building. He said Tyler Kolek win. Yalla, Coach Tips. Paris says we're heading to a 5th seed with Brunson hurt. We don't have a coach who gets the most out of his resources in-house to make it happen. Oof, might be right. We'll see. All right. Scroll down. Sorry, I'm breezing through. Knicks fan 518. Exactly. He wrote cat to the lane. He has one motion, one speed right now, and really looks to kick out. Yeah, I know. He's got a little bit of tunnel vision when it comes to driving to the lane. And we need Cat to be better. Unfortunately, he's got to step up in his own way too. What up, Keith? Good to see you, brother. Keith Turner in the building. Salute to you, my guy. Always good to see you, bro. I hope life is treating you well. Double A says, how does your talent get better and you play worse? It's a good question. All right. All right. Just want to see if there's anybody I missed. Pistol P is in the building. The problem with Tibbs is he doesn't know how to improve his system. I'm thinking that's what I agree with. On the defensive side, the drop down coverage is the same system he's always had for the most part. On the offensive side, I will say he's got some more wrinkles with his offense. It is a little bit more advanced than it was, but the problem is I think there's certain things that he doesn't do for his players. He's used to his guys being ISO heavy and making moves on their own, the guys who can do it. But you got to understand that some of these guys, like when the defense is changing and double teaming and trying to get the ball out, you got to put these guys in better positions to get easy looks at the basket. Back cuts, curls, screens. Like, why always do screens and picks for your shooters? Just do it for your playmakers as well. Set a screen, a pick, not just for Jalen Brunson, who we know uses them. Set it for Cat. Set it for McCall. Set it for OG, who looks like he's more, willing to drive to the lane and be aggressive. I get frustrated with that stuff. Always. He's always stressed me out. This is what it is. Okay, I got to the end. I think I got everybody. If there's anybody out there I missed, I apologize. Thank you for being here. Please smash that like button. Excuse me. Appreciate you. To die for is in the building. He said, Ron, don't front. You was right the first time. Tibbs is a good, solid coach, far from being great because great coaches win championships. That's fair. So when you put it like that, that's fair. I'll say he's a good coach. Okay, if you under that, distinction, then yeah, okay, that's fair. But he did win Coach of the Year twice. Just saying. Okay, all right. Sorry. Anyway, shout out to A-Train in the building. Salute to Ron in the chat. Next big moves Knicks need to make is coaching. Yeah, maybe so. Let's talk about it. All right, let me bring my guys up here. Let me switch up now. So StreamYard's got this new thing that I've been talking about forever called Scenes, where it allows you to put different scenes together so I don't have to click all these stupid buttons, but I haven't set it up yet. So unfortunately, I got to still do what I'm doing because I haven't figured out how to do these scenes quite yet. So yeah, don't mind me. First off, I look like I'm about to jump out the screen. So let me fix my camera. Give me a second because I'm all over the place right here. Can we lower this down a little bit? I don't know why I'm so high. Hey, that's better. Okay, let me bring my guys up here. Let me switch this. Yeah, next week I'll probably understand how to use this scene stuff so I can just press one button and do this rather than clicking all these other buttons. It's ridiculous. There we go. What's happening, fellas?
What's going on, Ryan? Shot?
What's good, Double A?
Nothing.
Wrong. What it do, brother?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, this is a tough time, guys. This is a tough time.
Let me ask you a question. Why did anybody bet on that game last night?
I know I didn't.
Stevie Wonder would have picked the winner. You know what I'm saying? You play your guys 40 minutes, over 40 minutes, and you got a game tomorrow night, and you can't expect to win. Forget about Jalen Brunson. But see, that's what it is. This man has all these built-in excuses for losing and failing and not taking us where we got to go, right? It's the injury. It's the same old record every year. This time of year, every year we're talking about, let's make it to the playoffs. Let's hang in there. Let's hold on to the seed until we get some guys back and guys get healthy again, blah, blah, blah. Tell me, does a guy with a chronic knee needs to play 40 minutes a night, Ryan? And you expect him to be available for the rest of the season and the playoffs? That's Josh Hart's story. He has a chronic knee. All right? Cat comes back off some stuff. He wasn't even supposed to play, but you still played him over 40 minutes, right? Oh, but, the excuse is, I ain't got nobody. You got 14 guys on your roster, bro. 14 guys. The problem is you don't know how to use them. You can't count past 7, right? We have 9 guys listed on the play every day in the box score, but guess what? Player 8 and 9 barely reach 10 minutes. We don't know. We call our rookies and we call our bench. They suck. How do we know they suck? They don't play. Our bench don't score. Our bench don't play. But there's all kind of excuses for this coach. Like you can't call a play. You got 9 seconds to call to get a shot off. You can't even get a shot off with 9 seconds left. Call a play to get off 9 seconds. Of course, our offense is predictable in the fourth quarter. Why do we lose leads in the fourth quarter? Because our offense is Jalen Brunson, Jalen Brunson, Jalen Brunson, Jalen Brunson. Give Jalen Brunson the ball, get everybody out of the way. So why do we have a $60 million center in Cat? Why did we sign OG to a $40 million contract? Why did we trade for Mikal Bridges and upgrade over Dante? If we're not going to use them. We're a predictable team because we have a predictable coach. We do not guard the three-point line in a three-point heavy NBA league, but people wonder why our defense sucks. He's a defensive guru, but we have one of the worst defenses in the NBA, despite adding over the last 2 years two of the top defensive wings in the NBA, and OG and Bridges. But we're worse. And not once have I heard this man take an excuse and take the bullet. He's good at shuffling the blame everywhere. Oh, we lost because of a loose ball. Brother, we lost because you couldn't draw up a play. We lost because the only thing you know how to do in the fourth quarter is give Jalen Brunson the ball and hope he takes us there, which is unfair. And we Knicks fans, we expect it, right? But we don't look at the team that we have, and that shouldn't be, bro. We do not have a garbage starting five where one man has to take over the damn game, and we have to be so damn predictable with our offense.
Hey, man, you ain't wrong, Double A. I can't be mad at you. You ain't wrong. So, hey, yeah. Listen, I am the voice of reason a lot.
Yes, you are, bro.
I try to be, but I can't argue with what you just said. I'm sorry. I'm like, this my man Double A cooking. I can't.
I can't even say much about what you said either, Double A, because I'm sitting my head shaking my head like, my best caveat to what you said, Double A, and not to take anything that you said, like to say wrong, anything like that, because I believe in a lot of the stuff that you said. I just think it's, we only play how many was it? We got 20 games left in the season, so we play 62 games. This team only plays 62 games, and through the trials and tribulation, they haven't been all the way healthy. They haven't been all the way this. There's some caveats that you can really throw in there that can really, stick to landing. But yeah, some of the Tibbs have changed a little bit from last year. He does a different style of basketball because the team is more offensive minded than defensive minded. That read and react is not the same defense like he played, the same offense that he played last year. It's more of a screen and react, and they do screen the basketball at the top. But it's not for the big guys down low. OG, Mikel, Josh Hart, they screen to death. They get Brunson off and all these guys off. But it could be different plays down there. I thought last night they could have fed the ball to Cat all night long, especially against against Golden State. I thought they, but it is what it is. I can't say that Tibbs is a bad coach, and does he lack a little bit of emphasis on nuance? Yeah, I could agree with that 100%. 89, 93%. He has done some different things this year, and yes, all these trades that we made to be a better team. The biggest thing about having this team here, and this is one of the things that I want to put out there, and it may not be relevant to anything, but you remember the first year that Miami got LeBron and Bosh and Wade, they didn't go to the playoffs either. They struggled that first year, but that next year, they came out smoking hot. And I believe if we would have started this season with a Mitchell Robinson, with a Precious Achiuwa, with a Larry Shaman, it may be a little different, because in the limited seconds that we seen, I'm gonna say seconds because I think it was only like about 60, 100, 120 seconds that we seen Mitchell Robinson and Cat on the court together. But just with Mitchell Robinson being on the court, Tom Thibodeau's system runs on an interior defensive type of guy, and we haven't had that all year. All year has not been nobody that we have brung in there that could be that offensive juggernaut or that stick pole in the middle, a player that makes the team, instead of going north and south, they go east and west. And so Mitchell Robinson came back. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to win a championship this year, but I do think they could. Even with Jalen Brunson being out right now, they got to have a reality check. And yesterday, even though they lost, they did play a little bit better, in my opinion. Mikel got off a little bit. The person that I missed last night was Deuce McBride. I needed a 17, 18, 19-point game from Deuce McBride last night, and I didn't get that. Mikel stepped up. Cat played good basketball. OG, they played good basketball last night. And I'm not not doubting anything that you said, because a lot of the stuff you said, I'm sitting here like, yeah, you dead ass right about that. And it just, in my opinion, I think it's just the cohesion right now. They still, and I hate to say this, at 62 games into the season with 20 games left, they still trying to figure it out. They are still trying to figure it out this far into the season. We would all, as a Knicks fan, we all would have hoped that they would have figured it out by now. And we do see it in some games that they can figure it out, but it's just not consistent. And that's exactly what we've been missing this whole season, is consistency. And you know, who do you point the finger to? Cad or Mikel, Tom Thibodeau, Leon Rose, whoever you point the finger to, you have a valid point to say that, because it's within the team to build this cohesion, and they definitely don't have it at all. At every game that you get out there, you're not 100% sure. Yeah. They about to, yeah. They could do this tonight, and then they get on the corner and be like, bam, 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 bam. You know, so I understand. I understand exactly where you're coming from with that. The consistency for me, and the cohesion that the team can do sometimes, but it's not enough, especially in big games, especially when we need big shots. And I mean, some of these guys get down there like Deuce the other night. I hate to keep pointing out Deuce, but the other night we needed Deuce, took 4 shots and big time momentum shots, and he missed them. And I mean, those 4 shots that he took could have changed the way we played against the last 2 games. I mean, against the last 2 teams that we played. Momentum shots is what we lacking. Why the Lakers beat us? And OG had a great defensive game, even though, and this is a superstar that we're talking about, and Luka, is he hit big shots, momentum shots. He hit a big shot. He shot really bad that night. But he still was close to a triple-double, just like LeBron was. But they came down and they hit big shots, and that's what that. Sometimes if it's not Brunson, who else we're gonna look to hit that big shot? We do have guys that can do it, but they're not coming through for us when we need it.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I agree.
They got to get the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fact.
I mean, everybody in the world knows right now, if we need a shot at the end of the game, who's getting the ball?
Yeah,
when you're predictable like that, shot, teams can set up on you pretty easily.
Of course.
They can set up a defense and get that ball out of your hands real quick, or make you take a shot out your comfort zone. You know, but what we got to look at, you know, it hasn't been the last 2 games, the Laker game and the Clipper game, bro. We've been losing. We lost our last 2 home games. Okay, we didn't defend our home court against Golden State. We didn't defend our home court against the Lakers. You know, the Lakers are a pretty new team. They got, you know, they made a big move in their team, in their lineup, right? So this excuse about us not being together and stuff is like getting old, you know, as far as, you know, playing together and you know, getting on the same page. You know, the one thing about LeBron and the Miami Heat, when that happened, they didn't have so many issues. The reason why they were able to fix that problem right away and go on and win championship after championship is because their only problem was having 3 alpha dog offensive players. You know, Bosh was used to being the man in Toronto, and, you know, Wade was Miami, and you know, LeBron is LeBron. So the problem is the 3 of them trying to be deep teammates, they were deferring to each other. So it was like nobody really taking charge, but then there was meeting, and Wade and Bosh both deferred to LeBron and said, be LeBron, you know, we'll support you. And that put it on the thing. But, you know, it's up to the coach to get that together, man, to blend that, you know, to blend it. And when you got, I think Leon Rome's vision, putting it together, this team, Ron, was not to be so dependent on Jalen Brunson.
I agree. I don't think this is what he envisioned when he was it was to help Jalen Brunson so that he wouldn't have to do as much heavy lifting as he has been doing. And
then not make us so predictable.
Right. But, you know, the thing is, this is like, now I'm not saying that that's good. I'm not saying we should continue to do things this way, but I just want to point just for a second to Jalen Brunson's greatness, the fact that we are predictable when it comes to that, especially in the last moments of fourth quarter of games, and the fact that we are like second in the NBA in clutch points as a team, the fact that Jalen Brunson is the number one clutch player in the whole NBA at hitting shots down the stretch, says a lot to him, being able to do this when the defense knows it's coming. And I mean, if you just look at the Laker game, the defense knew exactly that Jalen was going to keep attacking, and they could not stop him until that final play where he had the ball so far away from the basket. They said, send the double, and then it put the Knicks in the compromise, which is why I agree with you that Tibbs should have drew up a better play, but whatever. But it's one of those things where I'm not so upset or concerned about last second stuff or like final moments of games. I think it should be that way. I think your best players should have the ball. And if anything, it's the defense's job to get the ball out of his hands. However, to the rest of the game and how the Knicks play, I do think that it is too much waiting for Jalen to do something and guys reacting off of that. The Knicks do need to find a way to consistently get Karl-Anthony Towns involved more. And if Karl-Anthony Towns is not going to be involved more, they have to find someone else to get involved more. I'm not saying get rid of him. I'm saying they have to move it to someone else. Because the thing
and the thing is having a team like we got, it doesn't have to be set in stone. It could be a game-to-game thing, depending on your matchups or your advantages.
Right.
If Towns got a weak-ass defender on him, let's work it, like Shaw said. If Bridges got a weak-ass defender, let's work him. If OG got a weak, this is the team that we got. But to be all predictable is crazy.
It's not a good way to try to win basketball games consistently in today's.
And look, fellas, to be real, as great as Jalen Brunson is, and I give him all the flowers. Don't negate him. Don't take anything away from him. But if OG, if Cat, if Bridges took that many shots game, they could score as many points. Okay, and probably easier because of the way Brunson has to get his. He's 6'2", and he has to battle, and he has to fight and scrap to get his points. Jalen Brunson works hard for his money. He really, really does work hard to score. And if Leon Rose is a smart man, which I think he is, the reason why he brought in Cat and brought in Bridges and brought in OG and upgraded over Randall and these guys is to take the pressure off of Brunson. Mikal Bridges is used to the ball being in his hands some too. And now you took that away from him. He's adjusting to a whole new style of play.
Right.
Of being even the fifth option or the fourth or fifth option on the floor, from third to first to whatever. So now you're looking at a guy that has to play a whole different type of game, independent game to game, and then now you got to try to get your shots in there after Brunson gets his, Cat gets his, they all got to get his. But if they play New York style offense, the way we won championships, and don't care who takes the most shots a game, don't care who closes it out, share the ball, hit the open man. The open man gets the shot. The man with the offensive advantage gets the rock. Use the whole squad. But this is the whole reason why I'm saying we have a coach that's limited, Ryan. His defensive system was for the 80s and 90s, when players like Patrick Ewing and David Robinson and Tim Duncan and Shaquille O'Neal were roaming the paint. And you had to stop them monsters from dominating. You don't have that no more. You have centers that take you out. They'll take you out to the three-point line. And look at our defense and see how many times our players are scrambling to get back to their man out on the three-point line. And the reason why is he's got to drop back, protect the rim at all costs. And that just breaks your defense completely apart.
Yeah, I mean, you're
And
right. You're
a
listen.
smart coach can pick you apart.
No, you're right, Double A. And look, I got some super chats I want to get to, but let me say that I agree that that the Knicks should find ways to get these other guys involved more. It shouldn't be so reliant and dependent on Jalen Brunson, because now you're forced into the situation, whereas you're going to be without him for a while and they don't know what the hell to do. Yes, that's a problem. I don't know if I agree with you in the fact that even if they had as many shots as him, that they would put up the numbers that he puts up, because Jalen shoots 49% for his career. And not everybody can do that. In the NBA,
but if you look at OG stats,
he shoots 44% for his career. Bridges is fair. Bridges does shoot 48.9% for his career. So maybe if Bridges got the opportunities, I could say that he might be able to put up some good numbers. The problem with Bridges is, though, he's so inconsistent. Like he can go from having a great game to having a horrible game in the same amount of shots. And it's just terrible. I don't know what that's about. And I just think that maybe sometimes his shot, the type of shots he takes, like if you're not shooting well, taking floating, running shots off angle, contorting your body, yeah, you got to take shots square up to the basket. Level yourself up, get yourself easy layups or something.
Yeah, get a couple of to go in. Get a couple to go in.
Sometimes he gets a little caught up, and he's in the flow of the offense, even when he's not going well, and he takes the shots that the defense is giving him. So that's another thing. You know, the Knicks got to continue to work on that. But I do agree that you are right. The Knicks need to become a better, complete basketball team. They have to believe in each other. And I think that game in which, down the stretch, Brunson hit a big shot. The Memphis game, Brunson hit that big shot, that big three. Then, John Morant came down, scored, and went to the line. And then they had to come back down, and they triple teamed Brunson, and he made the pass to OG, believing him in the corner, and OG knocked down the three. We need to see more of that belief. And that's going to help the team get better going forward. But let me just get to these super chats, and we can continue our conversation here. You know what it is. A shout out to the art man, formerly known as Steve. What's going on, my guy? He said, afternoon, fellas. Call me crazy. He says, I believe, I saw him correct that later. I believe Tibbs' replacement is already here. Think about it for a second. It's Rick Brunson. Have a good day. I mean, listen, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to second guess and downplay somebody, because you know what? We're all armchair coaches when we're watching the game. But he's actually a coach. He's played the game in the NBA. He has a son that's phenomenal at playing the game. He's been around the game. He's coached high school ball. He's been an assistant coach in the NBA. How can I say that he can't do something if I don't know what he's going to do? It's tough to know what any of these guys do, because Tibbs does everything. Everything is him. He calls all the shots.
And don't you think that's kind of by design?
Of course it is. Of course it is. 100%.
I mean, I could see the aggravation on his face the last couple of seasons with Johnny Bryant, because Johnny Bryant didn't stay sitting down.
I know.
He was running back and forth, running on the court, yelling at players, whatever, doing his job. But it's just funny to me that, other than Rick, there's not really somebody that you could say most NBA teams have that luxury where they have that second assistant or associate head coach where if they need to make a change, they got somebody to slide in. I mean, look at Boston. You had a first-year coach in Ube, right? And he got canned, and Mazzola got moved up right away. They didn't lose a beat.
Right.
That's why, and the last thing I'm going to say is I'm sorry for getting off topic, but that's why I was saying, man, some people are at an opinion that there's no option other than Tibbs for us. There's no great coach out there like a Pat Riley we can bring in, or, Popovich or somebody like that we can bring in. But guess what? Teams ain't going out that way, Ryan, right? Look at all the first-year coaches that are excelling.
That's fair. I mean, you're right. I mean, you never know. You just have to find the right coach for your system. Doesn't matter if they're old, if they're young, if their system's new or it's proven. You know, as long as they get the right X's and O's and know how to, you know, translate that to the team and get the guys to believe into the system. It's all that matters. It doesn't matter who they are. And teams have been fortunate. That's fair. Let me get to the next one. Shout out to Reese Anderson. He said, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, I told y'all early I would rather had D Hunter than Mikal Bridges, and a lot of you laughed at me. Now Hunter is balling. You see what I meant? And we would have gave up less. So look, I said, well, I didn't make a big deal about it, but deep down, I knew I didn't want to make a big deal about it. That trade for DeAndre Hunter, was huge for Atlanta. I knew how big that was going to be, and I did not want to think about it because I'm like, damn it, he gives them exactly what they need because they have guys like that, but they don't have the size of him, and they're not, you know, to the combination of that package with his size and what he can do. That's tough. That's the reason why we killed them in the playoffs, because of our size. We outsized them down in the paint. And yes. See, now that's why, if you look at it on paper, Cleveland said, this is what happened to us. We're going to change our team to be more available to do certain things around the league that Orlando does and blah, blah, blah. And also, we're going to get more three-point oriented so we can have guys that can shoot more. Now, they went a little heavy with that, and they wound up trading two guys because they could shoot the threes, but they couldn't do much more for them. So you wind up trading those two guys, and you get back DeAndre Hunter, a guy who can still shoot the three at 40% and plays defense and is like 6'7", 6'8". I don't know how they do it, but that was a phenomenal move. Oh, yeah. They gave up LeVert. Right. LeVert, and they gave up the shooter who used to be with Miami that year that Miami bombed us away. Heater. I forget his name. No. Niang came from the 76ers. I forget his name. Yeah. Sorry.
Curly head dude. I know you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, so it was a great move. But the only thing I will say is, look, I'm with you guys. I'm not gonna lie and say Mikal Bridges has been great. He hasn't been. But what I want Knicks fans to continue to understand and realize is that when Mikal Bridges has been on, he's been good, like really good. And when his defense has been on, he's basically helped us win games. Like he's won games at the last second for us. I know. I'm saying, but like he's blocked shots at the end of the game to win the game for us. I agree. That's why I think fans like they downplay the good that he's done because he's so inconsistent. I'd rather you just say Mikal Bridges is very inconsistent, and unless he becomes more consistent, I don't know if he's the right fit for this team long term. That's fair. I'm with you on that. But don't say that this guy is so much better than this guy, because when Mikal is on, he looks good. You know what I mean? When Mikal is on, first off, his three-point game, if Mikal's three-point shot is going, he's basically unstoppable because the mid-range is cooking. And the layup package is strong. The dude don't really miss at the rim. So it's just his three-point shot got to be going for him to look like he's playing well because he gets a lot of those shots. And then his defense, that builds up and it helps his defense. You guys know how that is in life. When your offense is going good, you wind up playing better defense. You just feel good about yourself. So it goes hand in hand. But he plays incredible when he's on. So I just don't want us to keep feeling like we got fleeced and like he's a bum or something. Mikal is good. He just is inconsistent. But I'm with you. I hear you, Reese. DeAndre Hunter is phenomenal. Nice player to have. Definitely a really good piece. It's funny, Ron, when you said that. When I was coaching, I used to tell my team, when you play good defense, it makes your offense better. Listen, I used to tell them that, something out of these, them young boys don't really, yeah, man. I'm telling you, man. You know what I'm saying? Because it's true. Right. You get open, you hustle, you get turnovers and you get easier shots. You know what I mean? I agree. It's true. As a coach, you should say that. I mean, but when you watch the kids play, they hit a couple shots, then all of a sudden, they're feeling all of a sudden they're like
You know, they're all in that defense.
It's funny though. It's true. Shout out to Julian Blum. He says what Double A said, period, with the fire emoji. Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
Shout out to Westchester Lester, who's renewed his membership, a member for 3 months. Thank you, Westchester. Let's go. Knicks could have had Spider, D Hunter, and Johnny Bryant. Yeah. Yeah.
I still like our team, man. I still like our team.
I think we're okay.
I don't like our coach. I don't like our coach.
I hear you. Westchester Lester says, thank you for the generous super chat. He said 6 picks for Macau, but not 2 for Donovan Mitchell. Listen, man, things happen.
The headache is they didn't want to give up Quentin Grimes.
Yes. Sometimes,
Quentin Grimes was a whole hole up.
In hindsight, sometimes you make a choice that you think makes sense for your team, and later, you learn from it. It wasn't the greatest move. We going back, maybe you wish you could have changed time, but it is what it is. I don't know. That's how it worked out.
Now, if we would have got Donovan Mitchell and still find a way to bring Brunson on, we would have been a juggernaut.
Well, we would have had Brunson already because we had already signed them before. So we would have had both of them.
We would have been a juggernaut. Teams
yeah,
wouldn't been able to stop that offense.
We might not have been able to have OG though. I
know, but you know what I'm saying?
That's a fact, Ron. And in that trade we were giving up. We were giving up. It was RJ. I think it was Mitchell Robinson, and someone else. Oh, and IQ. Plus, they wanted Quentin Grimes. I mean, so that's probably why that deal didn't go down. Like a lot of deals that I see going across the table to other teams, I just don't believe it. 2 second-round picks, that's what you got for him? And 2 guys that don't play? Come on, how we can't do that? I say that all the time.
Yeah.
I think it's the Knicks. The Lakers over here over the supersonic double luxury tax, and they still getting Luka?
And how come nobody else got a shot at him?
Exactly. And I mean,
nobody else knew he was on the trading block.
I think that was just a one-on-one thing. That's
that was like a hand delivered. Here you go.
Yeah. Because if anybody else knew Luka was on that thing, they would have gave up 4, 5, 6 picks and first-round picks and 5 players and all the other stuff. They didn't want it to be a headache like that. They made it easy, and it kind of worked out for the Lakers. So I always sit there and say, "Dag, man, I wish we could have got that guy for that." You know what I mean? So I totally understand that. And how we get guys. You in New York, man. You got to pay that tax. The same money yesterday is not today's money. We got to pay that big money. We big titty. If New York ain't doing good in the NBA ain't doing good.
The one thing about it, the Knicks could have gave Dallas a much better package than the Lakers gave up. The Lakers gave them Anthony Davis, but if you look at it, that's the only thing they could have really got from the Lakers to try to balance it out. You know what I mean? To make it look not so lopsided.
They both second apron teams. That's why the deal went down like that, 1 for 1.
But if you got, we could have did like a Bridges package and threw in, a couple other things, it would have looked a lot more attractive, I think. But it was like nobody knew he was on the trading block.
It wouldn't have mattered Double A because honestly, as much as the Knicks would have a shot to get certain guys, OKC can get whoever they want. It's just a matter of who you want to get them. They got all the picks, they got great players over there. They can get
on the bench too.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
and as good as they got, as good as they were, they got that 7-footer back, and he's playing off the chain.
Don't stop
as
over
good
there.
As they were.
Man, it don't stop. It don't stop. That's it. All right. So shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says fans expect instant gratification. Y'all forgot how long it took Tatum and Brown to finally win the chip. That's fair.
No, they won the chip when they changed coaches, because the coach was that guy, the young guy. It was supposed to be a guru, Stevens.
that went into the front office. Yeah,
but then they put him up, and that's when they brought in Ime Udoka, and right away they got better. They went to the finals that year. And he got fired after his first year, and they brought in Mazzola, and he won the chip his first year.
But that kind of says, if you had Stevens, right, and he had pretty much the same players, but he couldn't get them to the championship. They brought in Udoka, and then they got to the finals, but they didn't win. And then the next year, you bring in a different coach with the same players, basically, and they got there, meant that these guys were ready. At that point, they were ready.
Or the coach got them ready.
Yeah. I mean, they already that's it. They knew what to do.
Right.
Yeah. So, not taking anything away from the new guy, but he followed the system that was in place, and then he added his own stuff to it, which maybe put them over the edge. But yeah, it is what it is. I hear you. Shout out to my guy Big Lou in the building. What up, Big Lou? Hope you're doing well, man. It's good to see you as always. He says, family, I must say, if you look at the players from past and present, the play under Tibbs, he destroys them. Bridges is good under a different coach, not Tibbs. Listen, you might be right. I mean, listen, we've talked about Tibbs's track record for making guys better. Right, but he doesn't make everybody better.
Big men, centers.
Well, not just centers, because Brunson has played great under Tibbs, and I know it's also because he's starting and the ball is in his hands. But Randall's played great under Tibbs. And Randall hasn't played that way. He didn't play that way before with Tibbs. He didn't play that way after Tibbs.
But he was starting to play that way in New Orleans, which is why he got the contract he did for the Knicks.
Right,
but he finally got a chance to get the minutes, and he was finally healthy and got the minutes and the playing time with the Pelicans, and he showed what he could do.
Great. But he never got the numbers that he got until he got with the Knicks. These are bigger numbers than these were numbers.
He even started because, again, he was getting the ball in his hand more.
Right.
He became the focal point of the offense.
Yeah, point forward. Yeah, I agree with that. Fair. And shout out to Reese Anderson once again. Thank you for the generous. He said, "Why don't Avery Johnson come out of retirement and coach us?" I mean,
he's not coaching Bama no more.
I don't know. I haven't seen him doing much.
I know he was coaching Bama. I thought he was coaching Alabama.
I don't think, but for the Knicks, it's not about can they get a coach that can come in here and do. There's plenty of coaches that might deserve a shot to come in here and coach this team. If the Knicks decide to move off of Tom Thibodeau in the offseason, Rick Pitino might come over here. Jay Wright might come over here. Johnny Bryant might come back. Like, there's plenty of coaches that I don't think that's the question. Can the Knicks find somebody? I just think when is it time that you're ready to move on from Tibbs? If it's finally time, and we won't know that as much as
I think 5 or 6 years is enough.
It might be. Don't get me wrong, Double A. It might be, but as much as we're saying all this stuff right now, and we're not happy with what we see, if this Knick team decides to get some of that intestinal fortitude, all heart, no quit that I used to say they were last year, they start winning some games without Jalen Brunson, start believing in themselves, we're gonna start saying, man, because that's what the media is gonna say. Tibbs did it again without their MVP caliber player, 2-time All-Star, averaging 26 points and 7 assists, Jalen Brunson. The Knicks are winning basketball games. Who's going to get credit for that? Tibbs. So as much as we say stuff, we the fans who see it every game and see what he's missing or what maybe he's not doing and how he's not playing certain guys, and if we need them to step up, they're not quite ready because they haven't been out there. If he turns them around and they start winning games without Brunson, he is going to get the credit. Even if it's all the players, if the players are just stepping up, Tibbs is going to get the credit. And he ain't going to go nowhere. That's what's going to happen. So
Well, I don't think he go
no, I don't.
nowhere
Yeah.
because we got put in an awful situation, I think. Okay. Basically by him getting hired in the first place, being the relationship between him and Leon Rose. Because basically right now, fans are on the fence and they can't make up their mind. And if I can elaborate on that, what I mean is basically some fans are saying Tibbs is right. He ain't got nobody to play. So this is why he's overplaying his players. That's why he's playing his players into the ground. This is why every time by the end of the season, our players are falling down like flies and we're hoping to drag them across the finish line of the season, right? And then some people are saying Rose is doing a great job putting this team together. So in fairness, who's right, who's wrong, right? And for me, I lean towards Rose because unknown is unknown, right? Leon Rose seems to be a smart guy. He's made some smart moves, okay? Some really good moves for the Knicks, okay? So, should you have a little bit of confidence in his foresight in our scouting team for them to pick somebody like a Tyler Kolek in the first round or for Pacome Dadier in the first round? Shouldn't we count on them, his fortitude, his knowledge to say, okay, these guys on our team, they're on our roster. Let's see what they got. We don't know what they got unless we find out what they got. And you can't decide that from garbage time. You can't decide that from G League. You can't. And you don't install any confidence in your players because let me tell you something, NBA, I've played sports. Brian, you played sports. Success in sports comes from confidence. Confidence in your game, in yourself. If you got it going on, man, you hitting a few shots, you got confidence, you could become unstoppable. You've had that streak where, man, you felt like the rim was like a big ocean, like you couldn't miss. It's just that you just got it on that day. You got that confidence.
Right.
So if you don't have confidence, bro, you're not gonna do it. And if I'm a young guy and I'm sitting on that Knicks bench and I'm watching our players falling down and hurting and playing hurt in their knees and stuff, I'm like, what the hell am I here for? I guess I ain't good. I guess I'm not good. All these things run through your head. And then when you do go out there, what's the first? Oh man, I can't mess up. I can't mess up. I can't.
Right.
If you play tight, you're gonna play tight, and that's when you see players fumbling the ball, fumbling passes, throwing passes to the wrong guy. Nervous.
You ain't lying. That's true. Like when you feel
And that's the whole thing I'd like to see is the Knicks because that's what Leon Rose promised us when he took over this job. He said he was tired of seeing the Knicks do the same old thing, always trying to get somebody else a superstar, always trying to get a superstar to come here, going after LeBron, going after Durant, going after this guy, getting turned down. So what he wanted to do was develop this team, but develop our own players, develop our own stars at the same time. Do it like all the NBA teams are doing. One of our guys in the chat made a perfect comment. The Lakers are playing a rookie substantial minutes. I forget his name. Starts with a K or whatever. Somebody in the chat mentioned it.
The one that they traded and that he just came back to them because the trade fell through. Yeah,
I think so. And you look at all the NBA rosters, Ron, and it's the same point. They have some rookies, especially first round picks, that are playing. That's the only way you can tell. And when you got that not going on, that limits us. And my whole thing is Tibbs is not a Hall of Fame coach. Okay, I'll give you that. He's a good coach. He's won Coach of the Year a couple times. He's a good coach. You're a good coach. If you're coaching in the NBA, you're a good coach, right? That seems to be the mindset, right? If you're coaching the NBA, you're a good coach. But still, we're a results-oriented game. And when you have a coach like Tibbs that's limiting your assets, the ways you got to make your team better, the way you got to make your organization better, he better doggone taking us to championships. Because we're putting our whole development thing to the trash, right? This is why we traded. Guys, if you want to know, and you got to stop asking yourself why they traded so many picks for Mikal Bridges, is because we're winning now. That's why they traded. Right, Ryan? We're winning now. It ain't no future. They ain't thinking about drafting nobody, whatever. We're winning now. This is why we traded all those picks for Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is we limit ourselves.
Yeah, no, and that's the reason why you don't see Tyler Kolek out there more than, because we're winning now. And like, it's all about who's the people that are first in line, you know, Brunson, Payne, Deuce. Like it's a while before you get to Kolek. If we weren't win now, if this was like still the mindset that we had 3 years ago, Kolek would be playing a lot more than he is now. I 100% believe that. For what, giving up, paying the guy $6.6 million, whatever it is, for a second round pick, the most that anybody's given it, I definitely believe Kolek will be playing more. But it's just this whole win now thing, what the Knicks are trying to do, and they're going with more of guys who have the NBA experience or have experience with this team and know what Tibbs wants them to do already. And obviously, I mean, both Deuce and Payne are better defensively than Kolek is too. That adds to it. But you know, but the bottom line, that's what's going on. So my question is, oh wait, before I get to that, let me just salute a couple more people, say what's up to them. And I got a super chat here, and then I want to get to a new question. First up, shout out to Killer Kamikaze. What up, Killer? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. He said DeAndre Hunter always has been a silent assassin. He's light years better than Mikal. I don't know if I agree with that. That's a tough one, guys. Like I said, we're victims of the moment. We see his inconsistency, but then you forget, because you know, as good as DeAndre Hunter is, last time I checked, I didn't see him making plays and stopping guys from shooting.
I haven't seen him on an all-defensive team either.
Yeah, I know.
I haven't seen him start a game. He's always come off the bench as far as I can remember, right? He's ever been a starter?
Yeah.
Well, I think
for Atlanta one time.
Yeah, but not really.
Okay, all right, all right.
At one point he did.
Like the year we played them in the playoffs, he was a starter.
Okay, all right.
Shout out to Freeman48 in the building. What up, Freeman? What's going on? Shout out to Space Ghost in the building. Said we should have been playing the Rooks early on, and they would have been prepared to help the team now. Fair point. That's what Double A's been saying. And thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Good to see you, my guy. Chef NYK is in the building. He said we need a reliable bench and a true backup PG. Cam, Shaman, and Deuce are not PGs. Well, Cam is. I know sometimes it doesn't look like Cam is, but that's because that's how we use him. And that's because we don't have any bench scoring. So when he comes in, he's trying to put up some buckets. But Cam was always a point guard with Phoenix. Mm-hmm. That was his role until they got Chris Paul, and then they made him the bench guy. But yeah, I mean, Cam can do it. And he may be our best choice, man, because, you know, if they're not going to use Kolek, Cam is the best option.
But if you look at it, his minutes have been inconsistent as well.
Agreed. And part of that too is also because of how Cam plays. Let me tell you something. I'm starting to watch everything I see, and there's something that Cam does out there that is horrible. All right. And it's horrible because it's not going to work for him. Cam's three-point shooting is Cam's three-point shooting. It's cool. I got no problem with that. Sometimes he takes some wild ones, but for the most part, he's solid. When Cam drives to the rim, do you know Cam does, he does this thing where Cam doesn't focus on the rim. He
scares me. He scares me.
Go into his shooting motion. Like, what are you doing here? You can't consistently hit shots when you're not focused on looking at the rim. With your body. He's always contorting himself like he's looking and then quick shoot. I saw it last night, and I was like, tomorrow when I get on the show, I'm going to talk about it. Here we go. Yeah, so that's one of those things that bothers me a little bit about that.
Yeah, he's like this.
Yeah, he ain't looking at the rim. I'm like, what are you doing, Cam?
Like, yo, it's not look away. It's look away pass, not look away shot.
Not look away shoot. Nah, yeah. He's little. Got to fix that. Shout out to Nev the Disruptors. He's salute to the panel in the chat. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Shout out to my guy Craig in the building. What up, Craig? Shout out to Ivory 10 in the building. Salute Ivory. He said it's not about the system. We don't have players who can take advantage of other lesser players. They're just not skilled enough. I
boy.
disagree with
Here
that.
we
I'm
go,
really
man.
surprised at
Here
how
we
guys
go,
can do
man.
things if you put them in the
Here we
right
go.
position and call the right plays for them. Certain guys, unfortunately, with this Knicks team, as I said, I think Tom Thibodeau is comfortable with having guys like Cat who will take the ball and do what he needs to do on his own, even if it's a detriment. Sometimes it's a little too much. Or Brunson, who can do it on its own, or Julius Randle, who could do it on his own. These guys need more help. You got to run plays. You got to get them the ball in certain favorable positions, and they can go from there. When you don't do that, you can't expect it. That's why some guys looked exposed. Like OG Anunoby, shout out to him. He's been looking great trying to do certain things, but there's certain moments you see OG like, I don't know if he should have did that. Like OG doesn't have the greatest ball handle. So sometimes when he tries to take somebody off the dribble, doesn't always work.
Or he don't have the greatest lift either.
Well, yeah, but he does it, and sometimes it works out good. But he's not as comfortable doing it. He doesn't always look as good. And if a player really wants to lock in, if he's going against a really good defensive player, it may not work. So you got to set OG up. Macau can do it, but then Macau always does his thing. Like if Macau sees the defense coming at him, you know what he does? He gets to a certain point and it's the fall away jumper, which he hits probably more than he misses, but it's not a good shot, really. A shot like that where you go into the lane and then you're falling away, shooting, going backwards, is really not a good shot. It works for him, but it's not always a good shot to be taken. So I'm just saying there's little things that could be done differently that might benefit the Knicks and might benefit these players. I'm starting to pick. I'm nitpicking, but that's because I'm watching.
And this is the stuff that Tibbs should be doing.
I'm
right?
just saying.
That's the stuff that he should be doing. Like,
Shout out
don't do that no more. Yo, Cam, look at the rim when you hit the layups.
I mean, the Cam thing got to stop. The Cam thing got to stop immediately. You got to look at the rim when you're shooting, bro. Shout out to Billy Goat. He said, y'all wasting time. Tibbs not going anywhere. I mean, I know.
You're right, Billy.
Clavins, Duris, and the Bill. I hope I'm saying. I feel bad every time I say your name because I feel like I'm not saying it right. I apologize, man. No need to give Tibbs another season. It will be a waste of time. Teams that won the chip in the past, they all had a system in place. Tibbs has no system. Bring back Johnny Bryant or Sam Cassell. I agree with you that the teams have a system in place in the past that win the chip. I do believe that Tom Thibodeau does have a system. Remember, every NBA coach has a system that has some success, and he's been successful. It's just that his system may not be as advanced as other teams, system, and he doesn't make as many adjustments as other teams may do. So it doesn't look as good sometimes, but he has a system. Listen, there's some times where Tom Thibodeau calls some plays, and I'm like, that's a really good play. Sometimes Tom Thibodeau calls a play out of a timeout and the Knicks run it, and I'm like, that is a really good play. I'm like, wow, it's true. I've seen it all year. There's some plays that he calls. I'm like, that's a really good play. And I'm shocked because I don't think Tom Thibodeau is going to call that type of play. So it's not that he can't do it or that those other 50 coaches he got behind him don't draw stuff up. It's just that we don't see enough of it and we don't make enough plays for the guys. We put too much faith in guys making plays on their own when we should be calling more plays to get them easier looks at the basket, is my opinion. That's just me. That's how I feel. I don't even care if it's Jalen Brunson or Cat. You should make everybody's job easier because in the end, just making Brunson's job easier to get to the rim, when you can't do it for whatever reason, he's going to do it on his own because he can do it. But try to make it as easy as possible. It's only going to help the team, my opinion.
My opinion is, why do we have Othello Harrington on our bench?
I mean, listen, man.
Why do we have Maurice Cheeks on our bench?
Why do
he's
we
just
have
sitting there cheesing? He's not doing nothing. He don't get up.
Why is Daisuke Yashimoto not the second in command to Tibbs? Do coaches while he's been with the team long enough? He knows all the systems. Why is Daddy Brunson the second in command? Why didn't Dice get the second in command? My opinion. I don't know. Listen.
You know why? Because Jalen took the pay cut.
You might be right. Shout out to A-Train. Luka trade was a gift to the Lakers from the NBA brass. I'm not surprised at what you're saying there. I believe something's going on there.
Sha was right, man. They was like over the cap.
Oh man, see how they try Adam Silver again. That's what they do, man. I'm trying to tell you, cut it out, Double A. No man is bigger than the NBA, bro. Tell him, man. Double A don't know. Hilarious. Try to tell him, man. You be talking about the NBA and Adam Silver. He got you. Sorry, Adam. We good over here. You cool. Shout out to East Blue Drew. Salute. I missed you last one. All right, man. Appreciate you, bro. Good to see you back. Cardiac Knicks is in the building. Said free Kolick and Pacom. I almost forgot about Pacom. I've been talking about all these other people. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Double A either got a phone call or his phone probably died, but he'll be back. I lost connection. Can you drop a link? Yeah, I got you. All right, hold on. Yeah, no. It's okay. You didn't lose connection. Adam Silver shut you down, buddy.
Shut down.
Yes.
Yeah, I got go ahead, Ron. I gotta keep running.
Oh no, and let me just hit this real quick, get this out the way. Then we, say whatever you wanted to say. Where is it? Okay.
You know what this is.
Mm-hmm. Thank you to Big Lou. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, Ron, look at Grimes balling in Philly. We need to get Tibbs out. We need a better and smarter coach. Listen, don't get so confused with Grimes, man. I know he looked good. I also saw him look good with Dallas. But then I also saw, if you look at his overall numbers for the time he was with Dallas, they don't look that great. And Dallas still felt the need to let him get up out of there. So don't get me wrong. Does he got some skill? Yes. The issue was never could Quentin Grimes play basketball, offensively or defensively. It was, could he be aggressive? Because he was not being aggressive, and they needed him to be aggressive. So I mean, Quentin Grimes got talent. It's just about, can he put it together and stay aggressive? So you want to stay in the NBA, you got to be aggressive. And he just lacked that. Now, maybe he learned. Maybe now he's got it. Who knows? Listen, if you guys as Knicks fans, would you be mad if we had to bring Quentin Grimes back next year to be a part of the team on the cheap? No, nobody be mad. Whatever. Okay. You're one of the 15. I wouldn't be upset with that. It's just, sometimes you got to let people go so they can find their way back. It's like a relationship. I let you go so that we can come back together. I don't know. Shout out to Jimmy Henry in the building. What up, Jimmy? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Said Brunson is good at padding his stats, not making OG or Bridges. I think you're trying to say better. JB don't build plays for the team. Well, no, I mean, yes, because JB doesn't, he's not that type. As I said this before, JB is not a Chris Paul type of point guard. JB is not a Rayford Trey Young type of point guard. He is the type of point guard, you give him the ball, you tell him what the plays are. He can help run the plays like he knows where people are going, but he's not a, not a Peyton Manning.
A creative, a Jason Kidd type.
Yeah, he is not that guy. So you gotta, if you want to play a certain type of basketball, it's got to come down from the coach. And maybe Tibbs is not the one to draw up those type of X's and O's. Maybe you need somebody a little bit more advanced. I don't know. The Knicks are gonna find out. Listen, the only thing I believe 100% is that after this year, the Knicks are gonna figure out what they need to do going forward. If this ain't the answer, they're gonna know. They're gonna know.
Is Mike Woodson still coaching Indiana?
I think he's not anymore. I think they let him go.
That would be a good man to bring back and have him back on Tibbs' staff.
I mean, if Tibbs is going to be here,
he was running our offense.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having him back here with Tibbs. But if we leaving Tibbs, I want somebody brand new, like
a
whole nother person.
No retread.
No retreads. Give me a whole, unless it's Johnny Bryant. I would consider Johnny, but
you're bringing him back.
Yeah. But somebody,
and I think that would be the play. That would be the most logical play.
It would make sense,
especially if Cleveland has a really, really good year, and they look really, really good. They can justify it by saying, "Look."
Maybe Johnny wouldn't even want to leave, though. Maybe what if Cleveland wins the championship? Maybe Johnny's like, I'm good over here because I know.
Yeah, but the whole lure of being a head coach.
True. Okay. We got some more people backstage. Oh, shout out to APAP. But before I do that, Sha, you was gonna say something, bro?
I done had a senior moment. I done had a senior moment.
Okay, maybe it'll come back to you.
It was no, that wasn't it. I done forgot what it was. We was talking about something and then we went up, so I forgot. So then in the next topic, I'll bring up something in the next topic.
Okay, all right, cool. So let me see before I bring these other guys up in here. We have 129 people, but 107 on YouTube watching, and we got 59 likes, guys. So please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. Don't worry, I'll wait. Did you hit it yet? Come on, you know you won't hit the like button. Go ahead. Let me dance for Wiz. Hey, hit my Tom Willis.
There you go, Wiz. There you go, Wiz.
All right. Okay, so let me bring my guys up in here. Let me switch this. See, I got to learn how to use these scenes because then I don't have to keep doing this. I wonder if it's. Let me try one. Hold on. Let me see something here. Let me check something out. Don't mind me, guys. I'm messing with this thing, and this is interesting.
I'm trying to be a guru. I think one of them is going to be Sam the Man Grandison.
Wow, that's an interesting guess. I don't think you're right, but who knows? You never know. You could be right, but that's a wild guess. I don't know how you do that. All right, wait, hold on. Oh, I messed up. Hold on. Let me go back to this. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm messing with something, guys. Give me a second. Let me switch. All right, let me see something. I'm gonna see if this works. This is interesting to me. Give me 1 second. Figure this all out. All right, so then I'm gonna go here. Okay. And then I'm going to do this. And then I'm going boom, 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 boom. Oh, Sam is here. You was right. Look at you, Double A. You good, man. You good. You real good.
Sam.
Salute. How you guys doing? Blessings.
Salute, man.
Blessings, brother.
All right. So let me just see something. Hold on. Don't freak out. Let me see if this works. Oh, this is fire. Let's go. Let's go, stream, y'all. Pew, 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 pew. One button clicking. Look at that. Then I can just go here. Bam. Look at that. Woo. Shy. You got see what happened there? How I went from 3 to 5 and I changed it together. That's the new StreamYard, bro. You and Divine got to check that out the next time you run your show.
I every time this is what I do when I got to get on StreamYard.
Let's go.
Like, because StreamYard, the free, anyway, the free ad wasn't even the best one. That one was even hard. So that's what I'm doing now.
Oh, this is great. So now I can dress this up later. You know, don't worry. Next week's going to be fun. Okay. Anyway. All right. So this is my question. So I'll start with Nev and Sam. And shout out to you, Nev. Hope you're doing well, my guy. Listen, we're talking about Tibbs, and I know that's what you was like. I don't know what I'm doing. I got to get to Ron's show. I got to. Shout out to Buzzer Beater in the building. What up, Buzzer Beater? Angel Torres is here. What up, Angel? Good to see you. Knicks don't look happy playing last year. Yes, not this year. I got you. So my question is, we don't have Jalen Brunson, and we may not have him for at least 2 weeks. No, it's going to be more than 2 weeks. It's going to probably be like 3 weeks at least. And we may lose him for longer than that. They said he'd be ready for the playoffs, but who knows, man? How do we win without Jalen Brunson? What do you think the Knicks should do? Ooh, you coach for a day. Shout out to CC in the building. What's going on, CC? Good to see you. Why? Salute panel. Why Mo Brown hasn't been signed? Give Cat help and help the backcourt. Well, I got to tell you one thing right now, guys. I'm just going to say this before we get to the guys. Now that Brunson is hurt, I hate to say this, guys, but Moses Brown is not the answer. I'm not bringing Moses Brown to the team. We need TJ Warren. We need a scorer. We need somebody else who can get buckets off the bench. All right, because the starting unit should still have enough firepower to score, but that bench needs some help. We got to get some points from somewhere. And I know how impactful Moses Brown is, But right now, that's not the Knicks' biggest concern. Knicks need to score buckets. All right, so 26 points per game is gone. How do you make up for that?
But they opened up 2 roster spots, right?
Right, but they already brought they got
A guy that they're not planning on using.
what
See,
the hell?
this is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
They got Marjon Beauchamp, and they got that guy something Warren, whatever his name is.
Antoine
guys,
Watson.
guys that they're not using, right?
Well, they'll use Beauchamp, but Watson won't be used.
Watson won't play, even though Watson is a 6'8" guy who shoots 40% from 3. But
and then the other guy they got in the trade for Jericho Sims from the Bucks. Have you seen him play?
DeLon Wright's not it. Yeah, he's not
DeLon Wright ain't.
He's not it. Double A. If we're gonna go that route, just imagine seeing campaign, but without the shooting. We don't want that.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. So
but
that's why
I'm saying to give us some backup minutes. You know, so our guys don't have to play 50 minutes.
Well,
That's
here's
all I'm
another
saying.
thing. Here's another thing. I'm sorry, guys. I know I want to move on and get other guys involved and get to the different topic. But another thing I wanted to say, just make sure that everybody's aware of this. You guys are aware that the Antoine Watson guy, or whatever his name is, and Marjon Beauchamp, even though the Knicks signed them to these 2-ways, they can only play for the regular season. They can't play in the playoffs.
Yeah, they're on 2-way contracts.
Yeah, so that's another thing to think about, right? Because Marjon, whatever, could come in here and look great. Oh man, look at the Knicks, how dynamic they are with Marjon. He helps the bench, and then you go to the playoffs, you can't use him. So just keep that in mind, unless they sign them to a different deal, which we don't know if the Knicks have the ability to even do that. So, but just throwing that out there. All right, let me get to Nev first. Now, Nev, I know you want to talk about Tibbs and how you hate him and he should be fired because the Knicks stink with him and he doesn't do anything to advance the winning of the team and his proclivities to do certain things. Ooh, proclivities. I didn't even mean to use that. My bad, y'all. Come on now. Okay, anyway.
Power to the people, Nev. Power to the people.
I know. If you want to talk about Tibbs for a little bit, go ahead. But I do want to ask you how you feel about the Knicks. Like, what do you think they can do without Jalen Brunson going forward?
Well, something they should have been doing all year, in my opinion, it was to run a motion offense and try to get everybody involved. Because that is why we're having such problems against the better teams.
Predictability.
I mean, if you look, let's take the Cavs for example. In prior years, we could have beaten the Cavs. The reason we could have beat the Cavs is because the Cavs doesn't play ISO ball like us. We rely too much on ISO ball. The Cavs have modified their offense, and now those two guys were at some points we were saying they couldn't play together, Garland and Donovan. Now it looks pretty good because they have modified the offense. They don't rely on those guys per se, like to start everything, finish everything, and that's not the case. Anybody on the Cavs can take the ball to the hoop and make a play. We have not done that all year. We still play iso ball, and we want to rely on two guys. And I understand that's Tibbs' philosophy, and that's one.
Sorry,
and that's one reason I've been saying we're not going anywhere. I saw it. I said early on, I said this was a recipe for disaster, and I expect injuries to come at some point because we were not extending the bench when we could have. We're not doing other things, that put us on that footing, on that level with these teams. We're just not. So right now we're not on those levels. As our record has shown against those teams, we're not even competing against those teams because they know how to defend us. We don't know how to defend a motion offense. We just don't play very well against a motion offense. But they know how to defend iso ball, which is, you see it a lot. They're not going to let Brunson beat them. And they're going to do that all game long. They're not going to wait for the fourth quarter like a lot of teams have done. They wait for the fourth quarter and then all of a sudden they want to double team Brunson. They're going to do that all game long and say, you got to find a way to, get scoring. And we have a hard time getting scoring when a team is just relentlessly double teaming Brunson and try to take the ball out of his hands. So that's our problem, And right now, I know I said this recently, like Leon, this is Leon. They're like brothers in arms, best friends, or one of his best friends, a family member. So I don't see Leon doing the right thing for this organization. If he were willing to do the right thing for this organization, he would have fired Tibbs, because that's what it calls for. Tibbs, I've been saying that. Tibbs is a dangerous coach because he raised in an environment where he did not have to care about players' well-being. I wrote an article like almost 2 years ago about that. He raised in an environment where he doesn't have to care about players' well-being. And you can see when he does something like that, it can jeopardize one of our players for like at least 2 years, because any major injury, I've said that again, any major injury, it takes 2 years or at least 2 years to recover. And I foresee that come in. So all players getting injured is no big. It's I expect that at some point. We're not going to go into a playoff healthy. We haven't done it under this coach, and it's not going to happen because of the way he plays his plays, and the amount of minutes, and he doesn't want to trust other players. Whenever he feels, like in Brunson's case, because Brunson is so good, in iso ball, that's what he's going to use, and that's what he's going to rely on. And anybody that can play the iso ball where they can get the ball and go one-on-one and score like Brunson, he will rely on that player. And that's the problem. And that system cannot beat the other good teams. It just cannot, because the environment has changed so much. A lot of teams don't play our way. But he has a defense to defend us. Literally, if Tibbs were coaching against the New York Knicks, he probably win all the time, because his defense is based on defending iso ball plays. And the good teams are not playing that way. The teams we cannot beat, they're just not iso plays. They don't have that style. They have iso plays, but they don't run that style. Boston doesn't run an iso play. Boston runs a play to get Tatum, to double team Tatum. But as soon as anybody moves, he's going to move that ball. So
it's like last minute resort. You're right, Nev. It's like they have the talent to go iso, but they don't make it their main scheme.
Yeah.
They play moving the ball, motion offense, and things like that. Tibbs is basically iso. He's iso heavy. He's always been iso heavy. And when you're iso heavy, you become predictable. And the one thing you said, brother, and I don't mean to be taking your time, but the one thing you said to back up your point that was scary to me is that time when Karl Anthony Towns went down and he left the game, went back to the back, came back to the court, and Tibbs put him back in the game.
Because it's because he raised in an environment where coaches did not care about players' well-being.
I heard he doesn't have time for young players. The reason why Tibbs don't have time for young players is because what he had to go through to finally get a head coach job. He was really, really salty. If you remember, he was on Jeff Van Gundy's staff, him and Don Chaney. When Van Gundy walked away from the job, the Knicks had a choice between Chaney and Tibbs, and they picked Chaney. And that's when Tibbs went away. And Tibbs has always had this thing that he had to work for his, so he feels like, and this is not the league in the time we're in. We got players that come in the league, they're ready to play. They're ready to contribute. They may not be all-world defenders right away, or not make a mistake right away. But my point has always been even our most experienced players make mistakes. So you can't judge a rookie because he makes a mistake. He didn't, cover a backdoor cut or missed a play or read or what. You can't fault him because veterans are doing it all the time. But that happens. You know what I mean? And then players get judged as being, oh, he's no good. He can't play. And to me, a talented player like Tyler Kolek, with his talent, he can become an efficient defender. To me, Jalen Brunson is turning himself into an efficient defender. I don't know about you guys. Between him using his ability to draw charges, and lately, if you look at the stats, you look at block shots, you see not too many people, maybe OG and Bridges, but if you look straight down, you'll see Brunson every once in a while who have his block a game now. So, I think, you sell your players short when you put them in a box and say they can't do this, they can't develop and become this, when you never know. And that's been my whole problem, is we don't know what these guys are. And that takes away an advantage for your team.
That's fair. That's fair. Shout out to Nia Walker. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Said never understands why can't Leon get rid of the coach. That friendship dynamic is powerful.
And that you hit it right on, bro. Because even in that roommates podcast, you see it with the players. I mean, Josh Hart was clowning us minute policemen, right? He was clowning us, calling us minute police and stuff. They even called Tibbs. I don't know if you know that, Ron. They called Tibbs on the phone, and they was clowning us about the minutes police. Yeah, they're clowning us and stuff.
Yeah, because listen, the bottom line is
but here you go and you turn around, bro, and you're battling knee injuries and knee pain, and you're in and out the game.
Yeah, because
and we see you coasting. You're playing them 40-minute Ironman minutes, but you're coasting, brother. You have times during the game where we find you're not where you're supposed to be. You missed an assignment, whatever. Okay, so that hurts the team too.
You're not wrong, Double A. But these type of guys, these type of players, a Josh Hart type of player doesn't care about any of that. Julius Randle, when he was here, didn't care about minutes, didn't care about being hurt. He played hurt in college, didn't even know he was hurt. Like these type of guys, they don't care about that stuff. And so that's why they feel like the fans are overreacting. They're just going to go out there, and in some cases, look, some cases, I don't like to add on to the narrative, right? Because people look at things the wrong way. In some cases, Josh Hart hurts the Knicks when he's out there in the starting lineup because he's not a knockdown shooter. And when you're playing 5 out, when you got Josh out there, when he's not really a 5 out because he doesn't shoot it that well to be that 5th guy to knock down a 3, that's the defense. That's what they want the Knicks to rotate to Josh and have Josh make a decision. And notice that when Josh has big games in those type of situations, we usually win because that's the guy the defense wants to shoot. And if he's shooting well, the Knicks are like flying. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
right.
But the problem is the flip side. I'm sorry, Nev. The problem is in a game like last night, how do you not have Josh out there? Josh had what, 17, 18? I don't know how many rebounds he had. Like, how do you not have that out there? Like, so I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough. What were you going to say now?
Yeah, I got to defend the players because players want to play. If I'm a player, I want to play. But it's I have said that before. It's the coach's responsibility to take care of his players, and that's where that responsibility. That's where Tibbs is derelict in his duty because he does not take care of his players. He does not think of their well-being, their earnings, their long-term potential. Yeah, Josh Hart is right to say, "Hey, I want to play," because if I'm a player, I want to play ball, and that's what a player should be saying. And remember, a lot of our players they came into our organization not well established. So if you come like Josh Hart or even Julius, where you come into an organization and that's where you get established. And under this coach, you're going to have an affinity for that coach because he's the one that basically elevate you to a higher level. So that dynamic is okay. But it is the coach's responsibility to say, yeah, I know you want to play all the time, but that's not a good idea because it's going to
especially
lead
with a
to
chronic knee, right, Neff? And that's what
exactly.
I'm saying.
Right.
The man knows he's got a chronic knee. The coach knows he got a chronic knee. Yeah, it's all good, but bro, we need you for the finish line and beyond, right? We're trying to win a chip. And if
Right.
you're dragging your leg in the playoffs, that's not going to do us no good for you playing a couple of extra minutes every game. Let's give a rookie a chance. Let's build commodity on this team and confidence in our young guys. And by you playing 5 minutes less, we can get 5 minutes for Combe Dadier, see what he got. He can't hurt us for 5 minutes, right?
No,
But it can help him. But it can help him. But we don't do that.
Yeah, you're right. Look, let me do this, man. This is tough. I'm gonna star this. I'm gonna come back to it because I don't like to, and I want everybody to understand and be clear on this. When I point to somebody's take or post in the chat, and I want to, give my take on it, I am not trying to single that person out or to directly disagree with somebody. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I may have a different opinion about it. And so I love to be able to talk because as a content creator, these opinions and with the stuff you guys put in the chat kind of helps me to create more content, right? Something else that we can talk about on a different, we give our takes on it. David Smith has said a bunch of things that I have starred, and I want to get to all of them. Cool. Because I don't agree with what you're saying, David, but I also respect what you're saying. So this is not for anybody in the chat to get on David. David feels a certain way, but this is great for content. This is great for a dialogue and for us to have a conversation about this stuff so we can talk about it. So I'm going to star this stuff. I'm coming right back to it because I got to get over to my guy Sam and get his takes on what we're talking about. But once again, David, I just want you to understand, I'm not coming at you, but you have an opinion. I don't agree with your opinion, but I want to give you my opinion, and I want us to be able to have a little dialogue about it because you're not the only one out there that shares this opinion. You may not be the majority, but there is a minority that agrees with you about in certain things, and in certain things they agree with you more. So I just want to get to some of that stuff. But hey, Sam, my guy, what's your thoughts? First off, how you doing and all the good stuff? Hopefully you're winding down. But what's your thoughts on, what the Knicks can do now that we don't got Jalen Brunson for a little while, man? But what's up, bro?
Yeah, everything's been good. I've just just been busy. Got about less than 2 months here to being done with school. So that's also a blessing in itself to just be done with this, move on to the next chapter. Started as an attorney, I get sworn in May for this state.
Man.
So I'll at least be sworn in here.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Where are you going to be practicing, Sam?
I'm going to go back home after graduation to Atlanta, but I am technically sworn in as an attorney in Wisconsin. So if there's any matters that you guys might have, if you ever do in Wisconsin, I can help you out.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be barred in both states.
Atlanta was closer.
Yeah, I'll be barred in both states by the end of the year, AA.
Oh, there you go.
So, that's been going on. But outside of that, as everybody, it was pretty much a gut-wrenching feeling to see, Brunson go down like that. I'm just glad it wasn't worse because, to be honest with you, it looked pretty bad, the injury itself. So just for it to be a negative sprain, I think is a good sign in a way. However, like you guys, I pretty much don't have much to say that you guys haven't already stated. But as you guys know, I'm the president of Tyler Kolek's fan club, and I like to see him play as a Marquette guy. But it's just a matter of what we've battled with these other players that we now see getting minutes. It's just Tibbs going through his transition. So we're just going to have to hope that, eventually it comes to a point within these 2 weeks, however long Brunson's out, where he's going to have to kind of switch it up. I just think it was interesting, though. I'm looking at the roster stats, and I don't even know if Dadier or Kolek were even listed on the roster for the game. Like, I just think they might have been on the bench. So it looks like he had DeLon Wright and Anton Watson and Beauchamp on the roster, but not Daddy A or Kolick to even check into the game last night against the Clippers. So it's kind of interesting to see that they didn't even really get a chance to go. You would think, let's try to get that mesh and that gel with the guys on the court now so that when Brunson comes back, he can just be himself. You would think that this would be the time like we saw Bridges. You expect him to get his 20 points. You expect Cat to probably get his 20 and 10, like guys like that. But you also want to just see a couple of the guys on the bench like we talked about who just don't normally get into the game at these type of moments and opportunities. Like Nev was saying when I caught that, like you just want to be able to see what they've got. We don't know what these guys have until you play them. I mean, we've got them on the bench. I'm sure you guys have brought up Kolick's contract. I mean, like, if we're paying him millions of dollars, why not try to see what he's got? Just like how you saw what Deuce had eventually, and he showed you, a few glimpses. But at the end of the day, I do believe that if you got a roster and we're pushing out the backcourt with Josh Hart and McBride, that's not going to be a sustainable one at all because neither one of those guys are ball handlers. They're not necessarily playmakers. Josh Hart does push the ball in like fast break opportunities, but if we're talking about just specifically setting up teammates, we now no longer have a playmaker on the team outside of Brunson, unless you're including Mikal Bridges. That's probably the best we've got because OG is not setting anybody up. Cat, even though he is a good passer, he's not primarily setting people up. He's not a Jokic type big. So I think, just with that being said, you want to kind of see what you got. If you, like I've even said at the beginning of the season, if we want to stagger minutes between Campaign and Kolick, I'm even for that. But I'd at least just want to see something to where there's always a playmaker on the court. And I think Campaign's probably, like I said, the second best you got. But who really wants to see Campaign play for 30 minutes? Not many people. So in that retrospect, you'd think that you try to give, these guys some burn who haven't been getting burned. But I just think also to Double A's point, like there's just got to be more accountability on the defensive end. We know that Cat is not a defensive big, that he's going to have his moments. Obviously, he's getting taken advantage of. But when we've got guys who are called to be defenders on the team, like Double A said, and Josh Hart, who I've religiously watched for the second half of this season, just not guard people. It's like how they, you guys are playing at the park and you're watching a kid who you've never seen before, and you're like, let me see if he can shoot that. Well, Josh Hart, they've been shooting that. And last night, Nick Batum was shooting that because we are just allowing for guys to spot up and shoot as if they're in shoot around. These guys are in the NBA for a reason. You have to at least contest them. I don't see why we're giving up wide open shots. And my only gripe with that Lakers game, to be honest with you, was the end of the game where I'm watching because obviously the momentum shifted completely in that fourth quarter. But honestly, Josh Hart should have won the game for us. I think it's partially on Tibbs, but partially also on Josh Hart because for one, Tibbs, why the heck are we running plays for Josh Hart to get the last shot? If it's open, it's open. Okay, cool. Second off, Josh Hart, you're coming out of a timeout. You have very high basketball IQ. Guys speak high of you around the league. We know that you have high IQ. Why are you not just going to take that floater that we've seen you make a million times? Instead, you take
and get fouled, right?
Right. Instead, you take 3 or 4 extra steps and you try to meet somebody at the rim. Like they really gave Josh Hart the shot, just like we've been talking about. Josh Hart is hesitant when he's given a chance to score the ball. Like if it's not in fast break, Josh Hart is kind of confused on if he should shoot it or not. This is not like a bag on Josh Hart, but right there in that moment in time, I'm expecting the floater for the game. Like as much as they, gave the Lakers all the foul calls in the world, I'm expecting Josh Hart to pull up for that floater in the game. Last night, I'm expecting for us to guard up on guys like Nick Batum, who haven't put up over 5 points in like 10 games. And yet the one time he plays the Knicks, he's going off for 15. Bojan Bogdanovic is getting 12 rebounds, and he's not a rebounder. I've seen him in Atlanta multiple years, and he has never had over 10 rebounds in a game. Lo and behold, the Knicks let him get 12 rebounds. That's a problem for me. So, like, there's certain things that we've got to do schematically with the roster and just like the intensity on the defensive end that I think has been a problem for the past, second half of the season for sure. Like, I don't see why we're just allowing guys to shoot wide open jump shots, but that's going to really be a detriment to us considering how the league has shifted to a league where guys are only really trying to score from the three-point line. You rarely see where guys attack the mid-range, and that's the specific thing that they're going for. Now this is a shooter's league where we can't just afford to leave these guys wide open. So hopefully they make some adjustments. But I think, honestly, it'll be a rough West Coast trip. if we don't change some things up. I'm hoping that we don't fall too far, but it's going to be low-key unwatchable without Brunson out there until something changes.
Especially if you look at how our 3-point percentage has been, Sam, over the last few games. I forget, it's either the Laker game or the Clippers game where we shot 23. I think it was the Laker game, 23% for the 3-point line. Brunson was 1 for 7. OG was something like, OG was the best shooter, but he was something like 4 for 12 or something like that. He missed a lot. He missed a lot of shots, but he made some. Deuce was 0 for 4. So, man, that puts you in a bind right there, bro, because you're trying to make up, these points. If somebody makes 10 more threes than you in a game, that's 30 points you got to make up. Think about it. Somebody shoots 5 more threes than you, that's 15 points you got to make up. So guarding that 3-point line, like you said, Sam, is why it confuses me, why we still, making our defense a rim-oriented defense, leaving the shooters open.
We don't learn because it's like the top teams, right? That they keep saying the Knicks can't beat the top teams. They can't beat the top teams. You would think that somebody in the coaching room has learned from this and said, hey, all of these top teams that we can't beat shoot the 3-ball really well. OKC shoots the ball really well. Celtics shoot like 40 attempts a game. Cleveland's right up there in attempts. Even the Pacers are up there in attempts.
Yeah.
If we don't guard these teams that religiously rely on the 3-ball to win games by a large margin, we're going to get blowed out pretty much every game, which is what's been happening to us when we run into these teams because we just do not contest the 3-point shot. And also we're not shooting at a high enough clip to match these teams. So we're going to have to do something defensively or we're just not going to compete with these teams.
Yeah, I agree. You guys ain't saying nothing wrong. Listen, I think there's some level-headed talk today. Even when it's not as you would think it's a little bit more erratic, it's still been level-headed. It hasn't been too crazy. So I can't disagree with a lot of feelings about what's going on.
Why you look at me when you say erratic?
You just happen to be right there, Double A in the board.
Hey, we can laugh at ourselves, right?
Yeah,
Older man that can't laugh at himself.
We're laughing through our pain right now.
Yeah, we're trying to get through it. We're trying to get through it. All right, so let me get to this stuff. Thank you to Cowboys. Can we get to 100 likes? This is a great show today. Appreciate you. Thank you. Fire content. We're having a good show. Please smash that like button if you haven't. We got about 77 likes. There's 137 people watching, 120 people on YouTube. So let's get that number up to 100 likes if we can, guys. Smash that like button. Don't worry, it costs you nothing. And I appreciate it. I think we all do. The love is great. It's a little something like that. Anyway, so let me get to this stuff because, like I said, I want to get to it. I hope once again, David, you understand. Don't take any offense to it. Oh, but wait. Before I do that, let me get to this super chat real quick. Shout out to my guy Corey Lee. Thanks for the generous super chat. He said, "Peace and salute, Queen building. Queens get the money." Shout out to Ron in the chat. The 718 boys are in the building. Bully Wise, Ribby, Freezy. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you as always. So first off, I talked about this last week. I'm just bringing it up, reiterating. Guys, this has nothing to do with anything. It may be something that affects other teams if they got, because everybody's doing podcasts these days. I can't account for what other players are doing on their teams. But the 2 players that are associated with that roommates podcast on our team is Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart. And neither one of them has taken any shorts in regards to how they play out there on the court. Jalen Brunson is having his best season in the NBA. Josh Hart is having his best season in the NBA. So having a podcast talking about stuff outside of their normal day-to-day job is not affecting them at all. It's not like you're watching either one of them not play to the best of their ability when they're out there. You got comments about other people being inconsistent or other players not necessarily doing what needs to be done. Those aren't the ones that run the Roommates podcast. So, like I was saying, I think the podcast stuff is. I'll be honest with you. I was worried about it when it first was created because I was like, man, and I didn't even know they were going to do it as consistently as they do. So I was like, whoa, I don't know how this is going to work, but it has not affected them at all. They have both been consummate professionals. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to make mistakes regardless, whether they got a podcast or not. But they're both having career years. So
the big mistake with that, I think, in my opinion, is when you start the interaction with the fans. It's all right if you have your show and it's based on you guys, your experience, your family, or whatever. But once you start interacting with the fans, taking questions and reading comments from the fans and whatever, now you're opening yourself up for criticism and back and forth, right? And now you get into personal stuff, okay? Now, what if it's the point, Jalen Brunson, I know Josh Hart is your man, he's your boy or whatever, but what if you got to get on Josh? Luckily, Josh ain't that type of guy where you got to get on him about, certain things. But like Sam said, we see Josh not playing defense sometimes. We see Josh not taking a shot where he needs to take sometimes. All right? But then you see Tibbs on the show, calling in on the show, they're laughing and joking and whatever like that. See what that causes to me, like Nev says, it causes a problem where now if it comes to a point where you got to have some type of authority. And the problem is we got it from president on down to player. We got that connection. Where's the buddy symptom? Tibbs was Rose was Tibbs' first client, or Brunson, and their family, everybody's family or whatever. How can you do your job? We all know that. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys have had experience having business with family. They'll tell you, don't open up a business with family members because it don't work. Because when it comes down to the decisions that have to be made, hard decisions, you can't make them because you cause problems, ripples in the family, right? So you wonder, like Nev said, does Rose has the cojones to do what needs to be done at the end of the season if it calls for it?
Well, I mean, I will say to you that I do think that Rose will do whatever is needed because we saw Rose trade Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett. Then we saw Rose, at a signing of a new school with Julius Randle and then wind up trading him 2 days later, or 3 days later. So I think Rose will do whatever.
But now we're talking about Jalen Brunson. And that connection is a lot deeper than Julius Randle,
right? But sure. I know I hear what you're saying, but in fairness, Jalen Brunson is a phenomenal player, and if Jalen Brunson wasn't playing to this level, I definitely think the Knicks would look at whatever decision they need to make in regards to improving the team and giving him some tough love if need be. But they got so many other issues in regards to this team that Jalen Brunson is not the top priority. Could someone go to Jalen Brunson and say, listen, we love everything you're doing out there, but sometimes, in crunch times, you get a little too ISO heavy, you get some tunnel vision and you call your own number and you don't look at the rest of the team. Yeah, that's the one bit of criticism that I think you can say to Jalen Brunson. But other than that, I don't think you could tell me anything negative about Jalen Brunson, about his assist.
But can they do that?
I think they can, but it's just you know who it would come from? Daddy. That's what Daddy's role is. Because we know one thing about Rick Brunson, he don't hold his tongue for nobody. I'm sure he don't hold his tongue for. We saw how he trains his son.
No. Son. 100. You're 100% correct.
Right.
Go ahead.
I got to disagree with that because I think when it comes to the players, Leon Rose structured and move like he's a general manager. He doesn't favor anyone or any particular players. when it comes to the coach, which I've been saying from day one, that he made a mistake on the coach. Because it's not that Leon Rose did not have all the coaches. We have seen some of the coaches that he has passed up on. Ime Udoka, they interviewed Ime Udoka. I've said that before. They interviewed Ime Udoka. They passed up on him.
They interviewed the coach for the Milwaukee Bucks who won the championship.
Yeah.
They interviewed Kenny Atkinson.
They interviewed Kenny Atkinson. They interviewed Jason Kidd. They passed up on him. So when it comes to the coach, I don't think that applies where he does the best thing for the organization. Because if he had done the best thing for this organization, I made a mistake hiring my friend. He would have come to the conclusion, I made a mistake hiring my friend. It wasn't a good decision, because one thing that has been constant in this relationship is that you're trying to steer an iceberg with Tibbs. That has been constant. The constancy is that Tibbs is an iceberg, and you're trying to steer him in the right direction. You have Johnny Bryant, you have people in place to try to push him in the right direction. It hasn't happened. So the person with the stronger will has gotten all their way, which is Tibbs. Tibbs has a much stronger will than, I said that before, he has a stronger will than Leon Rose. It's like Tibbs is a bigger brother, Leon Rose is a smaller brother. You're going to do what I want you to do. So all what Rose tried to do very early on, because he had put things in place to get Tibbs to come up, modernize his system, modernize his game. But that hasn't happened. And if, like I said, if Leon Rose had the same philosophy that he has for players, he would have got rid of Tibbs, because he knows where this is going to lead. Just like I knew we're going to get injured when I said this was a recipe for disaster. You know how many bullets I got saying that early in the season? This was a recipe for disaster, because you cannot play players 40 minutes. You cannot not develop a bench in this era. You just cannot do that. And that's what this coach was doing. So if Leon was had the same, hold the same philosophy that he does for players, he would have gotten rid of Tibbs. He's treating Tibbs like, this is my buddy, this is my brother, this is my comrade in arms, and I'm going to live and die with him. And that's what he's doing. Because that guy is not right for this organization.
But the only thing, Nev, because I listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. You might be right. Like, in hindsight, you might be right. But the other thing is, like, from a business standpoint, from a GM standpoint, when you're looking at the organization and what's happening, right? They're gonna look at things from a game-to-game basis, but for the most part, what they're gonna look at is the overall product. What does it look like year to year? What are we getting out of this team? Are the moves, working out? Is this team become better? Are we a championship contender? How do we, all this stuff that we've been watching. And still, even as fans, as we may feel certain way about this team and what we're looking at, if you look at just the team every year, they're still improving. Like, that's the thing. As a business, you look at this team. First off, the Knicks are one of the most profitable, teams in the NBA or in sports history. We already know that, right? Even though MSG is about to go bankrupt, I don't know what the hell Dolan did over there, but who cares, right? But the team itself, every year they've made moves and they've gotten better. Like, every year is a level up. Even last year, with all the injuries, that happened, still made it to the second. You
think we're better this year than last year, Ron? Really?
I think we have better talent this year, but
we have better talent, but we're not as
the team was.
That's why I think we're a disappointment this year.
Well, but that's the thing. See, that would be along the same lines of what Nev is saying. But my whole thing is, I'm saying is the problem with the Tom Thibodeau coach team, which is fair to him because he's earned this. You can't judge it until the end of the season, because by the end of the season, something could change. And that is the thing with Tibbs. As much as we've talked about him, every year we do it, by the end of the season, you're like, what the hell happened? I didn't expect this or whatever. And we still don't know what that. By the
But
end of
if you
the
look at his track record from Chicago to Minnesota, it's not like this guy doesn't have a volume of work other than New York.
right,
We're talking
I hear you.
Chicago. We're talking Minnesota. It was the
I'm
same
gonna bring
program.
Kobe
In
into this.
Chicago, it was Luau Deng. It was Noah. It was Derrick Rose. It was running them players down, right? And then in Minnesota, the reason why he got kicked out of there is because he wanted to do the same thing, and the young guys weren't having it. You know
Right.
what I mean? So that's the whole purpose.
Oh, but
But,
okay. Let me ask you this, Double A, and this is really for everybody. But can you tell me that for sure that without Jalen Brunson for the next 2 to 3 weeks, maybe even a month, without Jalen Brunson, that this Knicks team can't win, basketball games? That this Knicks team, by the time
I don't know. We can't win games with him.
No, I know. But what I'm saying
Not
is
lately. We can't even beat the Chicago Bulls and the Wizards and the Pistons and teams like that no more with Brunson. With a whole team. This is why people are saying, oh, we got enough without Brunson to beat this team and that team. When we've had Brunson and a whole team and haven't been able to beat these teams, we're supposed to. Now these teams, especially teams like Detroit, that in the beginning we racked up those wins because we were beating up on these teams like Detroit, young teams getting it together. But now that these teams have done what we should have been done by now, they got some togetherness and they got some cohesion and they're playing better ball. We can't just dust them off anymore. And since the All-Star break, who have we beaten? Even with Jalen Brunson. So how can we think about life without him? I mean, yeah, if we had somebody that knew how to use all our pieces, it could be next man up time because we have Karl Anthony Towns. We have Bridges. And I don't care what nobody, these are good ball players. OG. We got a good team, man. They're just, what's missing? When you got good players and they're not winning, what's missing? What's the cause?
I mean, okay, that's fair. I hear what you're saying, but the All-Star break, since the All-Star break, you can only beat who you play, right? And who did the Knicks get since the All-Star break? Like, I mean, it's only
teams that we supposedly are contenders, supposed to be contenders. We're supposed to be contending with the Thunder. We're supposed to be contending with Cleveland. We're supposed to be contending with these teams, especially the Lakers. I mean, the Lakers, they were just put together a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but even though the Lakers have some good, solid players that were on that team before they made these moves. And, we playing the Lakers. The Lakers have won 8 in a row. They're 8-2 in their last 10.
Right.
They've been playing good basketball. And look, I know what happened in that Laker game. I know how it finished. But you got to admit, watching that game up until the last couple minutes in that fourth, the Knicks looked good to me, man. I was happy with the way they were playing. I thought they played well.
You're happy with looking good and losing?
No. That's not what I said. What I said was I was happy with the way they looked in the fourth quarter up until the point where we went to overtime. The Knicks should have won the game. I said it earlier. The Knicks were up 8 to 10 points in that second half. They should have won the game.
And in your opinion, why did we lose?
Because the Lakers hit us with their blitz. They played good defense, and they forced somebody other than Jalen Brunson to beat us.
And on top of that, they have superstars, man. They have superstars. That let's also take into consideration these variables about having superstar players. We say we have superstar players, and Jalen Brunson is the most superstar player we have on the team. But you cannot take away the Lakers going on this 9 out of the last 11 games of winning basketball since Luka's been there because of Luka. He is a superstar. He is a big time making shot guy down the stretch. He knows how to hit a big shot. We don't have that many players on our team that can do that. We do in a sense, but they don't do it when we need it to.
Because they don't get the chance, Sha.
It's the cohesion too. It's the cohesion too, man. It has a lot to do with trust. You see how Brunson came down the court that last play, coming down the court, and he crossed the ball over. He drew 3 players over, and he passed the ball out to OG. And that's not the only time they pass the ball out to OG. He passes the ball out to OG a lot, where he gets a lot of his assists. He doesn't pass the ball to Cat because he doesn't get his assists from Cat. OG, he gets a lot of his assists. It's about that trust coming down this thing. And I'm not saying that Jalen Brunson doesn't trust the team or trust the guys that he's playing with, but it's trust, right? It's trust, and it's damn, what is the other word I'm looking for?
Situation.
Come on, Sean. Come on.
It's
it's getting the ball to the person that you believe in, and then the person that you trust, and he does that a lot with OG. That's why a lot of assists that you see coming down, Brunson drive the hole, he kick it out to OG. OG take the 3. He trusts him. He doesn't do that to Josh Hart often. That same play that he does to OG, he doesn't do that often.
Hey, let me jump in real quick. First of all, salute to my main man Ron. Shy, peace to you, guard.
You're
Double
ready.
A.
That's right.
Double A. Fix your face, man. You too old to be looking like that, man. You supposed to be a silver fox like me. Nev, what's good with you? And my main man, the Esquire, the man that got a retainer, my nephew Sam. What's good with you, blood? That's what's up, yo. I want to see smiles on your face. Hey, let's pick ourselves up. Hey, we're going through some ish right now, but let's not start picking apart and start choosing corners and spots and picking people to provide for or to cheer for. The season's not over with. We ain't not even kissed the playoffs. Yo, at the end of the game, listen, we finished 40-20. That's a very, 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 very mark. That's a big mark that we hit right there. That means we got to shoot the chance. Now, from now on, for where we go, we may drop, you may pick up, we may lose, you may not. But it's all about, even without Jalen Brunson, we need to take these lumps because these, excuse me for lack of a better word, these cabrones need to learn how to fight without him. You understand what I'm saying? They need to learn the fight without him to some degree because he does not need to be the centerpiece of everything we do. This is time, this is the time for everybody, what I'm saying, grab their cojones and come together to unite while the captain is, what I'm saying, trying to get himself together. You know what I'm saying? We can't be sitting here crying about over spilt milk. What's done is done. It's a wrap. He's hurt. You know what I'm saying? He's hurt. Let's get over that fact. You know what I'm saying? Now the expectations is on the expectations of whom we put out there, regardless. Whether it be Mitchell Robinson, I'm gonna say him first because that's my guy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna say Cat, you know what I'm saying? Because I expect a lot out of him, and I'm proud of him for what he's done as being a Knick. You know what I'm saying? As much as grief as I've given him. Josh Hart, who's the vocal and emotional leader of this team. He needs to lead by example. OG, the silent killer, and Bridges to pick up the slack. And of course, everybody else who you pay. We paid to be here. Whether it be Deuce, Campaign, Shamit, and my man Precious. Because outside of Deuce, everyone on that bench got 1 year contracts. Not 2, not 3, not 4, 1 year contracts. So they're playing for their NBA mortality right now. And you don't think they're gonna play hard, or you think they're gonna just cash it in? You know what I'm saying? Think about that, gentlemen. We're putting a lot of pressure on the coach because we say he ain't doing this, he ain't doing that. Listen, how many times you done sat your ass in class and ain't did what your teacher told you to do? How many times if you've been in college and you ain't never truly did your thesis the way your professor told you to do it? How many times have you sat down and thought about something that you were supposed to do for your job and you really just mailed it in because you wasn't, because not even because you wasn't feeling like that way, maybe because you're physically, mentally beat up. Right now, this is the time for this team to find themselves and rejuvenate themselves and get themselves together. It's either sink or swim. And at the end of the day, you can't blame the coach because all the coach does is give the lessons, put it out there, and tries to help them out during timeouts, and help them out during it. Listen, I'm tired of hearing about Pacome Dadier. I'm tired of hearing about what's the young point guard. I'm tired of hearing about the young center. I'm tired of hearing about them. They're not ready. They're not ready. Tibbs is not going to risk their career for y'all entertainment. That's dead ass. I put that on my kids. He's not going to do that because he's seen a lot. Like I said, this man has forgot more basketball in his pinky finger than we know in our entire lives. Do you understand that? You got to respect that. I don't care what we are armchair quarterbacks looking at the game from a perspective which we really don't have too much of an idea. I don't care how much college basketball somebody's played. I don't care how much high level high school basketball you played or AAU or whatever you think you know. Let's trust in what this man is trying to do. If anybody you really want to blame the GM because of what he did, that knee jerk reaction at the beginning of the year. But even then, at this point, we can't blame him because you know why? It's over with. We're well above 500, and we're moving forward. Relax. We're not imploding. With that said, I digress, and y'all move on.
All right, I gotta disagree with many of your points.
I already know you. I knew you was, man. You was
Yeah,
sitting there. I saw the eyes. I saw the like John said, the eyes was like the hell ass up.
yeah,
Go ahead, blood.
yeah. So the first thing I gotta disagree with is that we don't know basketball, or Coach Steve knows much more than us. Yeah, Coach Steve knows the intricacies of basketball, play calling. We're not into the play calling and into the minutia and all the nuances of basketball. But
That's the
we
most
know,
important part.
yeah,
Don't go there. Don't
yeah,
go there. Now you done messed up.
yeah.
Now you went left.
That's
You
exactly
went
what I'm
left.
going.
You just
That's
went left. No.
but
I'm trying to help you shake
but
yourself out.
no.
You just went,
I don't need help in this
Let him
area.
get it off.
I don't
Let
need
him
help
get
in
it off.
this
We'll come
area.
back to it.
I know they help in this area. But again, what we tend to forget is running a competent business, a competent life, a relationship, all has many of the same dynamic. You know, we have to build a relationship. We have to trust our partner, all this stuff. They all have the same dynamic, like any striving business. A business has the same dynamic.
Anybody that don't know basketball has watched this man get out coached every single game. Every big game, every big time game we play. We're not losing by 5 or 6 points to these teams. We're getting blown out by 30 points. Teams we play again, and you figure, okay, I learned my lesson. I'm going to make my
Just because you
adjustment.
cut them off, that's low hanging fruit.
And
Just because
then you lose by 30 again.
Double A. Just because you cut that man off, and I'm gonna pass it right back to him. That's low hanging fruit. Cause you talking to somebody that's U.S. Army vet. You talking about me?
I'm a Navy vet, bro. That don't mean nothing.
No. Y'all didn't fire no guns. But anyway.
No, I fired a gun. I was a Navy SEAL, bro. I was a Navy SEAL, all right? I fired plenty of guns, buddy.
Okay, okay, buddy. If that's what you say, then cool. And I apologize. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm still, but but that's just like hitting a 50-yard target, 50-meter target. Don't do that. Don't do that because it's too close. It's too easy. It's sitting right there. It's too easy to blame the team. Listen, you know how many parents blame their kids for flunking, and it's on their kids? Come on, man. Come on, man. When we going?
Corey,
When we gonna
Corey,
hold? When we gonna
Corey,
hold the players accountable?
Corey,
But go back to you now. Go back to you now.
sure.
Nah, but you know what I'm saying? Because we cut you off,
That's
and
okay.
it's
That's okay.
great
That's
too.
okay. I want to make sure because I tend to hear this a lot. Like, oh, coaches know so much more than we know and all this crap. We all have played the game. Well, and some of us more than others. Well, some of us have even coached the game. You know, and on top of that, we watch the game. We watch teams, like, so we know successful teams. We know what success looks like. Basically, we know if a team is going to be successful or not. You know, yeah, because of the culture, structure, so forth, GM, all that. You know, we know that. We can see it. We can feel it. So a lot of times, I don't think like you give the people out there that because they're not into the into the heat of the battle enough credit. You know, because somebody, I'm pretty sure in any field, somebody that doesn't have battle experience can still be a general manager, can still be a general. You know, they don't need to be on the battlefield to know everything that's going on. They still can, tell, hey, put this infantry over here, put that infantry over here. This is how we're going to defend this place. They still can do that. So I don't, like I said, we don't want when it comes to basketball, we want to elevate this coach and many of these coaches at such a high level than regular fans or regular people that play the game, that know the game. There are plenty of people that know the game, and it's because luck and chance, or they don't have a guy in a certain position. They're not in the game. They're not coaching the game. So that a lot of that goes on. So it's not, and moreover, what you have with Tibbs is not a rookie coach. Tibbs has a long history, long, I don't know how you want to call it. I can't find the right word right now, but he has a history that you can look back and say, has he changed? Is he doing something different than he hasn't done somewhere else? So you don't have to take it at face value. You don't have to take nothing at Tibbs, because, and that's, I'm gonna make this point, because a lot of times we want to
I want to follow up right behind you.
we want to believe that Coach Tibbs is a rookie coach. We want to give him the benefit like he's a rookie coach. Like, oh, the same thing happened in Miami. I heard that somewhere. Where somebody's, oh, it's the same thing happened in Miami when LeBron James got together. They were under a rookie coach. This is a guy that how many years he will tell you he has all the knowledge in his brain. He will literally tell you that he has all the basketball knowledge. That's why he doesn't. When is the last time this coach went to one of his assistants and say, hey, what do you think of this play? What would you think we should run in here? You know what he does? Timeout, sit down, get on the bench, and he goes right into it. He doesn't rely on nobody because he has the full reservoir of basketball knowledge right up here. So he doesn't have to rely on anybody. So don't come and try to elevate this guy such at a high level, and we just peons. We don't know nothing. No, we have seen coaches like that come and go. We have seen other coaches win titles. We have witnesses in football. We know what winning looks like. Probably the reason we're not the reason we're not in that coaching fraternity because maybe we didn't start it. Maybe that's not the direction we want to go to. Maybe we want to become a lawyer. Maybe we want to become like
All right,
a
okay.
processor.
We going off. We're going off now. I mean, I hear you. You're entitled to. I'm just trying to keep the show going because I can't. You know what I mean? Like I hear you.
Right.
You know, once we get into I'm with you guys. The tip stuff, we got to talk about it. I'll let Corey get his off right now. But you know, when we go too deep into I start getting the tips headache, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. I feel you, Ron.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we can't talk about it. I gotta move on. I got more show to. This is already at the 3-hour mark. I got some stuff I want to get to because we got our issues is not just limited to Tibbs. Tibbs is a big part of it, but he ain't everything. There's other issues going on that no matter who the coach is, if the player don't execute, we still gonna have a problem. But let's continue. Go ahead, Corey. What were you gonna say?
Last thing I was gonna say is it's funny how you brought us Spoelstra when he had 3 dynamic.
Sorry, one second, Corey. Don't forget that. I just wanted to say one thing. You guys are absolutely correct. I just meant to say this. I think Tibbs outcoached Spoelstra the last time we played Miami. I also think Tibbs did a better coach than the Memphis coach when we played Memphis. My opinion. Just saying. Continue. Sorry, Corey.
Like I said, he got gifted a championship because he had the highest caliber players at their prime. Come on now, don't think they're supposed to just say, "Oh, LeBron, you couldn't figure it out over here." You know, LeBron has already been to the finals prior to that. You got to think, your man.
Corey. Sorry, bro. Is anybody with you? Like watching the game?
Right now, nah.
Can you change it? Because I don't want you. Because if you know what I mean, I don't want them to catch me. They'll be like, "Yo, you airing the game."
I'm gonna do that for you. How about that?
You ready to get your that copyright real quick?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, you good. Continue, man. I'm sorry to stop you. I just
No. I'm glad you caught that. Nah. With that said, now listen. And Bosh wasn't no slouch. He's a Hall of Famer right now. You're talking about 3 Hall of Famers. He was gifted. You know what I'm saying? Riley could have coached that team. And hold on the second hand, you talk about the guy who put him in that position. He was gifted. Magic Johnson, James Worthy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You know what I'm saying? Gifted these players. So you cannot tell me. Yes, he had to do some coaching. Yes, he had to do some motivation. Don't do that. Don't do that because you're trying to dumb down my tape. And like you just said, we're not all stupid around here. Am I not? And I'm still what I'm saying. So don't do that. Don't do that because
Who are
that's
you
like I
talking
said.
to?
I'm talking to everybody. I'm like it's no direct shot at you, nor Sam, nor Shy, nobody. It's the chat. Everybody. We're not stupid. What I'm saying
That's exactly what
is
I'm saying. We know
no,
basketball. We know what
we know
winning looks
basketball,
like.
but blood,
We
we
have
don't
played
know
it.
back,
We love the game just as much as teams.
bro.
We have played the
No,
game. We follow the game.
bro. Ron, how tall are you? 6'7", 6'6",
6'5".
6'5", 6'6". You was a pretty good basketball player, right?
I was all right. I have my moments.
Okay. How far did you go outside of high school?
I didn't play in college ball.
Okay.
I had bad knees. I got hurt.
Okay, cool. That's understandable. You understand what I'm saying? That's my point. Not everybody 6'6", 6'5" is gonna be the greatest player in the earth and they're gonna play. I got a little brother, God bless his soul. I got a son who's trying to play semi-pro basketball right now. 6'5", has the sweetest mid-range game. Has the sweetest mid-range game you could ever see in your life. But you know what? He can't do nothing with it because if they don't want him, they don't want him. Coaches pick and choose what they want and what they need. You understand what I'm saying? Talent is talent. Coaching is talent. You have to understand and break it down. Pat Riley is not a basketball facade. You know what I'm saying? The best coaching Pat Riley ever did in his life was with the Knicks. And I put that on everything I love because he had lesser talent and he did more with that less talent. That's what makes him a good coach. You know?
Mm.
Think about that. Think about that when you sit here talking about how listen, if I had Giannis and Brook Lopez and my man at his prime shooting the ball and a solid point guard, do you think, you know what I'm saying, would I had with some decent half-ass role players over in Milwaukee, what do you think I would get? I should get nothing less than a championship. We're talking about San Antonio. It had David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and it goes on and on for days. The talent that was wrapped around them. I mean, come on, man. I'm not gonna be beating this up and down the road. This argument, like I said, you giving a lot of these coaches too much props for a lot of talent that they already achieved or was gifted. With that
The
said, I
reason, the
digress.
reason, the reason you have to give
No, there's no reason. You can't. You
the
can't. You
reason,
can't. You can't.
yes,
You
yes,
can't
yes,
argue that. You
yes,
cannot
yes,
argue that.
yes.
How
The
can you
All
reason,
right.
say that?
the
How
Right.
can you
reason,
say that?
the reason you
How
have
can
to
you
give
say he can't argue that? That's
the
his
reason,
opinion, man. You
the,
like
Hall
coming
of
on here
Famer.
like thinking
Hall of Famer.
we don't have an opinion. You got an opinion. Cause you
No,
say
no.
Tibbs is this and Tibbs is that. We gotta
I'm
agree with
not
you,
saying to
or
do
we
everything.
we don't know what we're talking about. That's
All
how
right,
you
man.
coming off, Corey. That's how you
I'm
coming
sorry.
off. Am I right or
Look,
wrong, Ryan?
yes,
Am I
you
right
are
or wrong, Ryan? You
100%.
coming
look.
on like we don't know what we're talking about if we disagree with you.
All
No,
Ever since you came on here, you've been honest, man. Like, oh, you can't say this, and you can't say that, and you can't judge this, and you can't say
bro.
that. We got an
No,
opinion just like you, bro.
all right,
We got
everybody.
an opinion just like you.
All right, all right,
Type
all
it and you get typed down.
all
Because if
right.
I hurt your feelings, if I bruise
Now
some
you ain't
people,
hurt my feelings. Ain't nobody come on here like no gangster, bro.
type
You know
you
what I'm
what?
saying? You coming on here like you trying to
Hold
gangster us
on.
into thinking what you think.
Have I ever done that to you? Ever?
No,
Since
you
we
doing that today, bro. Ask everybody here. You coming on
okay,
like you the gangster, Tibbs
okay,
gangster. Like
okay, okay.
y'all wrong, y'all this, y'all that. Y'all been saying this. Don't say this. Don't say that. Don't use this. Don't say that. That's wrong, Corey. That's wrong.
All right, I get it. I get it. Bottom line here is everybody's entitled to their opinion,
That's what I'm saying, Ryan.
and everybody should be able to speak. And if you disagree with what someone's saying, you're more than welcome to say your opinion and why you disagree, and we move on from there. I think what we're doing right now is we have differences of opinion, and we're not moving on. Okay, we're stuck in this conversation. I'm ready to move on. I'm gonna move on, but I'm just saying, like we can have differences of opinion. Maybe everybody's not. Listen, there's a lot of people right now that are not feeling the greatest about what Tibbs is and how he's looking with the team. They're entitled to their opinion. There's other people that understand, like what Tibbs has done and how it's not easy to be a head coach. And there's a lot of things that go into it. It doesn't seem as easy as apples to apples. You know what I mean? Like there's some more that goes into it. So you give the benefit of the doubt with regards to that. There's two sides to everything. It's fine. I'm cool with everybody's perspective. I just think now we've exhausted it. I'm ready to move on. There's
I
other
got to make a last point.
yeah, but I can't, man. I gotta get out of here.
One last point. One last point.
I hear you, bro. But we're gonna run the Tibbs stuff into the ground, and
Yeah.
then every conversation, and then this is that moment where it becomes like a crutch, right? Where every content creator show is all about Tibbs, because we've been through this. We've had the years of this.
This is not about tips. This is
Okay.
about, like
All
I
right.
said, this is the last point I want to make again. When you take a guy like Poster just did not take LeBron and Wade and Bosh and
Wait, but hold on. But Nev, I mean, don't get me wrong. And listen, you know, I enjoy your takes. I enjoy your conversation as much as I also don't want it to be a conversation like we're talking about the Knicks. I'm not concerned about Spoelstra and these dudes.
No, I just want to point out his record. His record also indicates that he have taken other teams to the finals and come pretty close to winning the championship with other teams. You know, so we have to give this. We have to look at him as a credible quality coach that can take a variety of teams, talented teams, in some cases, G League players, and still get to the championship. So we have to hold him in high regard. You know, that means we have to elevate him above teams, because teams. One thing Tibbs hasn't done in his career is he hasn't won a championship, number one, and he has taken one team to the finals. If I remember his record right, if I have his record correctly, only one team to the finals, you know, and that's it. And otherwise, there have been a litany of bad news. Teams, you know, organization getting rid of him because of what he hasn't done for them. So again, the record speaks for itself.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's true. I wouldn't discount, you know, Spoelstra. We get mad at him all the time because he is a good coach. He's got some dirty players over there, but you know, that's besides the point. But I hear you. I wouldn't take that away from him. He's a good coach for a reason, and he knows that team in and out. Plus, also his time in the film room, being the film guy. So listen, it is what it is. That's fair. Let's move on. Sure. That being said, I don't even know if I want to go back to this now. Like, but let me get to my super chat. Thank you for the generous super chat. Crim's dad, appreciate you. Oh, that's a big one. Appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much. He says, let's hire Sam to sue Tibbs for being a bad coach. Boo Tibbs, boo. Hi, Ron. Hey, Crim's dad. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother.
Yeah, $50. Wow.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother.
Big ups. Big ups.
Yeah, man. I want to say, you know, I want to get back to this for a second. I appreciate the conversation. I know it's heated because there's differences of opinion. And the bottom line is, in the end, we're passionate fans. We all want our team to win. We want to be happy, and we will. I think we will. I don't know if it's going to be this year, but we will. I feel it. David Smith said, Knicks are 20-2 this year when they have at least 30 assists. Ball movement key to the Knicks' success, yet Coach and Brunson won't stick to what works. I disagree. I agree that you're right. 20-2, at least 30 assists. That's a fantastic way to play. That's the way the Knicks should be playing. Last time I checked, Jalen Brunson is not going to be a point guard that gets you 30 assists every time the Knicks get 30 assists. Last time I checked, somebody else on the team also has to get assists. When Jalen Brunson is on the bench, he doesn't have any say or, you know, control over what people are doing on the court when he's not out there. So to say Jalen Brunson is the reason why, you know, the Knicks won't stick to what works, to say Jalen Brunson after watching him play against the LA Lakers and have 39 points, call his number in the fourth quarter because nobody else was scoring reliably. He was getting it done and he couldn't be stopped. And he was going to the free throw line doing whatever it took. Yet he finished with 10 assists. Like, I don't understand why you keep thinking Jalen Brunson is the problem. No matter how many assists Jalen Brunson has, if he has 15 assists and the Knicks have 40, there's 25 assists that somebody else had to make. An assist only matters if the person you assist to knocks down the shot. If Jalen Brunson has 10 assists, do you think that he probably passed the ball maybe to guys a little bit more than 10 times that they didn't hit the shot? I'm just saying, like, this whole narrative that Jalen Brunson is the reason why the ball's not moving all the time throughout the whole game is wrong. Yes, there's moments where he gets ISO heavy. There's definitely moments in crunch time in the clutch where he is calling Jalen Brunson's number, as he should. Guys, once again, we talked about this earlier. The stat was already out there. Jalen Brunson is the most clutch player in the NBA right now. How do you think he got that? Because when push comes to shove and it's the fourth quarter and you need somebody to make a big shot, he is willing to take it, and most of the time he'll make it. So that's not a knock on him, okay? The point is, throughout the game, the rest of the guys got to step up and do what they got to do. He will pass the ball, but if guys are not hitting their shots, he's not going to keep going to you. He's going to call his own number, because if he's hitting, he's going to keep doing it. The point is to win the game. It's not about win the game, but make sure Mikal and Cat get involved. No, it's to win the game. You start off with a game plan. Let's move the ball. Let's get assists. Let's get things flowing. Let's create some type of offense. But if the offense is not working because guys are hitting their shots, or if guys aren't moving the ball, because Jalen's only one person. He's going to pass the ball. Somebody else got to pass too. Everybody's got to believe in each other and move the ball. So I wish people would stop with the Jalen Brunson stuff. The guy's averaging 7-point-something assists, the most assists in his career. He is continually to show you that he's believing a little bit more. In the past, Jalen Brunson would never have passed that ball to OG Anunoby in that Memphis game for him to take that last shot. He would have just forced it up. But he believed in his teammate, and because of that, we won. So can we just stop with that? Could you give Jalen Brunson a break? And I really love the fact that, David, you were saying a lot about Jalen Brunson, and you talk about me being a Jalen Brunson apologist. I don't see you saying not one negative thing about Karl-Anthony Towns. I never see you say anything negative about your guy, Cat. And we clearly see that Karl-Anthony Towns has struggled at times. I don't care if you're talking about he doesn't get the ball enough. When he does get the ball, he's got to do something with it. When he does get the ball, you can't just go up on 2 or 3 guys, not get a proper shot, lose the ball, and then complain and say you got fouled when you didn't get fouled.
Right.
All right. Let me make a point and defend whoever, David Smith, to some extent. It's not that Jalen Brunson is hogging the ball too much, because you can play with a guy like Jalen Brunson or even Cat. Is that we have this system does not elevate the other players to Jalen Brunson level. So they is either, that's where the problem lies. Mm-hmm. Because our system is pretty much if you look at Cavs last year, our system is pretty much like their system last year, where their primary ball handlers will do all the work. So what we need to do is ask Mikal, OG, and all of our bench players to do much more to elevate them to the level. But they should know where we're going to go when situation calls for it. But we don't do that. We start a lot of times. We start out the game very well. We started playing well. We play motion offense, and as a situation, the game from the second half to the end of the game, we go more ISO. We go more Jalen hero ball, And the problem is that Jalen Brunson is always the one initiating the plays. That's where the problem lies. And a lot of times the other guys just stand around.
He has to, because that's his role. And I'm not, listen, don't get me wrong. I agree with you. So you notice how when I said something, when he said, Coach and Brunson won't stick to what works, I didn't say anything about the coach part. I'm only talking about Jalen Brunson, because this is coming down from the coach. The coach system is in place for a reason, and that's what they're running. Jalen Brunson is just running what the coach wants him to run. And if the guys are not, and I've said this before, we've watched this already. So I don't like the whole narrative. Why would Jalen, because David Smith has said more than just this. He's talked about how Cat is not being used properly. The coach and Captain Brunson will not let Cat outshine Brunson. It's political. Like, what are we talking? That's why, like, when I say this,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
I know. This is why I just want to say, and this is I want people to understand this is a conversation. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, even if I disagree with it. This is nonsense to me. I don't agree with it because we've already watched Jalen Brunson be able to run in a system with another alpha person on the team, even if he's not as good as him. When Jalen was here with Julius Randle, the Knicks had a system set up that Julius Randle would go off in the first quarter, get his so that he can get in his rhythm, and then Jalen Brunson would go off later. And in the fourth quarter, that would be Jalen Brunson time. If you were feeling something about somebody and it had to always be about you, would you be willing to defer to another player for the whole first quarter and allow him to go get his while you're just sitting there getting cold and not getting a rhythm? Jalen Brunson is not that way. I don't understand where this is coming from. And it's only one person saying it. Shout out to you, David. Like I said, you're the only one saying this. So
all you have to do, Ryan, is look at the box score lately. I mean,
And not only that,
how many games has Karl Anthony Towns been the leading scorer? I mean, for a while they're talking MVP because I mean he was the one getting the points, and you can tell because Jalen Brunson has deferred to him because he's averaging less points, more assists. So I mean, what is he supposed to do?
But I think you know what it is, Double A, and I'll get back to you, Corey. I think what it is that unfortunately for the Knicks, and this has happened a lot. There's been a lot of games where Karl Anthony Towns, we look at the end of he's got 9 shots or 11 shots. Like it's kind of wild. I don't know why that's happening, but that's not Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson don't coach the team. That is on the coach. He's got to know. And I don't care what you say. You can't tell me different because we got a 4-quarter game. We got a halftime. So whatever's not looking good in the first quarter and the second quarter, you go into the half and you say, you know what? Karl Anthony Towns is not getting a lot of touches. What the hell is the other 45 coaches doing behind Tom? You telling me nobody knows that Karl Anthony's not getting enough shots? That's not on Jalen Brunson. It's not like Jalen Brunson is saying, I'm not going to. And I said this before. One more thing about this, and I want to move to you, Corey. When you look at how the Knicks offense is run, you guys all know Jalen Brunson brings the ball down the court and somebody has to come set a screen for him. Out for that screen, he's either going to take it and score himself or he's going to move to the next pass to get somebody else open. That's their offense. Not every time is Karl Anthony Towns the guy next to Jalen Brunson. Whoever is the guy next to Jalen Brunson, he is usually going to be able to set a pick and roll, and that's Jalen Brunson's first option. And if it's not there, he will go somewhere else or he'll call his own number. If Karl Anthony Towns is on the other side, the system is not set up for him to pass the ball across the court to Karl Anthony Towns. I don't know why we keep going back and forth. I'm watching basketball the same way you are, and I am not thinking that. So whatever. Corey, what were you going to say?
I'm gonna say this. The difference between Cat and Julius Randle. Julius Randle demands the basketball. He asks for the basketball. He knows when he's ready. He does not defer when he gets the basketball. He attacks when he gets the basketball, regardless. Remember, we used to call him a black hole back in the day? So that's my point right then and there. So with that said, Cat needs not to be a cat. He needs to be a dog or a panther or a lion or something carnivorous, because Cat does not fit what we need. That name does not fit him. But with that said, and I'm not dogging my man because I like him and I see the world of potential in this young man. It's just that he needs to get that spark, that fire. I don't care, I don't care if I broke a toenail. I'm gonna go out there on that court and act like ain't nothing happened. But
I hear you. I hear you.
All right, everybody. I gotta go. So
hey, Nev, once again, as I always tell you, brother, I know what you're gonna say. I know where you're coming from. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate your takes, brother. You're always welcome up here. But I'm just saying, after about 2-3 hours, I'm ready to move on from Tibbs. But
Better than that.
All right, Nev. Talk to you guys,
brother.
Yeah. Quick talking point too. I just wanted to say this real quick. Another reason too why Cat is not as effective is the foul trouble. We've noticed this from the start of the season till now. He stays in foul trouble early in these big games. These guys take him out mentally, and he's done like the first quarter, which is why he's getting only like 10 or 11 shots. he doesn't want to be aggressive because he's in foul trouble and he feels like he's going to get benched for the rest of a quarter, and that messes with his intensity in most of these big games like we saw with the Lakers.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Like, I just think that there's more to the story than just the, you know, what looks like it is on the surface. There's more to it. And Cat does unfortunately take himself out of the games because of his foul trouble or, you know, aggressiveness with picking up some of these fouls early. And it also affects him offensively because, you know, like I said, every time that he runs to the paint offensively, when he does that thing, he puts himself in a position to draw an offensive foul a lot because the guy just has to stand there. If Jalen Brunson was on the other team, he'd be getting Cat a lot because Cat be running into the paint like a bull in a china shop. So, you know, I understand why that sometimes he isn't as aggressive and he calms down. But, you know, we'd love to see a little bit more of it going forward. It's just when Double D said, Ron, then who's to blame? I'm telling you, it's Tom Thibodeau. Jalen Brunson is not your pass first type of point guard. We know that. He's more of a shoot first guy. Get it. But he's not that he's a point guard that is here to help play make for the team. But he's not like your point guard that, like I said, we've talked about it before. He's not the one that just calls out the plays and does all this other stuff on the fly and is just willing to put guys in certain positions. He's different. His role with the Knicks is different. He was like that with Dallas. As the backup, he was doing that. When he came to the Knicks and became the guy that we needed to score, his whole game changed. So we can't look for him to be something he's not anymore. He's something different for us, and we need him to be that. Let me just let everybody know. I'm opening up the phone lines. I know JJ, you want to call in. By all means, my guy. Let me turn it on. Give me a second, guys. Apologize. But yeah, man, this is something that everything that you are concerned about, guess what? The good thing about this is that you're going to see how it works, right? If you have a concern that, you know, Jalen Brunson is holding Karl Anthony Towns back, if you're having a concern that we don't get to the 36th point because of the ISO ball, and because, well, we're going to see what happens with Jalen Brunson not there. We're going to see how many times we get to 30 assists without Jalen Brunson, how many times we win these basketball games, how many times Karl Anthony Towns goes nut, you know, and has a great game. We're going to see it now.
And
so,
if you look at the schedule, I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but like the schedule that we have for the rest of the month, we could honestly still win these games without Brunson. It's just a matter of how well the team's going to play. Like, our schedule really isn't brutal until the month of April. The month of March, we've got some pretty favorable games that we can still win against teams who are pretty much either tanking or also just as banged up. I think like we play a couple of playoff teams like the Bucks and I think the Mavs, who are, you know, pretty much depleted at this point. So like you take out of the Bucks and the Clippers and the Warriors, it's pretty much games that we can still win. And I think even with those teams, we saw it last night, we can still beat the Clippers. That's a game where we need to get back. And it just has to be with the rotations and these players coming out with intensity out the gate. We can't let guys like Nick Batum burn us for 15 points.
Right.
That's true. That's fair. That's horrible. Juan, what's going on, my brother?
What's up, bro? Yeah, what's good? New York in the house.
You know what I mean? Oh, and I also see Humberto de la Hoz in this house. He said, be a little more positive, please. The Knicks fans, we need you to be more positive, please. Yeah, I mean, this has been a tough one. Guys, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. People been on the edge today. This has definitely been one of those. You've seen it before.
See if I know the ledge.
People been jumping out there today. So we'll be all right.
I don't know what fans see, or like they just like pick a player and just want to blame somebody. There's like, it's this guy, and they just hate that guy.
Let me just pick this up. I'll get right back to you. Caller, you are on live with SKF. Know the ledge. Your name and where you're calling from.
Brooklyn Butch. Currently up in Charlotte now, though.
Hey, what's up, Brooklyn Butch? How you doing, my brother?
Pretty good, bro. Ain't seen you in a while there.
Yeah, man, it's been a minute. Hold on one second. Let me just let Juan finish his take, and we'll get right to you, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the average fan knows what the hell they're talking about. Like, if you think Jalen Brunson is a problem, you need to watch like games again. Like, he racks up the assists. He can distribute when he needs to. Like, I think he's starting to learn when it's time for him to be the guy that needs to be the guy, and then when to distribute. Because like if you see from the beginning of the season till now, I think he's done a way better. You don't rack up a 7, 8 assist a game average by just being a ball hog. You just don't. Like, so I don't know what the heck people are talking about. Like, I watch these games. He's doing it because like you saw Josh Hart was scared to shoot that ball. You gotta shoot that. You can't go then driving. There's no time on the clock. Just shoot it. It's tied. You miss it, so what?
Well, and that goes to the point, Juan, that, unfortunately, to Double A, what Double A was saying is that Tom Thibodeau should have drew up a better play for that moment. They're going to try to get the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands. So
and that ball should go to Cat in that situation.
Really, in that situation, if you
I think it was a busted play. I think it was a busted play.
Yeah, it could have been. Because you would think that at that far out, if Jalen's got to give the ball up, it's got to probably go to someone like Bridges, because Bridges can create off the dribble for himself. He's got a great mid-range. But, yeah, it was just Josh was put in a really bad position. He got the ball way too far from the basket. And, Josh is not a great shooter. So, in your mind, if you're Josh Hart, and we got to hit a basket, I'm not taking a far shot. I barely like to shoot the 3 anyway. He hesitates all the time. So he's going to try to get closer to the basket. And that was just a recipe for disaster. Not enough time on the I will say, once again, in fairness to Josh, if he had a couple more seconds, he wins the game because that shot went in.
That did go in, yeah.
But
it's just, it is clock awareness, too. Like, you got to understand. Even if that's not a shot you make often, you just got to toss it up and just see what happens. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. I also think this is a coaching problem, too. Like, to me, because I've seen games where Knicks are up big and they can't hold on to leads. Half the time it's because they're tired. So, like, I know there's something with this team. Like, I do. Maybe I'm just being overly optimistic because the Knicks were so bad for like 20 years almost. But like I do see like this glimpse of like, wow, they were up 20 on the Thunder. You can't do that if you're a bad team.
Right.
You're a bad team if what makes them not elite is because they can't hold on to the lead. So that speaks to a couple problems. The coach and the bench, I think.
The 100%, you just nailed it. The reason why we cannot hold on to leads, the reason why we can't really expand leads and keep them, really getting big for the most part is because of the bench. The bench is not good enough defensively. Bench doesn't have enough size, and the bench is not good offensively. So, in last year's team, part of the reason why we were okay and we were a lot better and we were able to do things is you had Bojan Bogdanovic coming off the bench. You had Dante DiVincenzo until he had to start coming off the bench. That's a recipe for some good action. And then eventually in the playoffs, when we had to have him, he finally woke up. We had Alec Burks. So our bench was a lot more competent last year, and this year it's not on both sides. It will be because Mitch is here, but Mitch just got here. But right now, it wasn't looking too good. So
and we also got Hawk coming off the bench. He's a good backup center too. So I think it's going to come together. But unfortunately, it's not going to be this year because he's hurt.
Right.
But I just don't think fans see. I think just fans get blinded by their passion of, and it's. I understand why it's hard to be optimistic. We haven't had a chip in this freaking town, basketball town, at least for 50 years now. Like, I get it. I get the frustration, but and especially to feel like you're so close and we trade. I do not dislike some of the trades personally. I think getting Cat was great. I hate that we lost Dante in the process. They probably I would have just thrown in McBride, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Because that Dante was pivotal, and then you would have had the Nova Knicks. But I just think fans don't like. I don't know why they seem to pick like a player, and then it's usually the wrong player too. It's Like Jalen is not the problem, or he's jealous of Cat. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, Cat needs to get himself more involved. You can't be out there like at the end of the play. Like he was kind of open. He needs to be yelling, "Yo, I'm open! Like, give me the ball! Like, demand the ball!" Like, you think Jalen wouldn't give him the ball in that situation if he thought he saw him? He clearly missed him because he's trying to look for somebody. Cat gotta be like, "Yo, I'm open." Like, oh, Jalen's probably like, "Oh, shoot! Like, let me give him the ball instead of Josh." Like, you got like this guy. That's that communication problem, or not wanting to assert yourself. Like, Cat has to be like in those situations too. He has to realize like, oh, Jalen can't make a play. Give me the ball. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what has to happen. I think partially it's the coach, and like you said, those two bench pieces. Like, we will get a complete team, but you know me, I'm kind of done with Tibbs. Like, I'm just sick of his inability to adjust and his stubbornness to like, I don't care about his players. Like, his inability to like want to play, like give players a chance. And now look, Jalen Brunson is done for a while. Like, who can really step up and outside of Payne? Like, is he? I don't know really know Payne's game that much.
Yeah,
I know he can shoot the lights out from three, but like, is he a ball handler like that? I don't know.
he is. He can. It's just this is the role that the Knicks put him in because we don't have a competent bench. We don't have enough scoring off the bench. So when he comes in, we want him to shoot. But if he's supposed to be a traditional point guard, he can do that. That's what he did in Phoenix. Well, we'll get back to it. Let me get back to give Brooklyn Butch some love. What's up, Butch?
Hey, what's the deal, guys?
Hey, man, what's
Big
on your
shout out
mind,
to the
brother?
panel and everybody else that's up there, fellas. Quick couple of points here. We got Cat, right? And we thought that he would create more spacing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it still points back to coaching the Tips. I don't want to drill and too far with that, to go back. But if we look at it, we got Cat. What he does is catch the ball at the top of the key, and then wants to drive in. That's a guard's job, or a guard, or small forward. Point guard. What we need Cat's because we got him to create space. He's not creating space. The basic thing still is space is the size of the court. That means if you're catching the ball, because it's still one of the most dangerous things, because all of us have played basketball before, and we know that. It just gives you an eerie feeling. When that ball is caught that close into the paint, you know what I mean? That's what causes us as defenders to collapse, because then that creates space. But what we're doing is saying, here, Cat, we brought Cat here to create space as a center, but he's catching the ball at the top of the key and then driving. That's not really creating space for anybody, because when he goes to drive, it's rare that he then turns and then kicks it out. But as opposed to when we have Randall a lot of times, and not that I was a great Randall fan, but Randall did do a couple of things where he would then at least catch the ball, maybe right outside the paint, work his way in, cause defenders to collapse on him and kick it out. Cat doesn't do that because he doesn't play that well with his ball, with the ball to the basket. Now, who's to put them in place in a point like that? That's still on Tips. So a lot of these things. Now, secondly, Brunson is down now. We haven't developed a really good point guard in a sense, but we do have one. Now, Tyler Kolek is young in that sense, but he ain't that young. We paid him an extension point of money, right? Because for a second round, what's that boy get close to near $4 million?
Oh no,
so
6.6.
6.6, something like that. A second rounders don't get that kind of money.
No, that's the most that any
They
second rounder has been given in the NBA history.
Yeah. So that tells you, like, in a point in here, like, hey, there's definitely a disconnect between what Tibbs is doing and then what the front office is doing. Because if you paid him that much money, that means that more than likely, at some degree, for utilization. Because hey, just like anybody else, you want a product that's developed. Like, we want to make trades, we want to do things. But what team wants to trade with you in a sense if you're not developing that, that player, that product? Now we're stuck in a situation where, hey, at the beginning of the year, there were so many games where that kid should have got minutes. He should have got minutes, not just in the point of the G League, but he should have got minutes in you know what I mean, playing in the pros here. Because he's just a natural point guard, more so than what Brunson is, because that's just how the Tyler Colas game. And I'm not calling this kid all world and he's going to be the greatest and this, that, and this. But what he can do, that boy can deliver the ball where you want it to. Tibbs' system, now we brought in, once again here, we brought in after 5 draft picks, you know what I mean? We have to still say that now here. We brought this boy over here from Brooklyn. He came from Arizona. He was doing his thing. But each play that where he came from, there were system points that were designed to help him and move forward. Tim's on this, what he calls the read and react system, that works for some players. But for a lot of times, you need to define where you are going to take advantage of players or system. We, unfortunately, have a coach who is so stubborn, and certain points are past this point in time. Protecting, because his thing is inside out. The league has changed. He is not willing to adapt to what the league is doing. And they particularly pointed out when they come to us. Look at Batum even last night. Batum hasn't been hitting shots like that, but he was wide open. The boy was 4 for 4 on 3-pointers. And then he hit a couple of more after that. Every time it seems that we get to somebody who's players, God, I don't even know who these guys are. They hitting, killing us with threes and killing us with this. And then we wind up definitely losing, or the teams come back and beat us. I just think it's a disaster point when it gets to the point of the playoffs. Things do slow down and it becomes more of a half-court game. But the way our system is, it's just horrible. I'm sick of the Achua experiment with him playing at center because it doesn't work. Achua has said he doesn't like to play at center. He's definitely more of a power forward to a small forward. He's 6'7", about 230 pounds. He has no business being down there at point at center. He's not a high flying athlete leaper like that either, where he's jumping off the board and snatching rebounds. We're getting killed on the board sometimes. The other night, when we lost that game, and I knew we were going to lose that game to the Lakers, when he sat there and we got out rebounded, Cat cannot, I repeat, he cannot play center in this league here because he can't defend. He can't get rebounds like that, even though he's averaging 13-point-something rebounds, right? But in the closing times of the game, where we really need that rebound, that's where we're getting killed. Every time that ball is bouncing and going this way and going that way. And it happened again. And once it happened in the Laker game, teams are reading blood in the water and murdering us with it. It's to find the details. I hate to say Tibbs, he likes to say that, hey, we don't, the details of this and that. But we're all sitting there looking at it like, oh yeah, if we'd only got that rebound right there. Yep. If we'd only this. You know what I mean? Cat with the turnovers, with the fouls. He can't defend. He's lazy. He doesn't move his feet. He's horrible on defense. And teams are setting us up for the kill for it. And it's just a disaster because we all see it coming. We're like, oh God, here they go. They isolated him again. And he's going to get beat because he can't defend. And Tibbs doesn't even put him in a good position to defend it because it's the way that their system is set up. It's unfortunate, like we still have to point it to the point of Tibbs' system. He does not upgrade to a point where to say, hey, to put his players in better positions. He's stubborn to a fault. He is going to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing his head against that wall because he believes that he can break through it, and it wasn't. And we, as far as he led us up to a point, but he will not get us to the promised land. It's unfortunate, but we all can see it. But you know what I mean. But we all, I know we're complaining as far as about the coach and you know what I mean. But it's not even so much the coach; it's the system. And like the guys were saying earlier, I hate to say it too because I don't want to go back that far. But Eric Spoelstra is a much better coach than Tibbs in that sense. And the only reason why I say this is because he's done more with lesser talent. Tibbs has been given the talent, and we can see what he's still trying to do. And if you can't get to the end, the numbers are beginning to show it. After the second half, of the season, where our 3-pointer shots have gone, our percentages dropped dramatically. And that tells you one thing that is true, a key factor is that when you start missing your shot from that point, it's your legs. It's not the point necessarily that you're doing. It's your legs. You're just tired. Your body has been worn down. But we don't have the caviar of the bench to rely to, because when you were supposed to develop them, it was supposed to be early in the season. If you look at Indiana's coach, that's what he's been doing. That's why Indiana's record's been like that. It's the reason why is because he's trying to develop more of his bench, because he knows if I do get to the Celtics again, I got one chance at beating them, is to be deeper than them or as deep as them, because I know that my starting point can't beat them. Tibbs' strategy is, I just don't agree with a lot of points that are shared. It doesn't take advantage of a lot of mismatches and things like that. He just doesn't do it. You know what I mean? Trae Young has been doing this shit to us for years. Excuse my French. He's been doing this for years. We finally took advantage of him 1 or 2 games. Are you kidding me? When years ago in the playoffs, everybody was calling and begging for that. Not Tibbs' strategy. He's stubborn to a fault, which really kills us. So I just wanted to point some of those things out.
No, man, this is a great call. It's a great call, bro, because everything you're saying is not wrong, right. and I can't find any fault in what you're saying. It all makes sense. Unfortunately, this is kind of what we have. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can say is I don't know if Tibbs is the answer to take us any further than we are. But I do know, this is the only thing I've been saying since this season started. This is the same year in which he's getting this. So to be fair, we need to see the whole season and see what comes of it to know if it's going to work or if it's not going to work. Because in the end, if Jalen Brunson is back healthy and the rest of the Knicks, knock on wood, are healthy, I'm talking Mitch, everybody, we don't know what can happen. Maybe they start playing better sound basketball.
That's so true.
Yeah, maybe not only because there's nothing to say that the Knicks can't go into the playoffs. Right now, we would play Detroit if the playoffs started today. Go into the playoffs, play Detroit in the first round. Tough series, but beat Detroit. Go into the second round, because if this was to go down today, we would have to most likely play Boston in the second round. Play Boston, and for whatever reason, the Knicks just have it going. They just clicking. Guys are believing in each other. They're playing well. Mitchell Robinson is affecting change on defense. The guys are staying home, so the 3-point shots are not as wide open as they were. Because I will tell you one thing. Boston is a great team. I do think they, can win it all again. But I also see the chinks in their armor. I also see that Boston has some issues. I actually feel like, and I know people might not agree with me, I feel like Cavaliers are more dangerous than Boston, in my opinion. I know that the Boston is the proven team that just won a championship, and we know how good they play against the Knicks. But I'm looking at Boston as how good they play against everybody. And the Cavaliers just look like they're a little bit more solid, more stronger. They got a lot of guys that step up in dark moments when Donovan Mitchell's on the bench, or even Garland when he's not out there on the court. These guys play well. So I look at that. Like, the Knicks could play Detroit in the first round, play Boston in the second round, and be able to knock Boston off if they just go out there with a smart game plan. Everybody's healthy and they execute. There's nothing that says they can't beat any team in a playoff series if they're playing the right type of basketball. Now, I'm saying that knowing that Tibbs is the coach, but if it was to happen, how do you look at Tibbs? If the Knicks went out, played Detroit in the first round, beat them, played Boston in the second round, and beat Boston with Tibbs as the coach, how do you look at Tibbs in that case and say that he can't coach this team to something better after knocking off a team that spanked you all year? You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's going to happen. Yeah. I'm just saying, what if it happened?
I doubt it.
I hear you. I hear you. I'm just saying, what if it happened?
Very much so.
I agree, Butch, too, with what you're saying, because I've been telling Ron and them this pretty much from the jump as far as Precious Achiuwa when we first got him. Like, because I'm a Memphis fan, so I've watched him ever since he was playing with James Wiseman, and it's like naturally he's a power forward. I don't know why we keep trying to force in the small ball, Precious Achiuwa. Like you said, he's 6'8" on a good day. So I don't know why we're, going with that Draymond Green-esque lineup when Precious Achiuwa is not Draymond Green. As far as the passing, he doesn't have it. I mean, the rebounding maybe, but he's not a force in the paint. And I agree. You see my hat that I've got on. I've been a part of the Kolick fan club from day one. I'm hoping, like everybody else, that we just switch up and kind of see some different things with this team instead of what we've seen with Josh Hart and these guys playing 40-some minutes. Let's try to, mix up the rotations a little bit for when Jalen Brunson does come back. There's already some synergy on the bench because as we see, I mean, Brunson can do what he does when he comes back. But as soon as he comes out the game, our offense goes down the hill very badly. Like we need to see that bench have some type of synergy. So hopefully with this, these 2
does
weeks.
anybody on the panel think Payne is the future?
No.
I think this is. I honestly think this is Payne's
No.
last year.
So why haven't
I don't even think. I don't think Precious is going to be here next year.
Yeah, Precious is
Shaman, Precious. You might not even see Deuce.
That's why I like the call, Butch, is because I don't understand it myself because, I mean, we know Cam Payne is who he is at this point in his career. He's not going to – and this is not a knock on him, but, like, he's just not going to evolve. But besides what he's already shown us, this is Cam Payne. This is who he is. Same thing with Shamet. We already know what Shamet is. These guys have been in the league for 8 years almost, at least. And they've done the same thing with each team that they've been with. They've had the same role. I feel like you got a guy like Kolick who's at least got a proven collegiate career of, changing a team. And now he's a necessity for what you need on this roster. I'd hope that, some conversation goes on to where he's implemented because the guy is literally a proven playmaker. That was his one calling card of reasoning for him to get drafted was his playmaking ability at the next level. So hopefully Tibbs implicates that. And also now, with us not having, backup center and Huck Porty, Sims now gone, Cat's going to have to put on his big boy pants when Mitch can't get off this minute restriction. We don't know when he's getting off of it. So, I mean, this is going to be the game plan each game. Make Cat play defense, make Josh Hart shoot threes. That's what the game plan is going to be because, I mean, OG's shooting at, 6 or 7 threes a game, but at least he's hitting half of them, but that's not going to happen every single game. So we're going to have to figure out another way to win because that's going to be team's game plan for the next 2 weeks as long as Brunson's out.
That's a fact. Hey, Brooklyn Butch, man, appreciate the call. Thank you, man.
Yeah, do your thing, brothers. I appreciate you guys.
Great takes, brother. Great takes.
Yeah, this is the most rational Knicks fan I've seen so far.
Dope takes, bro.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother. And let me get to this real quick. I think that might be JJ on. Caller, you are on live. SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you calling from?
Yo, it's JJ from Brooklyn.
Hey, all right, fellas. JJ. What's going on, my brother? Give me
Before
1 second.
Before you go, JJ, Ron, I got to get ready to get out of here, man. Thank you so much to the panel, all you great guys, man. And I will talk to you guys next Saturday. I'll see y'all later. Peace and love.
Appreciate you, bro. Have a great one, my guy.
John, I'm gonna hit your line later on, blood.
Okay, let me get to this super chat real quick, and then we'll get JJ's take. I know he was looking to call in before. Thank you for the generous super chat. Shout out to L Dammit in the building. She said 3 more likes for 100 likes. Let's show love for the best Knicks community out there. Pew, pew. Let's go. Pew, pew,
pew, pew. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, because, sometimes I'll be out here like, it ain't the way, man. It ain't the way. Anyway, JJ, what's going on, my brother? What's on your mind, man?
What up? Chilling, man. Hope y'all are all doing well. I just got a couple of quick questions. My first question is, right now, to me, I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't care what seed we end up. Like, at this point, I'm just like, rest certain guys, certain games. That's just my belief right now. We have too many guys that are banged up. Josh Hart isn't healthy. Cat isn't healthy. Mitch still on the restriction. Brunson obviously out. Like these games, standing wise, they're not that meaningful. Like there's no, even if we fell to 4, is there a big difference? It's the same thing. It's not it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like if we sacrificed a few games to get guys right, I think it would be beneficial. Like if we got 4, so be it. It's not a big deal whatsoever, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Even 5, I'm not gonna trip. I know that's not ideal because you're on the road, but we'll be all right if we had to play Indiana or whoever, Indiana or Detroit on the road, whoever. Like it's not that big of a deal. This is a veteran team. I just think health right now should be the priority over fighting for a 3rd seed. That's not that important. It's really not.
That's fair.
Like, do you guys, am I bugging or,
No, I would think that, and I think Tom Thibodeau will be the first to tell you, bro, he doesn't care about, standings right now with regards to, he wants to be able to have the best possible team to go into the playoffs to get something done. And especially when you were talking about not having Jalen Brunson out there, kidding me? He's definitely not thinking about where we're seated. He's just, let me get my guy back and hopefully everybody else can stay healthy. Because really, we've already watched it multiple times. We saw it with Atlanta a couple years ago. We saw it with Miami a few years ago. Doesn't matter where you go into the playoffs. As long as you go in there right, playing the good basketball, you can go
That's
far.
what I'm saying, basically. Yeah. I mean, I just don't think it's worth it to be playing these guys these minutes and, 3, 4, 5. It's not a big difference to me. It's just not, especially 3 or 4. Like if Indiana passes us, so what? It doesn't matter to me for 4, like at all.
I agree with you too, JJ, to a certain extent.
I'm sitting. Yeah, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just going to say I agree with you to a certain extent because I also think as long as we stay in the top 6, like I just want to stay out the play-in.
Right.
If we find a way to manage to stay out the play-in, I think we're good. Like I was telling Ron and the other guys on the panel, I don't know if you heard or not, but like this month of March is winnable games for us. It's next month that I'm worried about as far as like it's a contender each night, and they're all Eastern Conference for those 4 teams. So we can like kind of stay above water this month and go like 500 for the rest of the month. I think we're in a decent spot to where we shouldn't fall out top 6, which is what I'm hoping for. To at least be a number 6.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, like you're saying, even 6, 4, or 5, to me, it doesn't make a difference. It really doesn't. Like, even if, even if we're on the road to start the first round, so what? We're a veteran team. I ain't going to phase them. I just think, like me, I'm sitting Cat here or there for a game. I'm sitting OG every few games. Like, I just am. Like, that's just me. We know how Tibbs is. Every game is like, game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. But that's my positioning right now. Just get guys healthy, sit them if you have to. If you lose, you lose. It really doesn't matter to me right now. Health should just be the priority right now for the rest of the season. It really should. And
we're seeing it from like the top teams in the league. I don't know if you guys have seen, but like OKC
and
obviously
OKC
their first seeds, but
right.
like the top 2 or 3 seeds in each conference are now like resting their players like in games that really don't matter. So like if OKC, for instance, is playing like the Wizards, they're benching all of their starters for rest purposes, and they'll even rule it out as such. Like they'll just say, "Hey, J-Dub's out." Like Chet Holmgren hasn't played in like 3 games; he's out for rest purposes. Like they're just trying to get their guys healthy because obviously Chet hasn't been out for a while. So I mean, he hasn't played in a while for the postseason, so they want him healthy. Same thing with us. Hopefully, we got guys banged up, and we're in a situation where we can afford to bench them out. Just in lesser competition matches. I'm hoping this month, not next month, we should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of where. And then one more question, then I'll let you guys go. I won't take too much time. In the first round, out of Indiana, Detroit, and Milwaukee, who do you guys most prefer, and who would you least prefer in that first round?
You want to go on?
I probably want to see Indiana.
That would be my pick too. I would say Indiana strictly because of the star power that the Bucks have, and just dealing with a guy like Giannis first round might not be the best thing for us. I think we need to kind of get cooking before we get into that type of series. And also, like, to be honest with you guys, I've been saying it because I'm closer in the Midwest in the area, but I think that the Pistons are a very sneaky team this postseason, similar to how we had the Magic. We're talking about the Magic the past couple years. The Pistons are a very young team with very good potential, and they've been playing well. Like, they've been beating some pretty good teams this year. I think, honestly, if the Pistons are – because they've got the shooting. If they're just able to maintain the defense, I think that they're a pretty a team that they should be worried about for these second round. They can make a push, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. It's a team like that, too, scares me because they don't even know any better. They're young. It's kind of like free money in a sense. There's no one even – that's probably like the biggest jump from one season to the next. I mean, so that in that sense too, it's scary. You know, we would have all the pressure, right? Detroit's just kind of free and loose, and so
hold
great
on
take,
one second,
man.
JJ.
Great responses.
Hold on one second. Let me see Corey.
Sure.
Corey over there chefing it up.
You already know what it is, bro. I'm getting down.
What would you pick? Like JJ was asking, would you rather face Indiana, Milwaukee, or Detroit? Who would you rather face in the first round if you're the Knicks?
Detroit.
Corey, salute, brother.
Oh yeah.
Detroit.
Okay.
Just because.
What up, Corey? What's
up,
man?
my guy? You already know. my favorite light skinned brother, yo. Hey, let me tell you something. I'll take Detroit any day. I'm not saying that I'd rather take on the considered tougher challenge than the considered, pushovers. Personally, that's just me.
I got you. Okay. What about you, Juan?
Okay.
Who would I rather see in the first round?
Yeah, Indiana, Detroit, or Milwaukee.
Detroit.
Okay.
I think Detroit is beatable. Indiana might give us some problems because they're actually using depth. We could have beat them last year, but I don't know. It's a different team.
Well,
maybe
that's my thing. That's what I'm saying. Like the reason why I want Indiana, well, one, because I want get back. Because like I don't.
Me
like
too.
Indiana.
I want get back. Exactly.
And two,
I'm with you.
I just don't think I don't think Indiana can beat us in a 7-game series if we have everybody healthy.
Yeah, you're right.
Squad. I ain't worried about Indiana, man. I think they
the
can
one difference though, Ron, real quick though, last year I definitely think we would have smoked them, but I feel like
they're better. They're better on paper this year.
I feel like they match up better because we were a physical team last year, and that's what they struggle with and still do. And we're kind of more finesse now, so in that sense, it could be a little tougher than we think.
Yeah, well, also I think for what the purposes of why we brought Cat here, Cat makes Miles Turner have to stay on the perimeter and guard him. Hopefully, unless they switch up.
He does,
you know what I mean?
He does the same thing to us as well.
Right.
He makes Knicks go out there.
Right,
so
right. But now we have an answer. But that's also so that's why it all matters. Like, I hope the Knicks can figure out a way to win games without Jalen Brunson. I know I said I want TJ Warren for those purposes because we need some more scoring. But really, I want Moses Brown on this team. Like, if we got Moses Brown, that allows Thibodeau to use Cat and Mitchell Robinson in the starting lineup. That gives us much more versatility. So that way we're not getting killed. When they've got Miles Turner out there trying to shoot threes, for example, we got a big that's down low that can grab rebounds. That's what took us games because of that matchup we couldn't account for. But having both of these guys, and then you got a backup plan because you got Precious who can come in and play the 4, and then you have a true 7-footer, a 7-2 guy in Moses Brown. That way you don't feel like you're getting killed at the center position. That's why I think that's important. But we'll see what they do.
I just think I'm scared of Detroit. That's a hot team right now, and we know how these teams are when they go into the playoffs hot. Like Detroit's getting hot at the right time, and they have a very good core. So I'm concerned for sure.
I just feel like a healthy Knicks team could beat, anybody in my mind if they play the right basketball and if they're being coached right with the right adjustments. I think the Knicks healthy could beat anybody, but I do think that Detroit is somebody you can't take for granted. Like they would be a problem.
Yeah,
they would be a problem.
Yeah, And they already did beat us twice this season, both
I
at the
know,
Garden.
I know.
And I know you said early, you know, season doesn't always mean play. You know, I get that, but I'm just saying that they wouldn't be easy, man. They
No,
would
they're not.
be easy.
And
They
you know,
also-
the big thing about them too. Oh, sorry, Juan, is also that side, that matchup between Brunson and Cade Cunningham is rough.
Yeah, people gotta like too, like with all this, like, oh, the toughness. We lost the toughness. Like, who in Boston really like is like a really super tough guy? Tatum. He
No,
don't
Holiday.
strike me.
Nah, they don't. That's true. They don't have.
They got one guy who's like
a lot
really
of talent.
like our tough guy is Brunson, and like, their coach like is the toughest guy. Like is a little bit overrated. Like
fair.
Boston is also a finesse team, and they kill us. It's not about that. It's about having the right strategy, and I think the right coach and the good bench and depth. Like
That's fair.
I think you're overrated. I think people are overrating all the toughness. Like Randall was not at the end of the day. I do not believe we would have won a chip with Randall as a second option. He's just not. He's not the guy who would have got us to me. I didn't see it. You know what I mean? I just didn't see him as being a great second option who could get us over the top. And the Knicks needed to make a move. I think the reason why we struggled this year is one, our coach, two, new players, and three, we lost iHeart, which was big on off the bench. We could not re-sign him because of the money. And that rebounding was huge for us. And we've had a struggle replacing that. So I think that's one of the bigger issues that we've had. So I think people just want to look and point and blame, but like the real things were the new I don't know what you call it, I guess the cap, well, you know, with all the aprons.
Yeah.
Yeah, that killed us. All these new rules, because in the past we would have decided iHeart with more. We would have paid them more if we could have, but we just couldn't. We weren't allowed to. So the Knicks just couldn't. So that we had to lose him to OKC, and then I don't completely hate the trade for Cap, but unfortunately we did have to lose Dante in that. So I personally think it's part coaching, and then I trust Rose. I honestly, he's doing what he can to get the players that he needs to get. I put a lot of part of it is the players too. Like it's always a team effort, but I put personally Tibbs' inability to adjust and his stubbornness of playing players so many minutes, and now we're seeing the effect of that. So to me, is the coach, and you can say probably like 30% the bench and like 30% the players, and then the rest of the blame goes on the coach. Like that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
That's all right, man. Great takes, guys. I appreciate it, man. Have a great rest of the weekend.
You too, man. Thanks, JJ. Appreciate the call, brother. As
appreciate
always,
it, man. No doubt, man. Take it easy.
All right, brother.
Yeah, and also the defense.
My man, JJ, thank you.
Also, the defense thing too. Like every player doesn't have to be super defensive. We've even seen it with the Lakers. Like, what is the biggest? Oh wait.
Oh wait, hold
We got
on.
the hotline today.
Yeah, it's hot. It's popping. Thank you for calling SKF. No Ledge. You are on live, caller. Will you name and where you from?
Hey, this is Randu, 1973 from Jersey.
What up, Randu? What's happening?
I'm okay.
Hold that thought. Hold that
the
thought.
whole Brunson injury.
Okay, hold that thought. Let me just let Juan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, hold that thought. Let me just let let Juan finish what he was saying. Go ahead, Ron.
Oh yeah, I was saying like the players too, like where they like, oh, Cat's defense like sucks and like blah blah blah. Like, I mean, what was Randall doing on defense? He used to complain half the time, wouldn't get back on these. So he's an upgrade offensively, personally. Secondly, we do see teams who succeed to do well, but maybe they're not the best offensively. The Lakers right now. What's the biggest complaint right now? LeBron doesn't play defense anymore, and Luka is criticized for his defense. They are the last 2 weeks they've been on a tear. They were on a tear before, but like now they took to another level. They look really good with Luka. So I don't know. I don't think every player, even two players, can be a good, high quality team that don't exactly play all the defense. And I don't know. Is Tatum known as a great defender? Is
No, I mean,
SGA?
yeah,
Yeah.
no, Tatum is good now. Tatum's a
Okay.
really solid defender. Listen,
Okay.
I just wanted to listen. I know what I said, but even me saying it, it's kind of wild. All right, you too, Sam. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I didn't want to end the convo, but I got to dip.
No, you're good, bro. Thank you, man. It's always good to see you.
Yeah.
Wishing you the best as always. Following the journey, man. So
I appreciate all you guys, and you know, I appreciate you, Ron. I appreciate everybody on the panel, the chat as well. Y'all have a blessed weekend, and I'll try to be back for the next one. I'm on spring break right now, my last one of my career, so we're gonna try to make the most of it next Saturday. Y'all have a blessed one.
Hey, don't forget we got court next week, young man.
Oh yeah, I got you. I got you.
Yo, Rock, I got a rock too, man. Unfortunately, it's getting hectic over here. You know what I'm saying? Me and my
you, bro. I see you chefing it up.
yeah, but thank you, Ron, yo, for allowing me to be here. Hey, yo, Double A, if you listening, bro, I was not trying to attack you. You my brother, man. I love you more than anything. You know what I'm saying? Combat in arms, always. And take it easy. Peace to y'all. Knicks fans, I love y'all.
All right,
For real.
appreciate you, man. Take it easy, bro. All right. So, so the thing I was gonna say too, listen, guys, as much as I said that if the Knicks played in the second round, they had to face Boston. Do I think that the Cavaliers might be a little bit more dangerous at this very moment than Boston? Yes. But does that mean Boston isn't dangerous? No, they're extremely dangerous. They've got a starting lineup when everybody's healthy of Brown, Tatum, Porzingis, White, and Holiday. If they run it that way, or if they put Horford in there, whatever, that's tough. And then they come off the bench with that backup point guard dude, you know, that shoots the threes. I forget his name. And we just saw them in the game the other day. Jason Tatum didn't play. Porzingis was out. Holiday was out. And Derek White and that backup point guard both had 40 points in the same game. I mean, that is nuts. So, like, Boston is a problem. I'm not taking anything. I just want to throw that out there. But I'm not saying they're not a problem, because they got a lot of weapons. And when two dudes that aren't even your primary scoring options can score 40 points in the same game, you know you're a problem. Just want to put that out there. All right. So let me get back over to real quick. Hold on 1 second, because there's so much going on. I also wanted to say real quick, shout out to Long Island Sound in the building. Shout out to A Train. Shout out to E Gibson. Shout out to Ala Wise. What's going on, my brother? Shout out to Darlene Bryant. Let's go, Darlene. Also, shout out to D-Ras, if I didn't say that before. Shout out to Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. Shout out to HRM the Great. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think for the most part I got a lot. Oh, shout out to my guy Jay Chosen One, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, my brother. Good to see you as always. Shout out to Franklin and Noah. Good to see you. So thank you to everybody, man. Appreciate you guys. Okay, Randu, my guy, what's going on, brother? What's your thoughts?
Oh yeah, like I was gonna say before, Brunson's injury.
Yeah.
Right now, we just in a position where just everybody, you know what I'm saying, is going to step up. It's the next man up mentality. I mean, Bridges, OG, Deuce, everybody got to Towns, that especially is going to have to step up.
I agree.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely think you're right. I think everybody's got to step up. It's the next man up. They got to figure out a good way to do what they got to do. Because unfortunately, you know, guys gonna have to figure out not only how to step up, but how to do it without getting the ball from Jalen Brunson, who's your primary ball handler. I don't know, bro. It's tough, Randu.
Yeah. The whole Tibbs conversation. Just like NBA players, there are different levels. Like, you have some players that stars, some players that are all stars, some players that are just average, and you got some players that just are bums. With coaches, it's the same thing. There are levels. You have some coaches that are great. You have some coaches that are good. You got some coaches that's so-so. You got some coaches that's just horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is Tibbs a bad coach? No. Is he a great coach? Hell no. But, I mean, he's a good coach. But it's just the fact is his style is outdated. And he's not able to change his coaching style to today's NBA.
Yeah, no, sorry. I thought you was gonna say something else. My fault. I didn't want to cut you off. No, I agree. I think that it's just a situation where the adjustments have to be made more now than ever, right? Because without Jalen Brunson, and him being the focal point of the Knicks offense and how they do their thing every game, Tibbs has to figure out a better way to use these guys. How is he going to put Cat in a good position to succeed without Jalen Brunson getting him the ball and running that pick and roll? Who's next up? Who's going to orchestrate it? Maybe that's going to be a campaign. I definitely think that they might have to take a look at it. I'm not saying Deuce can't do it. I just don't think Deuce does it comfortably. I think campaign is probably a little bit more natural at doing it. We got to see what they do. I definitely think this team can step up, though. I'm more upset with the fact that the Knicks haven't already been that type of team that can do this. And I told you, one of my biggest things.
Same here.
Yeah, I've always said I want to see if the Knicks can win consistently without Cat and without Brunson, both of them, like either or. And I just haven't seen it yet. So now we're gonna have to see it. But I just wish we would have got better.
Games without Cat. That has happened.
Right, but it hasn't been like the sample size that I'm talking about. It's been like 1 or 2 games he's been out, so we haven't had to really see it, for a good stretch. And I'm not saying you want any of these guys to get hurt,
right,
but you want to see, like last year showed us a lot about this team. The Knicks won a lot of games without having their best players out there. So you just hope that they can do that, because to me, that's the big difference between this Knicks team and teams like OKC, Boston, and Cleveland. They can win games without Donovan Mitchell or without Garland. They've won games when Tatum's out or when Jalen Brown is out. OKC's won a lot of games without, their big man that just came back, or without other people that have been like, they got enough guys that they just step up and they win, which is the reason why. It's the reason why it's hard to beat them, because the starters come out, the bench comes in, and you're like, yo, we can't make a dent here. That's a tough. Or they're down and they come back because they got enough firepower throughout the whole course of the team that they're able to play well. And that's where I want the Knicks to get to. I want the Knicks to get that level of confidence that, hey, we know Brunson is our guy, he's our captain, but we got to step up. We can do it without him. Or if Cat is not going, I want other guys to be able to step up, which is tough because that bench is a little suspect. Which means,
sorry.
No, I was going to say, which means the Knicks have to point to some of these other guys. We picked up guys. Other guys are on this team: the Dadiers, the Koliks, the freaking the Marjan Beauchamps. Somebody's got to play. So I don't know.
Right.
Go ahead, Juan. What were you going to say?
Hey, you think Jason Kidd is tired of Dallas?
I think Jason Kidd is just a victim of bad. He's a victim of the Tibbs circumstances now, man. To make that trade and then have Anthony Davis go down, get hurt. Now you just lost Kyrie Irving for the season. That stinks.
You think we get him as a coach? Am I dreaming right now?
Nah, I think he's staying there. I think
Yeah, I don't think they ready to let go of Jason Kidd as head coach.
Yeah, they need some type of stability over there with him. And if that team decide to move from Dallas to Vegas or something crazy like that, who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, I think they'll keep him in place for now.
I'm just I'm doing some wishful thinking there.
I hear you. Go ahead,
Yo, I
Randu.
think it's going if the bench don't step up during the playoffs, I think we might see a whole different bench next year.
Oh, 100%. I think we still might see a whole different bench next year.
That anyway.
Yeah, I think we still right. I think we still might see it.
Is what dead last in NBA scoring and bench scoring dead last. Yeah,
You got to play a bench to have a bench.
is in the final year of this contract. Shaman is going to be a free agent at the end of the season. Payne is going to be a free agent at the end of the season. Deuce is what? The only bench player that's
He's still on the contract.
This summer.
Mm-hmm. He's still on the contract.
Mitch. Yeah, I think we might. They'll most likely probably see a whole different bench next year.
Yeah, I mean, well, and that's the whole thing. Like, I know fans are not happy, and I agree. I think to some extent it's a little overboard. The fact that we don't play Tyler Kolek at all, like he went from playing a little bit to not playing at all. Like even in garbage time, he's not the first to come in anymore. Like I'm like, I don't know what that's about. I think it's a little too much. I think Tibbs is doing it for a reason, not just all about him, but also just to say, like, look, we believe in Kolek, but he's not the answer this year. Maybe next year and going forward. But I get it. I just think it's too much. Like next year, I do think that Kolek's going to be a big part of this team because I don't think Campaign is going to be here. I don't think that Landry Shamit's going to be here. Like, so I see how it's setting up.
Right.
But right now we're in a little bit. And I also think, not for nothing, not to toot the young man's horn too much, I just think Tyler Kolek can do some wonderful things without Brunson being there. If he had to come into the starting lineup, he averaged 7-point-something assists in college, which was the most by any player in college last year with a college team at Marquette. Could you imagine what he could do passing the ball consistently to OG and Cat and McCall, like having offensive players or weapons that score in the NBA? I think he can definitely get them the ball and put them in the right positions to score. And he can score a little bit himself too. The only thing you might say is a little bit of a problem is his defense. Could it get better? Yes. Does it look really bad right now? Yeah. He's worse defensively than Brunson is. He is. So, yeah. But I think he can get better.
Right now, at the beginning of the season, okay, with Huck Porty, at the beginning of the season till before he just recently got hurt. Now, I know it wasn't much, but I noticed there was like a little improvement with Huck Porty. A little bit. Not much, but I noticed there was a little bit of improvement. I mean, he still got ways to go, but I noticed it was a little improvement.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that, you know, they traded Sims and Mitch being out, he was able to get more playing time.
Right.
But, you know.
Well, I mean, there's definitely going to be some questions, man. But hey, I appreciate the call, Randu. I thank you for patiently waiting. I just hope that, you know, it's not as bad as it might look right now. I think that after a couple games, I think guys are going to have moments. Like, I think Karl Anthony Towns is too good of a player not to have a breakout game and drop a little high 30, maybe even 40. I just feel like, you know, guys are going to come together and step up and win a few games. Maybe not as good as we'd like, but I think they could win some games because they have talent. And you can't have this much talent and not be able to win a game because one guy is out. Or else you don't really have a team.
Speaking about Cat, in the fourth quarter, man, he's just been a little disappointing in the fourth quarter.
The fourth quarter, apparently, you know, he has had some moments where you would expect him to play better. I'm surprised a certain someone never points at that when he talks about Cat. You know who you are, but
I know who you're talking about.
But he never talks about nothing. But anyway, yeah, I hear you, Randu. But like the bottom line is we want Cat to step up. We want him to do what we need to win these games, but someone's got to get him the ball because he's not Jalen. He's not a point guard. He's a power forward center type guy. We just got to find somebody to get him the ball. Tibbs got to create some plays to get Cat going. And once Cat starts going, believe me, everybody else is going to start going because he'll draw so much attention, double teams, triple teams, whatever it may be. He's going to get open looks for other guys, and he's a good passer. So I'm not worried about that. We just need to get him going. So Tibbs, whatever you're doing, start working on some plays to get Cat going so that other guys can get going. That's it. All right. Well, Randu, I appreciate the call, my guy. Listen, you have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your day. Enjoy, the weather. Where are you at again? Jersey. Yeah. Enjoy this weather that we're getting in the next couple days.
No doubt.
Spring is here.
Salute to everybody else in the chat. Yo, talk to you later.
All right, my guy. Appreciate you, bro. Take it easy.
All right, later.
All right, bro. So thank you. Pritchard was who I was talking about. Yeah, Pritchard and freaking Derek White. Both 40.
Hauser and Pritchard.
No, Pritchard and Derek White.
Yeah, but they got two guys that come off.
Oh, yeah. But could you imagine that, bro? Two guys scoring 40 points in the same game? And it's 15 guys. Crazy.
Yeah, I always say, I keep saying it. I've said it many times. I appreciate Tibbs for what he did.
Let's Tibbs go and say thank you.
Hold on 1 second. Caller, you on live SKF, Know the Ledge. Your name and where you calling from?
Hey, what's up, Ron? This is Ace, AJ.
Oh, what's going on, AJ?
Just cooling, man. Listening to everybody talking about, man. How you doing?
Chilling, man. Can't complain. Hold on 1 second, AJ. Let me just get to my guy Jay Chosen because he's been waiting. I want to see what's on his mind about. Give me a second.
All right.
What's going on, Jay?
I tell you what, it's kind of a pack thing, and the brother's calling. I don't mind waiting on his questions and talking because I gotta I kind of am pissed at this point about the way everything is went about, the way he has misused the bench. And I'm not a Tibbs apologist. I'm a Tibbs fan. I just think you take a look at these people, you take a look at the Pritchards, you take a look at the Houses, some of these people would be on anybody's bench. They're not necessarily starters anywhere.
Right.
So are they either not getting the most? Is Tibbs not getting the most out of other people who are proven to do well, semi-well? Have we put too much stock in Deuce? Did we completely blow it during the trade deadline? The apron and then all the money we spent for our starters combined. A lot of questions involved in that. I want to kind of attack that with you really quick.
Okay.
So I kind of don't mind holding for a moment with that.
All right. Yeah. No doubt. So we'll do that.
All right.
So AJ, what's on your mind, my guy? AJ, you still there?
Yeah, hi. What's up?
Oh,
man? I have my phone on mute.
No doubt. What's on your mind, bro?
Yeah, bro. I heard the last guy that called him, and he was talking about Kolek. I'm just real sick and tired of hearing people talk about Kolek, bro. Because you gotta get players that's gonna work around this coach. This coach right here, he doesn't work around rookies at all. When you see the rookies play, they look scared. They look shook. Even the bench that he doesn't play, they come in oh, I don't even want to. I can't make no mistakes because if I make one mistake, then he's not going to play me for the next few games.
Mm-hmm.
You can't play players like that around the coach. You got to put players that's around the coach. All right. So I know Kolek is he's not even a first rounder. He's not, you know what I'm saying? I understand he every time he comes in, he looks scared. Like he looks like, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't look like somebody like, oh, we need to put him back in. So people need to like stop worrying about Kolek. Like Kolek is he hasn't done anything for people to say Tibbs needs to play him. They need to focus on the guys they have, the starting five, the rotations, and how they're gonna play all those, how they're gonna fit those pieces on and off the bench. So like I don't even the rookie thing is like, you know, let them maybe play like 3 minutes. That's the only thing I say, like, yeah, they don't play enough. Let them play like 3 minutes instead of letting them play 1 minute. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they could, you know what I'm saying? Do something, you know what I'm saying? So we could know next year, are we gonna keep this guy? I mean, we're paying this guy something, so we need to know right now. So next season comes, you don't have to, you know, waste anybody's time.
Right.
So they need to focus on the starting five with Brunson and Cat. Those are the two. That's all. That's what all the money went on the team. Like you need to focus on that. And everything I'm saying is right now. It's not even just on Tibbs. It's not just Tibbs. It's also the players too. It's also the players. Everybody talking about Tibbs this, Tibbs that. But the players, when they get on the floor, they gotta do their job with what they bring them in for.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's
like,
fair. That's fair.
You know, Ron, AJ, you know, I think that two things or more than two things could be right at the same time. So in your case,
that's what I'm saying.
You know, in your case, right. I think that you're right. As far as, you know, you might not want to hear about Kolek, but you also said something right afterwards where it might not just be on Tibbs or, you know, or give the guy 3 minutes, right? That's on Tibbs. So that part is on the coach. If he's going to get 3 minutes, we want to see what he could do. The fact of the matter is that this young man was highly touted, 4 years in college. Anytime you've seen a good 4-year player, who led the entire college in assists, who has handles, who can shoot the three, he could dribble, he can do that, but he looks scared. And you're right, it's not just him. It's anybody coming in off the bench that doesn't have solid rotation minutes, right? Rotation minutes. Like, you know, they know they're going to play 15, 20 a game. So let me ask you a question, and I guess it's for everybody, but since AJ asked this question, I say pose it to AJ. Do you think Tibbs is in the room when they're making these picks? I do. You know, when Kolek was getting picked and was it Hakaporti? Who was it? It was Hakaporti, right?
Daddy.
Yeah, well,
Daddy. So, like, you know, I think it's a team decision. You know, they obviously, you know, there's a lot of talking about, even if he's not in the room, you know, Leon saying, hey, I want you to go check this guy out, see if he's somebody you can work with, see if somebody you could put him in rotation. How do you feel about his game? Watch some tape, that type of stuff. I think the fact that Tibbs is starting to show a little bit of get off my grass. Oh, you know, old man, get off my grass is the real reason. Then you get a young man who really has no run, no burn at all the whole year. Of course, he's going to look like a deer in headlights. It's so rare to him to be on the court now. You're going from a guy who played almost the entire game in college, every game, to being a highly touted superstar, the highest paid second rounder in history, to not being used. You know, I actually feel bad for him. I think his game is being regressed because of it. But, you know, there's so many, and that's why I wanted to wait for this whole conversation. There's so many variables to why I don't think we're not even near in the class right now of Cleveland, Boston, OKC, and perhaps a couple other teams. Now we could beat these teams. Coulda, shoulda, wouldas. Had our foot on the neck of OKC. If we didn't let go of that one, that's a win. The other night, we should have won that Lakers against the Lakers, but we couldn't shoot. That's not Tibbs' fault. We couldn't get the ball in the hoop. Right? Free throws are free. Like pressing like and subscribe. They're all free. They go together. So, I think it's a mixture of a lot of things. I don't think it's one problem, but I think that we put our eggs all in one basket. And I'm going to say that for that, but that's what we did. We put our eggs all in one basket. That basket was called starters. And after that, we have to live with, I feel like it's a bunch of people. All right, ticket number 420, row 3. Come on down. You're playing today, and that's how I feel it is.
All right.
And so
yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to watch because it's like when the cavalry is coming right there. Everybody's got a deep end. OKC, they played 10 players. Boston, like you said, two of their backups, top 40. Cleveland went out and got Hunter. They're improving. They're not digressing. We're not doing those things.
Right.
So,
yeah.
And you can't blame it on one thing. I think there's so many things. So, what is, of course, Kolek can't, Kolek, unless he lets him stay in there for 25 minutes and he catches a 25-game Jeremy Lin Magic thing, it's not nearly Kolek's fault. You don't get the burn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so here's the thing with Kolek. I hear what you're saying, AJ. Like,
I hear it too.
In total, right? We got to, as fans, but we know we've talked about this. At some point, you got to move on from the rookies, right? This team is trying to win a championship, and so they're not thinking about playing young people. When we went into the draft this year, most of us that in this Knicks community that are content creators, we had our little talks. I don't know if you know this. Some people may not know this, but NBK, nothing but Knicks, and Sim, he usually throws a draft party. He didn't even do it this year because we didn't even think we were going to draft anybody. Like we wasn't expecting to draft anybody. We're like, oh, they're trying to win a championship. They're going to worry about, getting guys who know how to play on a contending team or stuff like that. They're not worrying about rookies. If they get a rookie, they ain't going to play. We didn't think, if anything, we thought we were going to trade most of the picks, and we wound up with 4 guys. We wasn't expecting any of that.
Right.
So the fact that we're talking about playing these guys, I get it. It's good to keep guys fresh just in case you need them. Fine. But as far as realistically having these guys be a part of the team, I did not expect it this year. But the Kolek thing, I will say that it's one thing to find playing time for a guy because you feel like they need to be playing. It's another thing when the guy plays a certain position that you're not necessarily strong at. And that is the reason why I'm saying they should think about playing Kolek, because Jalen Brunson is our primary ball handler. The whole game flows through Brunson. And then when you bring in Deuce as the secondary, he's not the greatest playmaker when it comes to getting other guys open and creating for them. That's not his game, really. And that's why we've questioned him being on the team as a point guard for many years. I have no problem with Deuce being a secondary guy, a shooting guard. It's the ball handling as a point guard type thing that I don't necessarily see him there. So when you look at it, that means Campaign is our best option. But if Campaign is our best option, he's going to come in the game and play maybe 25 to 30 minutes. You need somebody else to back him up who's a good ball handler. That's where I think Tyler Kolek fits in. That's why I think you should use him now. With Brunson out, Kolek should get 10 to 15 minutes. Campaign should get the majority. Kolek should get the rest. And then you fit, Deuce is in there somewhere as a shooting guard or what have you. I just think that makes more sense because these Knicks, not everybody can go get it by themselves. They need to be set up, and you need somebody to set them up. We don't got a lot of guys I depend on to say, he's a playmaker. He's going to get these guys good looks. Do you see last night watching that game? There was points where I'm like, oh man, like who's gonna create something right here? What are we doing? Like that was tough. That was tough to watch at certain points. So that's what I'm saying. I hear you though. That's all I was trying to get out, AJ.
Yeah, but I would rather them go with somebody like Mikal Bridges as a point guard, because like Kolik is cool. He's a good, like what he did in college, but you gotta look at it like it's a team sport. So like you gotta put somebody in that kind of already knows how they play already. You know what I'm saying? Like what spots they going on the floor. You know what I'm saying? They should have did that earlier than with Kolik.
But see, I think Kolik knows because he's there. Like he's not playing, but he's watching and he's in practice, whatever limited practice they got. He can see. I know it's not the same like when you're on the court, but he has a good idea of how they play and what they do and what they like. Now watching them for this many games in the season. So I think you plug him in and he fits fine. But remember, we're only talking about putting him in as a backup. He's not the starter. And whatever defense.
Okay.
No, not as the starter.
Like, nah, what?
Yeah, no, not as the starter. He hasn't earned that yet. He's got.
Wait, did you think we were talking about over Brunson?
Yeah, everybody was saying they wanted him to start because Brunson is out. Like they make it sound like he's like the #1 pick.
No,
and all of that.
Yeah, no, he's not ready for that.
I jumped on late. I didn't hear any of that, but I gotta be honest. For so many reasons, you don't do that. Or if he was to do that, you do it for 2 minutes just to get a secondary look or to give the kid confidence. But you definitely do not do it like on a half the whole first quarter type of deal. That not yet.
You only do that if you're forced to. Like if like Brunson's out hurt and Payne can't play. That's different. Like you got no choice. You got to use somebody. But
right.
They would still, knowing Tibbs, he would still use Deuce. And then later we'd be wondering what happened. Why wasn't the offense flowing right? It's because Deuce was doing it. I hate when I say that because Deuce is one of my favorite players on the team because I don't want people to think I don't like Deuce. I just don't like Deuce at the point guard. I like him at the shooting guard. But that's me.
No, he sucks. He definitely sucks as a point. Yeah,
who would you say? Who sucks at Deuce at point guard?
Yeah, at playmaking. Yeah, at playmaking, he doesn't have like that skill to move the ball, find others, and he can't really go in like Brunson, like
right.
Brunson or like Darius Garland. That's how I look at Brunson. I look at him like a Darius Garland kind of player. Like he has a real good IQ on how the players move on the floor, when to get cuts,
right.
when to take his shot. I think Brunson plays the way he plays is because I don't even think he believes the guys he has on the floor or he could even depend on them. Right. Mainly Cat too, because I feel like Cat don't know if he wants to be a center, a shooting guard. Like he's a big, but he likes to stay out of the line too much. I feel like that's too much to put on Brunson. Like.
Yeah,
the way he does.
No,
I feel like he just gave up. I feel like he just gave up. That's why that last game he just went in there and was just scoring 40 because he just like gave up on Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart. I don't think he thinks Josh Hart is like that. You know what I'm saying, a certain spot. So he just gonna take over the game. Cat's not gonna see the ball at all because Cat doesn't really know exactly how he wants to play. Like he just plays like like he's the kind of player you need a coach to direct him, like a Popovich. Like he's like a system type of player. Like you need a coach that's really gonna tell him like, I need you to do this, stick with this, because he's still he's trying to find his way on how he really wants to play because he just all over the floor. It's just kind of hard to really put where he can even fit. I just don't see where he really fits. Like compared to last season, I don't even see why would they need a player like that at all when you look at last season.
Well,
why would you?
Well, I mean, if you look at it, not to pardon me to cut you off. He was forced into a role that he's not a center. He was forced into a center's role. We didn't have a center, and our backup center was dog crap. I don't like to call it whatever. Sims was horrible.
Backup center?
It was Sims.
It was Sims.
No, it was Sims. Like because Robinson was hurt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we had Sims, who was
Understand.
trash, right? So he was forced into a position that wasn't even his, and he's not a type of player that creates on his own. He needs to be created for.
Yeah.
He's a 7-footer. You know, he's got decent handles, but even as a 7-footer, you know, you're easily stripped because you're so high from the ground. The ball dribbling high is just by mathematical is how it works. So yeah, I mean, I do think at any given night, because they've shown it this year, any one of our starters could carry a team. I do think though that we are tired. I think that we are, you know, now we're getting injured. I think this whole waiting on Mitch thing, which is part of what I want to get to, was, you know, very confusing for Cat. Very confusing. Like, when is it going to happen? What am I going to do? How many minutes is it going to be? Don't worry, he's coming back soon. You're going to get back to your power forward. You don't think, AJ, don't you think that Cat wants to get in his natural position, power forward, where he can just bring the guy out on a regular basis, not have to bang his body into everybody, and still get his 15 rebounds and 30-something points? You know, and play his natural position at power forward?
I mean, he's that's why I think he's a shooting guard, because like power forward, like a lot of these power forwards is quick. Like he's just too slow and flat footed. Like, I mean, that's better than like being a center though. Like power forward kind of like fits him more, but he's not fast. He can't really create his shot. He can't get past defenders, you know, like what's that dude, Maxey, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know,
right.
Randall, at least Randall has some type of bully ball when he, you know, if he gets in the paint. Like he I don't know what it is about him. He's just a funny player. Like I just don't know where I would put him on the floor. Like on this team, like I would say power forward, like you just said, because like,
yeah, well,
to me he's just shooting.
I've never seen a 7-foot shooting guard before, so I'm just going to tell you that his natural position since the day he got onto the court, you know, from college on, was power forward, right? And generally there's a height portion to it, and then there's a skill portion to it that makes you said position. So the only reason why he played center is because he was tall enough to play center. He was 7 feet. He's 7 feet. Nobody else could play it. He had to take it on. He's not a center. He's not a back to the. Can he put his back to the rim and turn around and score? Sure. Should he be jamming it more? Sure. 7 feet, I would be jamming on my mother every day. I'd be calling my mom. Yo, mom, come over. Let me just slam on you one time. Bang! All right, I'll talk to you at dinner. You know, like, you know, I just would do it because I could do it. you know how bad all my life I wanted to just be able to just dunk on people. You know, I mean, but the point is this: that if we had another 7-footer that could shoot plus a center, then maybe he could play small forward. But there's no way he's going less than that. And that's because of his height, and that's because of the way the league is built, and that's because of his skill set and all the above. He'll never be the guy sticking. He'll never be the guy playing or sticking a shooting guard. Maybe he might stick a small forward if that small forward is like 6'9", 6'10". 6'08".
But do you agree a power forward to have some kind of defense though?
Yeah, but that's the problem. No matter what position he's playing, he's not gonna have defense. He doesn't play defense. He's not good at defense, but he'll get you 15 rebounds and 30-something points. And that's what you're going to get out of him no matter where he plays. So, you know, so our biggest issue is that we have no bench and we have no big man defense. And then we went out and got 2 guys for an exorbitant amount of money and picks who are supposed to be our defensive stoppers, who are really not stopping a damn thing.
Yeah,
And
Matteo
then
Bridges.
to
Yeah,
make
I
it even
wanted to say
worse,
something
to
about
make it
him.
even
I
worse,
wanted to
those
say
two
something about him.
guys have had to slide over to help Towns the entire year.
Yeah, that's their
So
job. That's why they brought him in.
yeah, I mean, I think it's a mixture of both. You know, I think it's, you know, consecutive minutes. I think it's the fact that Towns can't play any defense. He's out of position. I think that Bridges was trying to find who the hell he hit his, you know, who he was on this team.
He's a
OG
bench player.
falls every time he shoots. There's a lot. There's so much involved in this. It's not. That's why I say it's not one thing.
But
Yeah, the whole damn diagram.
I think
is disconfigured.
it's a lot going on with this team, and a lot of it starts with the coach. The team embodies the attitude of the coach and how the coach wants to play. To D Grant, I just wanted to say, because he said, Ron, why does Kolek have to be ready to run the team? There has been many rookies who started and grown to be Hall of Famers, so you got to put them out there. I think the problem with Kolek is he doesn't play any defense. It's not that. Listen,
Exactly.
just call it.
They got problems.
Let's be real about it right now. I'm a big Kolek fan. I was like, man, Kolek could be the guy. When we drafted Kolek, I'm like, he could run the second unit. We could do this. We could do that.
He's got handles.
I didn't realize how bad he is on defense. But
And
you got to
he's
watch. He's really bad on defense, guys. Like he started off trying in the summer league, and then I saw him in the G League. I saw him in a couple of the Knicks games, like especially that Knicks game, the preseason game where Thibodeau didn't play any of the starters. That he played, he had the whole bench play the whole game.
Oh, the whole game, yeah.
Which was a good game. We won that game too, and Kolek wasn't bad, but defensively he is terrible right now. Like he is a snow cone out there, and that's something that got to change. And I think that's what bothers Tibbs. Like it's not like you can be bad at defense, but you got to make an effort. You got to figure out other little things to do. What I saw in college is that Kolek was scrappy. Like he would try to stay in front of you, but if he lost you, he'd stick his hand around your back and steal the ball from you while you're trying to go to, or when you go up to shoot a layup or whatever, he'd slap the ball out your hand. You know, the little pesky stuff that we see a guy like what's his face do in his old age. He used to be with Toronto.
Chris Paul.
Who?
Chris Paul. So I thought you were talking
Paul
about.
would do that stuff, yeah. Or even I was thinking of the dude from Toronto that's with Philadelphia now, but he hasn't been playing. He's been hurt.
Reggie Jackson? No.
No. He played in the playoffs against us. He's a nightmare.
Oh, Larry?
Lowry, yes. Kyle Lowry loves to do that. Lets you go up.
And he does that to the Knicks on the regular. Man.
Kills us with that, right? So I was hoping that Tyler Kolek would do that for the team because that's a little sneaky thing he used to do in college, but he hasn't really done it so far when the time he's been in the NBA. So until he can kind of understand how to do little things on the defensive end, it's going to be tough to see Tibbs right now give him that playing time until he has to. Next year, when Campaign is no longer here, when Landry Shamet is no longer here, and we don't know what's going to happen with Deuce, then I could see, Tibbs playing him more. But no, they got to figure something out. But like I said, I'm saying all this with Jalen Brunson out. I expect Tyler Kolek to get some minutes. I expect him to play a little bit. We'll just see when and how it looks. Yeah, I would think you got to.
You got to.
But anyway,
Peyton Pritchard.
Oh no! Well, I mean, listen, the rich get richer, bro. How do you find a Peyton Pritchard, man?
Yeah, really.
I wish. We can't
I'm
get
telling
one
you,
of
they held
these guys.
tryouts out of the rafters.
What we need to do is just give somebody. We don't got no money, but give another team some money. Listen, we'll give you $100,000, $200,000. Can you find us a backup point guard? No, just tell us who we can draft or go pick. Go ahead.
Yeah,
AJ.
Ryan, I just wanted to. I wanted to ask you that too because you just said that. Would you pay Mikal Bridges' contract coming up? Would you give him that $100 million extension, or would you look to move him for maybe a picks or maybe like another player?
No, I'm
trade?
letting the season play out first, bro. I'm letting the season play out. I got to see how the rest of this season goes down, especially now without Jalen Brunson. Mikal Bridges got to step up. I got to watch what Mikal does, and I got to watch how we play in the playoffs. If Mikal stays inconsistent like this for the regular season, and he stays inconsistent in the playoffs, I'll be honest. I know people will be mad. I don't care because the Knicks don't care. At this point, it's about winning championships and putting the best team. I don't care that I gave up 6 picks for this dude. If I feel like I don't know if I can have him long term and I got to pay him more money, I'm trading him. I'm sorry. I'm going to trade him and find somebody that fits my team going forward because I'm trying to win a championship. I know people are going to be like, you gave up 6 picks for this guy, then you wind up trading. If I trade him and I bring in 1 or 2 people, whatever, that can help my team get better, and next year we're better than we were this year, I don't care what you said about me giving up 6 picks for him. It doesn't matter. The point is to get better, right? So who cares?
2 players and 2 picks, and I'd be a happy camper.
Right. So to answer your question,
there's a reason why he keeps getting moved. Okay, and we're watching it. I'm telling you.
But hey, the flip side is with Jalen Brunson out, if Mikal steps up and he plays great and we can win because of it, then I gotta reward him too for that. I gotta say, okay, well, when we really needed you, you stepped up. I gotta look at that. So I don't know. We gotta let it play out first.
Gotta wait and see.
Gotta let it wait and see on this one. This is a tough one, especially when money's attached to. Believe me, you know how the Knicks are. They ain't paying this dude if they don't feel they can win with him going forward. You already see when it comes to money, they will let you go.
This regime,
this regime. That's what I mean. Yeah, yeah.
They did it to Randall. Randall was playing better, and they traded him. So
they did it to Randall, and that's the reason why they traded quickly too, because they wasn't going to pay him what he was supposed to get.
Right.
So anyway, AJ, listen, man, I thank you for the call. I'm at the 5-hour mark. I got to get up out of here. I just want to, see what Jay has to say, and then we'll go from there. But I appreciate the call, my brother. Look forward to chopping up with you in the future.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Appreciate you, man.
All right, man. You have a great rest of your day, man. Let's go Knicks. Hopefully they figure it out, man.
Right.
Be blessed, AJ.
All right, brother.
All right, y'all take care. Later,
man.
Right. Be good.
All right. So that's going to be the last call for the day. Let me shut down these lines, man. Can't keep it going forever. Yeah, man. So were you able to? Was there anything else you wanted to get to that you weren't able to get out yet, Jay?
Yeah, I'm gonna just a couple things. I think that all year I was so tired of Tibbs not getting any respect when we went on the 9-game winning streak. But anytime we did anything, but that's so sports, right? Anything that goes bad, the coach is the first one to go, whatever it might be. But it seemed that this year, we're talking about a man that got our team to the playoffs almost every year he's been here. Okay. But I think that I'm finally ready to say, especially when we were a game and a half out, and I'm talking about when we were all pretty close still, not 10 and 13 games, when it was like 6.5 and 4, like that out, and we were playing good team ball. The fact that he didn't give these brothers minutes on the bench, didn't give some of the rookies like Kolek to come in for 5 minutes just to get some experience, just to get some tired legs, some rest for Brunson, just to get some confidence, and then you watch these games and Cat, I still think, even though I'm a humongous Randall and Debo fan, all right, my Pazan DiVincenzo is my guy. when you know, he was our like our 1A in the playoffs last year, right? So but you know, Cat doesn't have enough dog in him. He's a good to incredible. I mean, he started the All-Star game, offensive player. He's slumping. Everybody slumps. It seems like everybody but Brunson slumps. But if we're all still sitting here right now today, thinking that, you know, as soon as we get a little healthy, you know, we're right back on their backside, and you know, yeah, we can win a 7-game series versus Boston, Cleveland. Yeah, we could do all that on these tired legs, on these hurt down things, on all this stuff. I think you're lying to yourself. I think that we are watching a team that's in progression of growing. I don't think they're going to get rid of Tibbs because of his contract. Though he needs some help, and he needs someone to say, look, if we're going to make this trade. If we make this trade, he's playing 30 minutes. But when you get a guy who has stature in the league and you pay him $10 million a year and you do that, you don't tell him how to coach. So our conundrum, it's all like, you know, as soon as one thing you think, okay, yeah, maybe that could change, there's one more thing. I think Brunson's a 2-guard, just like I think McBride's a 2-guard. I think it would be wonderful to see Kolek explode into a pass first point guard and play right next to Brunson and feed him the ball. He can shoot, because now you have a point guard and you have a 1-2 guard, like, who could do both, right? Then your bench expands. It's different. I don't think that they're seeing it too much. I think they've been run down deep into it. You look at all these other teams. Also, it's a brand new team, right? We got Cat like a half hour before the season started. So, you know, Boston's been playing together for a long time. I don't think we're there yet. These little ticky-tack losses where we could have won yesterday. Should have beat the Lakers, should have beat the Clippers. And the way we performed against Golden State, it just didn't fit the bill for me. There was something about it. Didn't matter they were hurt. It proved that because one, especially Brunson, because he was hurt, we are effed. If Brunson's hurt, we are shot. And how many times last year when he came back on the court, did your heart just slow down again a little bit? Like, oh, God, thank you. Oh, my God, thank you for coming back. It wasn't anybody else who would fall off. Brunson, your heart stops. So, you know, look, I think that we need to get a real backup point guard, you know, somebody who, you know, or two. And I think we need 2 centers. We don't need no more wings. We don't need, you know, shooting. We don't need, I mean, everybody can use some shooting, but you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to rely on Mitch. I don't want to rely on I want to get younger, right? So we need our defense needs to step up. And I think it's way too, you know, not way too late in the season, but I hope that I pray that Mitch has been worth the wait, and our trade deadline did not get wasted. And that's, I don't know what else to say. I kind of feel defeated with the team right now. You know, yes, we're a good team. Yes, we're third in the East. Yes, that's great. But We're not the same third in the East as we were last month. And I don't know. It seems a little bit frustrating. It seems very frustrating. I have no idea how no one is pulling this man over to talk to him and say, come on, man, give him a little break. Maybe this consecutive minute crap, it really hurt them. And you know what, Bridges? If you keep playing like this, you're on the bench, bro. You're on the bench. Back in the days, it was a different world. Very few people, the superstars never did, right? The Stocktons, the Malones, the Jordans, whoever. But even the great players, maybe not the greatest, the great players, you got yanked right off the court.
Yeah.
And they're not doing it on this team.
Well, the other thing too is like, I'm just saying you got to give Mitchell Robinson a little bit more time to get back to where he was, because he's still. I mean, even in the Lakers game, he only played 13 minutes, right? So he's still not where he needs to be. I don't think timing wise. Just looking at him, even rebounding, I don't feel like he's the Mitch of old with regards to getting the rebounds either. Like he just needs a little bit more time to kind of get his basketball shape going, to get his timing right. Like, to be a great rebounder, you got to know your anticipation as to where the ball's going, all that stuff. And even defensively, understanding how to get closer to the opponent, to block shots, to alter shots. Like I've watched him swing and whiff a couple times that he's been out there. Like he's not close enough. Like his timing is off. So as soon as he kind of gets a little bit more of that going, I expect more impact from him. The other thing too is that Laker game was really weird.
Yeah.
Like Mikal Bridges took 6 shots. Right. He finished with 6 points. He played 43 minutes. I don't even understand that. So something's going on with Mikal. I honestly think Mikal is a little I don't know how to say this. So what am I trying to say here?
Say it. Just say it.
I don't know. Like it sounds weird when I talk about a professional. I think Mikal Bridges is sad. I mean, I don't know. I think he's sad. I think he's not. I don't know if he's depressed. But maybe. I think he's sad. I think the stuff is getting to him. I think the talk is a little bit much for him right now. New York is a big place. A lot of people talk in New York. There's a lot going on. We're the media capital of the world for a reason.
Right.
I think it's getting to him a little bit, and I think it's affecting him. That's all I got. That's all I'm saying, because the lack of aggression in 6 shots in 43 minutes of play for a guy who is considered one of the better playmakers on the team. Like the ball goes into Mikal's hands a lot. 6 shots.
Yeah.
Something's not right. I don't know.
You're right. You're right.
So
I think man, people on the bench shot more than him that night, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Look, I think our money was allocated wrong. And that's why there was so much I wanted to say. Picks are a very weird thing. Some of these guys are still in junior high school. Like to me, I don't care about a pick. Years ago we gave in order to get Edwin Diaz, the closer for the Mets, we had to pick up Robbie Cano's contract. But in order to do that, we had to trade this guy named Jared Kalenic, who plays for them still on the Braves. Jared Kalenic was supposed to be the next Mike Trout. Jared Kalenic has had 10 home runs in the highest he's had is 10 home runs in 5 years. You never know what people are until they come out and play.
That's a good point. I mean, a lot of people don't know what you're talking about, but I do. Jared Kalenic is one of those guys we were talking about for a while. As a Met fan, I hear you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You got it, and you get it then.
Yeah.
So I think we overdid it. Is OG worth two 20 or whatever he is
but you know,
Bridges.
OG's been playing well though, Jay. Like
No,
as
no,
much as
he
we count on
has.
him, he's
But
been
what I'm
playing
saying,
well.
like, you gotta, if you're not fully, if your team is not full, right? Like if you're not stacked. So let's say that we're stacked in the starting position, but now we're seeing deficiencies in Bridges. So because we're paying X people this much money, I mean, even with the little that money that came off the books from Brunson that he allowed them to keep, still didn't help us in any sort of way because we still couldn't go out and get nobody.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, and it seems like this regime is a little bit different. I'm hoping that they're watching what's going on, because to answer that question, that when you trade him in a half a heartbeat, if he keeps playing like this, goodbye, Macau.
I just think it makes sense, bro. I mean, like, I don't want to get rid of Macau. I like what Macau does out there. I've seen you know how big his impact is when he's going good defensively. We've seen how he saved us in games. He's helped us win games, and sometimes offensively, he's taken over. Not as much as we'd like, but he has taken over and helped us win games. I got in too. He's just so inconsistent, and all I'm saying is, if I'm running an organization and it's about dollars and cents, and I'm trying to win a championship, if he's going to stay inconsistent like that, and I don't see any improvement during this stretch with Brunson out, or if we go into the playoffs and I don't see consistency, I'm really going to think about, do I want to give this man an extension, or should I cut bait and trade him in the offseason now while I can, while there's still value to him? I don't want his value dropping down more, and I'm not going to give him all that money for him to just be inconsistent here when I can use that money better with something else. Maybe I can get two players that can help my team rather than giving that money to one. I'm just saying. That's my
perfectly said. Perfectly said. And then I'm going to go after this. Which is ironic, because if you would have said, I'm going to pay DiVincenzo this much money at the end of last year, blah, 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 blah. You know, or he had one more year left, or whatever, however it would have worked out. We would have did it in a heartbeat, because he was clutch, because he could shoot and pop the three, because he would chase the guy down on the wing. And he wasn't supposed to be near the defensive player that Mikhail is.
Mm-hmm.
But his energy, the way he ingratiates himself on the team, the way he could just stop and pop from anywhere, he was what we're looking Mikhail to be. That's exactly what I wanted to see from him.
Right.
Somebody can stop and pop and shoot, go get the ball, chase after the guy, do all the intangibles. Well, OG plays defense and scores about 15 to 20. And while Brunson and Cat get 25 a pop, one with about 9 assists, the other one with about 12 to 13 rebounds. And that's what we're missing. That is hugely what we're missing. And a bench. So
you're not wrong about that. But I honestly, when I look at this team, just talking today with you guys and thinking about everything, I know I get on Tibbs, right? I get on Tibbs a lot because of his in-game adjustments that he doesn't make. But I would say, to me, after just thinking about this team, it all comes down to the bench. The bench is the reason why this team can't win consistently, can't beat the elite teams in the league. Defensively, our bench is lackluster. Offensively, our bench is lackluster. And that's just the problem. And the Knicks don't have an answer for it. And until they get an answer, we're probably never going to be where where we expect this team to be.
Definitely not this year.
Yeah, this year it's going to be tough to see. But listen, the only good thing about it is when you get into the playoffs, benches get condensed, right? So maybe a healthy Knicks team is in a better position to deal with playoff teams because we have a strong 8 compared to their strong 11, but now they have to condense it to a strong 8. So maybe we can kind of, do some magic there. We'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Because I'm telling you right now, the people who don't normally get on Tibbs like me, now I am. Now I'm tired of it. Now I'm wondering why he didn't do the consecutive minutes and why Kolik hasn't got at least 5 minutes. Why, I know it's because his defense is got Swiss cheese, but at least give him some confidence. Go out, go play on the court with Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Maybe just that would help out. Who knows? I just think
and
stuck.
I just wanted to say, in fairness, Macau did look good, versus the Clippers. He was 8 of 12. He had 22 points. He still played almost 43 minutes, but he was more active. He was more aggressive. So, as much as I felt that, I did still feel that that's how Macau was acting, like he was sad or whatever, but maybe he snapped out of it in the Clippers game. But I wasn't starting from there. I was starting from the game in which he was interviewed that he looked like he didn't want to be there, So I'm starting from that.
The Laker game?
No, it was before the Laker game. Remember Alan Hahn was talking to him and he didn't really look like he wanted to talk. I forgot which game that was. It was prior to the
Golden State? I don't know.
Maybe it was it Golden State? It might have been Golden State or the game right before it, but it could have been Golden State.
I know.
No, it couldn't have been Golden State because we won.
We won, right?
Yeah. So the game right before Golden State.
Well, either way, I now that you're saying it, I can see it. Now that you're saying his body language is said, I thought we lost Golden State.
Sorry, wow, it goes back even further. No, the Miami Heat game, he only had 5 points. He was 2 of 11, and that was the one he got benched in the fourth quarter. So it was the game before that. Jeez. Against Memphis.
Yeah. Which we won, right? That one by 1?
Yeah, that's the one we won by 1. I don't know, man. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to be accurate about this because I'm like, nope. '76ers. Yep. It was the 76er game. He was 12 of 18. He had 28 points. That's when they interviewed him. Yep. It was him and Jalen Brunson. Yep. Sorry. Wow. So that's how far back in a game that he played well, that he looked disinterested and didn't want to be interviewed. And even Alan Hahn was thrown off by it. It's like, oh man, yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about him the other day, actually, whether or not there's something wrong with him. Bill Pito, Zerbiak and him, or one of those guys, they were talking about how Bridges didn't look interested sometimes. And so it's ironic you bring that up. I'm going to look for him now more. To me, he always looked like that. Like he's got that temperament. It just.
Yeah, but he's a different, like, you can tell he has that temperament, but he's enthusiastic. If you watch him like before the game, all that stuff he does, which is ridiculous, but that's his thing. Him in campaign, he has that handshake with every player. He does his little dance stuff. Yeah. So I don't even know. Like, I would love to notice if he's been doing that lately, because he just looks like he's not in the mood.
Yeah, word. They're all ready for the handshake, and he's like, "Get out of here! Get out of here!"
Yeah, and plus, have you guys noticed in the games? Maybe I'm tripping. Now I got to look. Now I want to know, is he doing his usual thing? Because when he's knocking down shots, I got to look. Now I'm curious.
Wait,
I got to
look at his hand.
Yeah,
or he does like that.
I got to see if he's been doing that lately, because that'll definitely tell you if something's wrong with him.
I don't. I can't tell you because he's been in my doghouse for a long time, so I haven't really studied like what he's been doing.
Yeah,
I wish he played with the vigor of OG, and what he could do. because truly the man's a talented player, but it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I agree. I'm curious. Hold on, let me see. Let me just take a look at something real quick. Sorry, don't mind me, guys.
Don't worry about it.
I'm speculating on what conspiracy theorist here. Hold on.
You're just like me. I wouldn't be able to stop until I found it.
Check a look at this real quick. Cal Bridges. Oh well, okay. Yeah. Can't really see it here because he didn't in the game against the Clippers. He didn't hit a three, and he only does that little thing when he hits a three. So he didn't hit a three.
The hand smoke.
He didn't hit a three against them. So can't see it there. And then the Lakers.
He didn't score a damn point in the other one, so he couldn't have done anything
in the Laker game. He didn't hit a three either. So maybe that's it. It's just that he's not hitting threes to do the celebration. I knew I haven't been seeing it lately.
Right.
Okay, whatever.
Hit a damn three so we can see it.
Yeah, we want to see if you're all right, bro. Okay, that says a lot.
I'm gonna be looking for it now. Damn it, that's all I'm gonna be looking for.
Yeah. Man. Well, hey, listen, guys. I want to thank everybody for today's show. This has been a really festive one. It's had a lot going on. You missed a lot earlier, Jay. It was high strung over here. It was kind of crazy. Oh, it was wild. Yeah. So shout out to my guy Fritz Alcindor Jr., the NBA Economy Show, and KOT Show. Please check him out on NBA Economy if you haven't already, guys. Shout out to you, Fritz. Good to see you, my guy. And yeah, no, I'm out of here, Craig. I know I'm wilding out, Spice. I'm the 5th member of the Spice Girls. Call me wilding out, Spice.
I'm gonna call you that.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys. Once again, man, I just want to say, look, this is it's not the greatest time right now because Brunson's hurt. And we're not feeling that confident about our squad. But listen, this is the time where they can earn their money. They can step up. They can show that they got some stones. They got some heart. Back to all heart, no quit, man. That was the mantra. Let's get back there. Plus, in the end, think of how much better the Knicks can be if they come out of this, learning how to play without Brunson. Then when Brunson gets here, we should be that much better. So I hope this gives them an opportunity to learn something. It also will, if they play well, this will allow Brunson to see, look, these guys are playing well. You can depend on them. We can move the ball. It's not always about you. You don't have to take on the whole burden. So I'm hoping for the best.
No, I
and
agree.
hope Tibbs plays the guys that need to be played too.
If we would have won that game yesterday, especially without him now, I think that would have done so much for our squad, man.
I think it would have helped their confidence a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, listen, we still got a tough road trip. We still got to play. We got Sacramento coming up. We got Golden State coming up.
Yeah.
So they have a chance to continue to show that they can do something. And Portland ain't no slouch either. We gotta take care of them. So we'll see. But anyway, brother, the next game up is the Knicks versus Sacramento on Monday. At 10:30. What's your thoughts on that one? You think the Knicks can beat Sacramento without Brunson?
Well, they've been playing better. I know they got rid of Fox, but they added as well. You know what? I gotta say this. I'm not very confident right now. I'm not very confident. I say yes. I say yes because I'm a Knicks fan. So you would never catch me saying no. But what in the beginning of the year, I would have said yes, like that, and I would have gave you a score, and it would have been, 18-point advantage because that's how we were playing. Now, and everybody should hear this, a win is a win is a win. I say yes, and if we win by a bucket, Be grateful, be glad, and be happy, because and don't give an interview like Bridges right after, because we definitely need the win. We need to whatchamacallit from here, coast, because I believe we could get better than last year's 50 still right now.
Well, from your lips
Yeah,
to the
we were
basketball
on
god's ears, we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Fritz
what about
is
you?
saying he's going to. Oh, I'll tell you in 2 seconds. He said, "I'm going to assume Brunson won't be back until the playoffs." Unfortunately, I don't like what I'm hearing, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case either.
That sucks, man.
That's bad.
that
That's
sucks.
bad, and I don't like our chances. I think we'll be lucky if we get 50. We're at 40 right now. To win 10 games without Jalen Brunson. Can we do it? Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not feeling great about it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd just be happy that with them getting somewhere in between 48 or more wins, going into the playoffs at the 3rd or 4th seed. I don't want them. I mean, some people are saying they don't want to go lower than 6. I don't want to go lower than 4, to be honest. I hope the Knicks fight, even if they drop down, fight to get back. You know what I mean? Because, but we'll see what happens, man. This is going to be a little tough road. It's a big test. And listen, nothing comes easy, and nothing definitely comes easy for these New York Knicks. They make everything tough. So,
God, man,
see what they do.
Oh my God. So real quick, before you answer, did you answer what you think?
Oh, I'm worried. I think the Knicks could beat Sacramento, but I am a little worried because they do have Levine now, and we watched Levine light us up with the Bulls. I would expect nothing different with Sacramento, and especially no Fox there, so Levine is the man for the most part. Yeah, I could definitely see him going crazy over there. Wait a minute.
Is DeRozan there too?
DeRozan also with the Kings?
DeRozan, yep.
And Levine's there?
Yes.
I didn't even know that. That's
I
didn't even think about that. That's crazy. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't even think about that. That's nuts.
You gonna change your mind?
Yeah, I don't feel great about it. I don't feel great about it. I'll be honest. I don't. Not until the Knicks get an identity as to how they're gonna play without Brunson, till I know who's gonna orchestrate the offense. I mean, I feel better if they start campaign, but if they're gonna start Deuce, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sold on it yet. If they start campaign run the offense, maybe. We'll see.
No, I'm with you on that. I think we need a natural point guard to play, distribute the ball to the players who can't play make for themselves. And that is Payne does that much better than Deuce. Yeah, I agree. We'll see. But I mean, listen, anything could happen. They just gotta show some confidence and be smart. And Payne needs to be smarter with his shot selection. Definitely now we need him to run the offense. And then Kola can be the guy that can give us 10 to 15 minutes off the bench, possibly, if Tibbs will believe in him. Because I think that'll help. I think that the Knicks will be okay. They got enough players over here that we should win basketball games. They got enough players over here. 100%.
We'll see. It's all about how they play. Man, oh boy, this was an interesting show today. This was a good one, guys. I
can't wait to see it again. I'm gonna rewatch it.
Oh, dude, it was just crazy show. Yeah, man. Appreciate you guys once again. Thank you to everybody who was here. Thank you to Jay. Thank you to Double A. Thank you to Corey Lee. Thank you to Sam Grandison. Thank you to Juan. Am I missing anybody? Oh boy, I feel like I could be.
AJ called.
Oh well, I can't. I mean, if I have to go back.
Sorry. Okay, yeah.
I'm like, I'm not gonna remember everybody.
My cousin Dominic called me.
Shah's been here. Appreciate you, Shah, my guy. Yeah, and thank you to Nev. Nev was here as well. So shout out to you guys for being here. Yeah, but listen, we can be worried, but we also got to understand that the Knicks, once they get some confidence going, sky's the limit. If the Knicks come out versus Sacramento and their shot is falling, you never know what can happen, man. If Cat's going good, I'm telling you, the Knicks need to, now more than ever, they got to play through Cat. So Cat needs to get the ball as many times as he can in good spots to get shots up. And then everybody can play off of him because he's a good passer. He'll find the right person to pass the ball to. We'll go from there. That's the best we can hope for right now.
But that means the offense in general has to go through him.
It's got to run through Cat.
And don't forget this. He's averaging 13.5 rebounds a game. There's only one person averaging more. And he's outside. And he's on that team. So.
Oh, that's right. Oh man, I forgot all about him too, man. Yeah, I'm not feeling great about that Sacramento game, bro. They got a lot of weapons over there.
Monk is nice.
Yeah, Monk lights us up. They got DeRozan, they got Levine, they got freaking Sabonis. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough game, guys. That's gonna be a tough game.
I think Monk is hurt right now. I'm not gonna. We'll be on here for another 15 minutes if I go looking for all this stuff. But I think a couple of people aren't playing. But look, with the Knicks, we could definitely. Oh, that's right. I think they went and got Valanciunas for the backup. They got a good squad.
Yeah, I'm not loving it.
Man, I'm telling you right now, this year, to me, falls on the trade deadline and the money allocated the way it was pushed around.
Yeah, I knew I should have looked at the tail of the tape. I didn't want to look at it, and that's a good team over there now.
Oh, they got a squad. Murray.
Murray.
The other one, right? The other Murray, the good one.
The tall guy. Yeah. One
with the K.
Yeah. That's gonna be a tough matchup for the Knicks, man.
Yeah, they're a tall team and they're fast, so it's tough.
Yeah.
But don't worry, Matt Ryan might start that game. So
let me just take a quick DeRozan. They got Fultz, Zach Levine, Trey Lyles, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, Valanciunas, Jay Crowder. Damn, Jay Crowder's still on the team. Jesus. Devin Carter, who I always liked as a backup.
Yeah, me too. I like Devin.
That's a good team over there. Not too bad.
Yeah. And notice they have backups for their backups, and that's what I meant. We need backups for our backups. We can't have like 8 wing stops, 1 center, 1 point guard. I don't want that. Evenly allocated.
David, your guy better step up, David. I noticed, I told you this before, I noticed when Brunson plays well and your guy doesn't play well, I don't see you. When your guy plays well, you are shouting from the mountaintops. So your guy better step up. We need him. Monday, I expect him to get busy. And I definitely expect him to get busy against Golden State when we play them again. After all the crap that Draymond Green was talking about him, that's first off, that's how I'm going to end this show. That's disrespectful. It's one of the stupidest things I've seen. I'm surprised that Baron Davis, he would even get caught up in a stupid conversation when you don't even know the facts. For you to go along with Draymond Green saying such stupidness that Karl Anthony Towns was ducking Jimmy Butler because he didn't want to play Jimmy Butler, not because Cat actually was attending somebody's funeral that had passed away, a close family friend.
Right.
Say that is the most ridiculous thing. And then his excuse after was, oh, well, that's what I was told. Anyway, the Draymond Green show must go on. dude, I would punch this dude in the. If I was a player, if I was Cat, I would punch this dude in the face. And I'm not
Right.
saying that to be violent or anything. I just can't. You can't talk about me in a certain way and think that no matter what you say is going to be cool. If and then you're wrong, and then now you know what it is, and then you still kind of downplaying it. You're joking too much on me, brother. Let me tell you something. When I play Golden State, I'm ready for you. I'm gonna put my numbers up against you, and if you come in the lane, you might catch an elbow from me. That's me. So
Yep,
I
you
don't know
might
what
catch
Cat
the
is gonna do,
90s. You might
but
catch the
I'm telling
90s
you,
down here.
yeah, he wilding, B. He is
Yeah,
wild.
no. There's a couple people in history. Draymond Green happens to be one of them. KG was one of them that I just couldn't take. Now KG had a game that was remarkable to me, that I really admired his game. So like I would say, all right, you talk all that junk, you play defense, you play offense, is great. For me, I don't know where they found Draymond. He's like, he's 6'4" and 9. Yeah, he lucked out and got on the Splash Brothers. I think he's a punk. I'm not a big Draymond guy at all, man. At all. Never have been. So talking all that junk. How do they know it's not like his father who passed on or something like that?
They didn't know anything. I mean, now we know who it was. It was a close family friend, but no one knew anything.
Yeah.
And just the fact that first off, you're gonna say something that you don't even know for a fact. You speculate. And who would even say that? Who would even say that coincidentally this NBA player is ducking somebody else that's playing in the game after, as David Smith so poignantly put that I knew, that the last time Cat played Miami, he put up 44 on Miami. Like, why would he be ducking anybody? Like, it's stupid. It's a ridiculous. Draymond is a clown. I agree. And let me tell you,
have yes men like clap it up for you. Yeah, he's definitely ducking them. And Barron to me is a former
Knick,
right? A former Knick, right? And before that knee popped out, he was balling for us. I've always liked Baron Davis. So for him to like join in on the reindeer games,
yeah, it's stupid. It's really
pisses me off a lot,
bro. Listen, I'm telling you guys right now. I know you may not feel the way I feel. I would not be mad if the Knicks play Golden State and we lose the game because Cat decided to punch Draymond in the face. I would not be mad at all if we took that L, but Cat rocked him once. I would not be mad. Okay, I'm sorry. That's the 90s coming out of me. I can't. My bad, y'all. My fault. Sorry. My bad.
I'll do it for him. You look, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. He at the very least, dunk on him so hard that when he falls back, he gets a knock on the back of his head, like something, elbow, and then throw your hands up like, oh, I didn't know I elbowed him in the face.
Yeah. No, what I would expect to see is that Cat just comes out playing tough basketball, goes out, tries to make a statement, and Draymond's going to try to defend them at certain points, and they get a little entangled up. You know what I mean? Some stuff gets a little hype like that, but that's what I would expect. Nothing crazy. I'm just saying, Cat's got to stick up for himself, not because.
But if he does do it, I'm all right with it.
Yeah, no, he just got to stick up for himself because Cat, like Draymond Green, for as many championships and the type of stuff that he's done to help Golden State in his prime, he ain't no Cat. Okay, so Cat should definitely, give this dude the business and put us in a position to make a statement. Make a statement in Golden State. That would be great. That would be fantastic.
With no real big men. They don't have no real big men on that team. Kevon Looney is all right, but that's it.
I know, Margaret. He would get suspended, but I know that part sucks. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I just want the Knicks to step up and show some heart and show some backbone. You can't be tough with the verbal and not tough on the court.
That's right. Don't talk unless you can back that ish up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyway, once again, guys, I want to thank you all for being here. This was a great show, a long show. but I think it was warranted. Don't expect it next week though.
I'm glad you
So
were.
yeah, I just want to tell you guys, as I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans. We'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30 for Know the Ledge, Mondays for SKF Weekly with myself, my brother John, and my brother Jose, as we recap everything going on in the previous week for our New York Knicks. And man, listen, continue to support the team. Continue to rock with them. I know people are feeling a little iffy about what's going on without Brunson, but if we are truly a championship contending team or a good team in this league, we're gonna have to find a way to win when the guy's not there. So we have to figure it out. Once again, thank you guys. Thanks to everybody. Thank you again, Jay. Appreciate you guys, man. Smash that like button if you haven't already done so. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. We are on the road to 5K, and next Saturday, without fail, I thought about doing it today. Next Saturday, 100%, we will be doing the raffle. We're doing the giveaway for all of the SKF Army members. So stay tuned for that. We have some stuff we're going to give away. I'm going to hopefully add to that before next week. So stay tuned for that. We'll take care of that on next Saturday's show. But appreciate you guys. Hey, as we always say, no matter what, the ups, down, the good, the bad, we are still Knicks fans. Peace out, everybody. One yourself and continue to believe, man. It looks kind of crazy right now, but we'll be all right. We out of here. Later.
Peace.